Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Dell, along with AJ, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. AJ, am I up? AJ, you got me? Am I up?
Yes, sir. You're good.
I'm in?
Yes, sir.
Dell, you hear me?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, see, that's it. That's the way we start, okay? 2 days without Lance, and this is how we're going to start. That you're unfortunate to hear my voice.
I mean,
but you got it for 6 hours now.
Well, I hear it every day. It's not any different. It's just now I have to actually respond more to you, which is unfortunate.
I know.
Yeah.
A lot of times Dell would just like pretend he doesn't hear us in there.
Oh no, I don't even pretend. I'm looking at my phone. I'm just looking at my phone, and I'll acknowledge that you're talking. I'm just not. I hear you. I'm just not going to say anything.
See, this is the problem. AJ, don't ever be a producer like he is. Okay?
No,
do not learn from his mistakes. See,
you should.
That's what you got to do.
You should have stopped.
I know a lot of bad dads, and they had children, and they turned out to be great kids because they learned what not to do from their dad. Okay, so learn what not to do from Dell.
If you're giving advice, you should have stopped that. AJ, don't ever become a producer.
Okay. Like Dell.
No, not like Dell. The advice for this business, AJ, like don't ever become a producer.
You're starting your road to wealth, AJ. Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is how you do it.
You better get some Prize Picks ads like Sean if you're thinking about wealth.
That's right. You get some tips from 5-Star, and then you bet them. And that's how you get your road to wealth. That's your road to wealth, AJ.
Gambling is your way to wealth.
That's the only way. That's the only way.
From this position, definitely.
No question about it. Here we are. Lance is off for the remainder of the week, which is 2 days, as we hit the Thanksgiving weekend. Such a great weekend of eating and drinking and football and basketball and just good, clean fun for the whole family. So we got that going on. We got a lot to talk about. D'Amico met the media yesterday, and one thing that I took from it, he wasn't. Afterwards, he met with Johnny and Mark, as he always does. He does his radio show with those two guys, and he's going to let this linger a little bit. He said it's too hard. This one is a tough one to just let go. And he said he gives himself 24 hours. I don't believe that. I don't believe any coach just gives himself 24 hours. Hell, I have a harder time than that when I lose a fantasy football game, let alone a game like that for the Houston Texans. And as disappointing as that performance was, there is a lot of stuff to clean up. You know, Dell, last week maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I got berated by Chris in the Woodlands because I was talking about Bobby Slowick and the possibility that he wouldn't come back, and Lance was 100% sure that he was coming back. Man, I'm seeing more. I mean, if you're going to put percentages on it, I know that's what Fred and AJ always love to put percentages on it on Wednesdays. I don't know about a percentage thing, but I'm hearing a lot of groundswell here, that there's something got to be done. But and people are pissed off that he's not doing anything. You can't take away his play calling duties right now.
Yeah, who are you giving them to? Gerard Johnson. It's interesting to make such a firm declaration one way or the other with 5 games ago. Like, that's a lot. That's a big portion of the year to just assume that something drastic couldn't happen. What if these issues continue? If the Texans become a team who's scrapping not to win a division, just to make the playoffs because of how bad they've been offensively, then the groundswell gets louder. I always thought it was, no, it's not happening. We got 5 regular season games to go.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't something drastic happen if this continues to go the way it's going?
Well, how? Okay. Because you've got the experience. You've seen Bobby Slowick and CJ on the same page. You've seen it work. You've seen CJ at his best. I don't know. I just feel like at some point they're going to snap out of it. It's fun. It's so funny. The defense has scored more touchdowns in the second half over the last 2 weeks than the offense has over 6 weeks, which is crazy, but it's true. And yet I still believe that they're going to there's going to be a breakout here, that this is just something that is, I don't know. I still believe that CJ's a good quarterback. What I see with my human eyes, he's not right now. He's an average. He's a meh quarterback at best right now.
I said on the show last week, well, at least my show, that I'm tired. I'm done just assuming he's going to be great this year. I'm not saying it's a projection for the rest of his career, but for this season, I'm no longer entering games just assuming things will go great for him. We haven't seen that over the course of 12 games. So at some point, you got to trust what you're seeing. And I don't think, when the Jaguars aside, the defenses he's going to see coming up here aren't going to help matters. The Dolphins are pretty good defensively. The Ravens, despite what their numbers have been, we saw them against the Chargers last night. They can get stops, and then of course the Chiefs are going to be a problem. So although that Bryce Young had a pretty good day, the defenses coming up aren't going to make you think that he's going to break out. We're all operating on what we saw last year, and that was a one season sample size. The season sample size we've seen this year suggests that he, as you said, is an average quarterback who makes some mind-numbing mistakes and misses throws. And it was a harsh thing to say. He got outplayed by Will Levis. The one thing we thought about this division is at least every time we play a division opponent, we're going to have the best quarterback on the field. That wasn't the case. So I'm not going to assume going forward that CJ is just going to be really, really good.
No, and that's so sad. That is like the saddest thing I think we've ever said about CJ. You know that? That Will Levis was better than he was on the field. And Will Levis was sacked 8 times.
He was harassed the entire game. Some of them were, as Ross Tucker pointed out, were because of Will Levis running into or walking into sacks. But yeah, the throws that Will Levis made down the field in stride when they had time, he played a better game, and that's including a pick 6.
You know where CJ ranks as far as quarterback rating right now?
He's under 90, right? So he's got to be bottom half of the league. Is he bottom half or mid part of the table?
As far as the starters go, well, there are some non-starters. Let me see. No, there are no non-starters in here. These are all starters. You know where he ranks?
I don't want to go
25th in the league.
Yeah, he has an 87.3 quarterback rating. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it kind of tells you week to week how well a quarterback's playing. And I didn't need to see a rating. My eyes will tell me he has been one of the low-end starters in the league right now.
Yeah, 14-9 right now. 14-9 with an 87 quarterback rating. It's just not. And for the first time, I think I saw the look of defeat on his face during the game. I saw a bad. It was almost a face language. I don't know about the body. The body language was bad too. He was slumped over on the bench, but he had a look of, oh my God, there's failure here. Whereas it's just the next play, let's go get him, and there's nothing. You don't see that on him. There was a it's now so long that this has been going on that there is a look. And if here's the deal, this whole Bobby Slowick thing, if CJ continues to regress and CJ isn't any good, then you got to find somebody that's going to make CJ good. And that's where Bobby Slowick, I hate to call for people's jobs, but his job is to make sure that CJ is as good as he possibly can be, and he's not right now. He's just not. And I don't know if it's the play calling or the design. Lance and I went yesterday after the show. There is a play where, oh my God, it was on Twitter. It was all over Twitter. There was a play where there are 7 guys, 5 offensive linemen, tight end, and a running back, and it was Goodman Wale, and Dalton Schultz was to the right. There are 5 guys coming. Okay, there's one guy right over Titus Howard. Everybody goes left. Everybody is picked up. Titus Howard drops straight back. The guy that is on him comes right up the middle, and Dare picks him up, and he didn't bowl him over, but he was winning the battle. Titus Howard just backs up and does absolutely nothing. Dalton Schultz has the defensive end who's coming around the corner, and CJ has to step up, and he stepped up right into the guy that Dare is blocking. Well, he dove and got him. And the comments on this, and one of them was by someone, and I'm not going to, about in the Texans organization, that if Dare had held his block, then it would have been good. Titus Howard did absolutely nothing on the play. He is over the guy that Dare is responsible for. Can you answer me a question? Why are we making this so complex? Why are we okay? We're going to slide protection because we got the blitzer coming from the left side. I get that. We're sliding left. Okay, we had 2 guys blocked. We've got 5 offensive linemen, and 2 of the guys that were coming were blocked by a running back and a tight end,
and a non-blocking tight end, by the way,
and a non-blocking
tight
tight
end
end
who doesn't really like the block.
And if CJ had stayed in the pocket, he would have got sacked by that guy. Instead, he steps up and he runs into the guy that Dare is blocking. Can someone explain to me why we're making this so complex? When Titus Howard is right, the guy is right over him, and he just backs up and away and lets the guy go inside. You're supposed to take care of the guy that is closest to the quarterback. That's the guy that's going to present the most difficulty for a quarterback. First of all, a guy in a quarterback's face coming up the middle is the worst. You can't see the guy come from behind, so you can still look downfield. But if there's a guy right in front of you, that guy is going to create havoc. It created havoc for Tom Brady twice in the Super Bowl when the New York Giants had dominant defensive tackles and ends that they didn't have to blitz anybody. They brought pressure with 4, and they brought it up the middle. Tom Brady couldn't handle it. And you're expecting CJ with they got 2 of the worst guards. I mean, it's awful. And you're expecting, instead of that, let's let the running back block this guy. We're making it so hard. How about there's a guy over you, block him? I mean, I know it's simplistic and I don't understand it. I can't possibly fathom why you got 5 guys rushing and 2 of them are picked up by guys who really can't block all that well. Can somebody explain that to me?
I didn't see the play, but what you're describing Titus Howard as, like, there is a thing when you program video games, particularly offensive line play is very difficult, where you'll watch an offensive lineman not block someone even though he clearly could go look for work and go make a play, and it infuriates gamers. That's what Titus Howard did. Go out, go find some work, right? That's what offensive linemen do when there's not someone to block. They find someone to block. And why wouldn't Titus Howard, with nothing to do, go help Dare clean up that block?
Well, at the end, he kind of went after the guy that was running around, Dalton Schultz. He got there too late. The guy ran by him. He got there too late. But he was just standing there while Dare, and I guess I get it. I mean, Dare's going to go, and that's his responsibility. This guy's bigger, stronger, faster. He's got a full head of steam. Dare's got to step up into that hole, and he's got to take care of this. But I just seems like so stupid to me. While Titus Howard is just standing there, that you got a guy who doesn't do that for a living. Dare got there carrying the ball, catching the ball. I mean, and you're asking him to do something that
play guard.
You pay Titus Howard to do.
Your pet peeve about certain issues with offensive line play are pretty funny. I mean, it's not as bad as why would you allow a defensive end to go unblocked?
That's that makes me nuts.
That makes you crazy.
That makes me
nuts.
But
asking Dare, your third down back to block a oncoming rusher when your offensive tackle, the one you paid a lot of money to do it, may be rising up the charts. That just obviously that goes back to Bobby Slowick and design and what he's doing. I'm with you. I don't like calling for people's jobs, but the play itself will call for his job. If things don't improve, it won't be us. It'll be the obvious things we see in the field telling the people in charge that you need to make a change. And yes, the problem for Bobby Slowick right now, beyond lack of performance, is you have a young quarterback who showed out in year 1. They're not going to blame CJ if he's poor in year 2. They're going to look to you and say, well, at least everyone not named D'Amico right now will look to him and go, what happened? Why is our star quarterback regressing? Why is he in the 20s, in the mid-20s as far as quarterback rating? We thought this growth was going to be linear, just up, and instead we're getting a major regression.
Bobby Slowick might be a victim of his own success.
Yes.
The success that he had last year with CJ may cost him this year. Well, it's costing. I mean, it's really costing him in his reputation. Bobby Slowick, I thought he'd be gone as a head coach by now. I hated that D'Amico's great. Well, D'Amico's starting to catch it too quite a bit, but D'Amico's great. and I've got a lot of faith in D'Amico. The players love him, and blah, 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 blah. But I thought, when you hire a defensive coach, that offensive coach is going to have all that success, and he's going to be gone. So there's not going to be a continuity for the quarterback. He's going to regress and all of that stuff. Well, he's regressed with continuity. And right now, that is costing Bobby. We know how good CJ can be, and he ain't that guy right now. And a lot of it is because of that pressure up front. But we saw a guy in Will Levis who had the most pressure at one point during the game that they said, this is the most pressure that any quarterback has ever faced in an NFL game. He had 7 sacks in the first half, and he still put up 30. Put up 30 on that team. I mean, unbelievable. Well, you got on to the Jaguars. On to the Jaguars, and we'll talk about that and more. If you want to get in about anything that we said so far, let's go. 713-780-3776. Busy day. John Chill's going to join us. Josh Pate. Oh, no. That's all tomorrow,
Wednesday,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Steve
Wednesday.
McKinney, is he today?
Steve McKinney at 8 o'clock. We're going to talk courtesy of Rebecca. We are going to be talking about the Texas A&M
Rebecca
game.
Creek.
Rebecca
Not
Creek.
just a girl named Rebecca.
Well, courtesy, I like to call her.
I would love
we're tight.
I would love a girl named Rebecca to just sponsor the show, but there's a specific whiskey
we're tight,
involved.
Del.
Who, you and Rebecca?
Yeah, with Rebecca. So I
First
don't
name
even go
only,
by
right?
by her last name.
Like D'Amico, like CJ, just Rebecca.
Right, that's all. Jalen,
Okay.
Alpie.
Understood, yes. And
Yeah,
Rebecca.
Rebecca Creek. I'll go with her full name.
Yeah, you might. Creek. Rebecca Creek Distillery is, sponsoring.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, no.
It's a full week of Aggie horn talk because the rivalry is back.
The rivalry is back this week. How about that? Saturday night. That's going to be fun. All right, so how about this? Thanksgiving weekend, NFL games on Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. College football on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. College basketball, NBA, so much to bet on, all right? How about Thanksgiving week? You're going to stuff your face. Why not stuff your wallet with MyBookie? Nothing like watching the games on Thanksgiving, a little action to make it interesting. The Thursday boost this week falls on Thanksgiving Day. MyBookie's boosting the odds on Devon Achane to score the first TD in the Dolphins-Packers game. If he scores first, you cash in big. If he doesn't, MyBookie gives you a full refund, a no-lose, risk-free bet. If you're new to MyBookie, they'll double your first deposit with promo code BET975. Get started at mybookie.ag. How about that? Devon Achane, first to score a TD. If he does it, you win. If he doesn't, you get your money back. No lose, risk-free bet. MyBookie.ag. But you got to put in promo code BET975 to double your first deposit. Get started at MyBookie.ag.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, AJ, I put in an Ime Udoka soundbite in there about Jalen getting the same shots. Dell, this month, out of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 games, how many times has Jalen from the field, not from three, from the field, how many times has he shot over 50%?
Out of how many games?
13.
Are we just talking about the month of November here? Is
That's
that
it.
the 13 games? I'm going to go with 2.
Lower.
0.
1. You had 3 and you missed it.
Because I thought, I could have gone like 4, but I know what he shot, so
Gotcha.
That's way too high.
If I'm asking that question, it's not going to be 12 out of 13.
High. Yeah, the month of November has been a awful stretch. Maybe his worst of his career.
It's only twice all year that he shot 50%. Only once all year that he shot over 50%. Once all year, the whole season, and twice 50% or better.
He's learned from his backcourt partner. I mean, Fred VanVleet has had more games where he shot over 50%, but those guys got to be the worst shooting backcourt in all of basketball.
And here's Ime. AJ, you got that? Here's Ime talking about the shots that Jalen is getting.
I think he's turned some down that he had been taking, so we don't want him to start second-guessing those. Reading the defense, how they're guarding him, I think he can improve in that a little bit more still, and he has at times. But when they're not falling, just not go away from that confidence-wise. I think him getting to the basket, teams are mixing in some unders on him, so we want him to take those shots. And then once he's made them, as you've seen, it's opened up the lane for him to get to the basket, but also draw attention and get guys shots. So wanted to stay confident there, continue to read the game, and grow the way he has at the end of last season and the start of this season.
Do we really want that?
I was going to say, I'm sure there's film that they're watching that tells them he's turning down shots, but to the human eye, I guess he's turning down good shots and taking bad ones. That might be what he means, but he feels like a guy who's willing to shoot. So I don't know. What are we going? They're stuck. They made a decision to pay him not to the extent that they paid Alpi, so they got to ride with this guy. Like in a normal situation, if he was a young player who they hadn't just committed money to, other than maybe shaking up the chemistry of the team, you could convince yourself that he needs a benching.
Do we care that he starts? It's who's finishing, right? And he sat down with 8 minutes left last game.
We do not care that he starts. Like you said, the closing lineup means more, but because of who he is going to get upwards of 30 minutes a night. Yeah. Is he playing well enough where he should be getting 30 minutes a night, no matter if he's closing or starting?
Yeah, so he's gotten 30, 30, 28, 39, 23, 22. Those are blowout wins.
Yeah, the
36, 37. I mean, he's getting his minutes.
Yeah, the minutes have come.
It's the athleticism that is a killer, right?
Of course. Hope is the killer. The hope that he will be someone that he has not shown to be over the course of 3+ seasons. That's the hope. That's the hope. That's the killer. That the turnaround is right around the corner, right? The month of March, you can lean into what that was. You heard Ime even mention it, how he finished out the year. That is the hope. And that was a month where he was one of maybe the top 10 players in basketball. What we're seeing now is worse than what we know him to be, but it's more in line with what he has been as a Rocket. But the belief that he's young and he'll eventually get it together is what led them to give him his money and what'll keep giving him opportunities.
His first month in October, I mean, we heard all the Jalen truthers. He was averaging almost 28 a game. He was shooting 43 from the field, which is not great, but it is. I'll take it. And 40 from 3.
That's great.
That's great. and then seen. And then he turned back in. And Van Vliet isn't any better.
I told you, the backcourt as a whole, the fact that the Rockets can win ball games with the way those two guys shoot the ball and the way they love to get shots up is just a testament to their defensive mentality and their ability to get rebounds and turn those into early offensive options, but as opportunities. But as far as what they are as their backcourt, they're a bad backcourt. They're bad, and yet they're 12-6.
Oh, and the Rockets' starting five is, according to F Tank, he does a podcast with Roosh Williams. The starting five is currently number 2 in the NBA in net differential of lineups with greater than 300 possessions. The Celtics are number 1, and the Rockets number 2. It looks good. I mean, there are some times, though, that you can't wait until Ahmed and Tari get in the game.
Yeah.
You just get them in here. And you know what? Maybe that just starts happening sooner and sooner and sooner.
Well, if the numbers state that there's a really good starting five, I don't think the minutes are going to decrease. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but from what you just said, they have one of the better starting fives in basketball. So why would the minutes go away?
Yeah. It's crazy. It is. They're really, really good, and it's the worst. It's the worst shooting backcourt that I can ever remember in the first month of a season.
It looks different from the Steve and Coutinho thing, which you always reference as something that you couldn't stand. But as far as production, as far as efficiency, it's got to be worse.
Yeah, no. I think those guys were more efficient scoring wise. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. We'd have to go back and look.
Maybe these guys are taking more threes, so it might change some things. But I don't know. It's just they have a glaring issue with shooting, but it's not really negatively affected win-loss. And now the schedule has been soft. They played a lot in the state of Texas. We've seen them when they've gone on the road to good teams. I mean, I think they lose at Dallas. I can't remember that.
No, they
won. See, that's one of the games earlier that they won when they're still playing in the state of Texas. Yeah. They went to OKC and got smashed, and they lose a close one at Milwaukee, who's playing better. And now they got Minnesota. Minnesota is an 8-8 team, but they were expected to be a contender. So we'll see.
Yeah.
The road will get tougher here, but they have done enough that they can suffer a couple losses. But they got to figure some things out, man. I don't know how this is sustainable. They can be this bad in the backcourt and still compete the way they've done.
Right. Well, that the Terror Twins turn it around. That's for sure. Whenever they come into the game, it just seems like the game just gets better. Time to talk on the other side. Hey, we got Steve McKinney joining us at the top of the hour. So I'm going to get you his number down, and you get it to AJ. And here we go. We got we're brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. We are going to be talking a lot of Texas and Texas A&M this morning here on the show. Selvin Young going to join us at 9. Possibly Vince Young. I doubt it, but possibly Vince Young as well.
Why do you doubt it, John? He's busy.
It's a whole morning thing.
He's busy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know about this, what I'm saying. I'm talking about Hogue. I'm talking about Matt Hogue. He owns Hogue Landscape Services. And how about this? It is November. You have time to get the family a big, big holiday gift. What is that holiday gift? Pickleball court, basketball court, pool, fire pit, outdoor kitchen, outdoor games, outdoor watching area, a lounge for you to watch your games. Put up multiple televisions. Make it look awesome. Change the look of your backyard. How about that this holiday season? The kids want a basketball court, Dad. How about putting it in? How about calling Matt? How about you want a putting green? Put it in. Mom, get him a putting green. Okay? Hey, go home, Dad, and say, you know what? I got a great idea. For Christmas, why don't you give me a putting green? Okay? How's that? Let's call Hogue, HOGUELS.com. HogueLS.com. That's Hogue Landscape Services. HOGUELS.com. Get them over there. Give you the estimate, and let's go. And make that backyard something special. This holiday season, how about giving the gift of a backyard at HogueLS.com?
It's the gem of the day. It's the gem of the day.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we got the big game coming up, right? In Texas A&M in Texas. I got a Mike Elko soundbite in there.
We got some Cougar news that just broke, though.
What?
Willie Fritz announces OC Kevin Barbay has been relieved of his duties, and quarterback coach, passing game coordinator Sean Bell has been named interim OC and play caller. Cougars finished their season at BYU on Saturday night. That's a tweet from Adam Wexler. So Willie Fritz says goodbye to his OC with one game remaining.
So anyway, he was at Mississippi State.
Not sure why he got the job. I think you've talked about this before.
Yeah. How in the world is this guy? I mean, it is Kevin Barbay was really, really bad at Mississippi State. I mean, like one of the worst offenses in the country. How in the world did he get this job?
Well, we saw they went 2 straight Big 12 games without scoring. Let's go through their highest point total, should we? We'll get to the Mike Elko stuff. Rice, they scored 33. TCU, they scored 30. They did not break. They got 24 against K-State. So, then 3 against Arizona, 10 against Baylor, and that he was done for. What happened at Mississippi State came over here. That translates. Sometimes things don't translate, John. Kevin Barbay not being great at Miss State translated to the Cougs. It
was a bad hire. It was just a bad hire. And you would think that a guy that had been around as long as Willie Fritz has been around, that he knows guys. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
To have picked, maybe there was just slim pickings by the time he got the job.
What's the connection?
But over the Christmas holidays, though, I know a lot of coaches. It sucks. Listen, I don't know that I could go. We have some job security here, a little bit of job security, that over the Christmas holidays we don't have to worry about. Every coach in America, every college coach in America, high school in a lot of instances as well, the texts that are flying between coaches of, hey, what do you need? Do you need somebody? I'm looking for a job. When a head coach gets a job at a university, there are literally 1,000 texts that he gets from coaches all over America looking for work, looking to join him at that university. And you know how the marriage, how quick the marriages, how short they last now. You could be a coach at a place for 2 years now and gone. And that coaching staff that catches, that firing right around Christmas, it happens every year, right around Christmas. Your last game is done. We got to find a new coach, and you're out of here. And there are coaches out there. I just couldn't live like that. I just couldn't. Now, not knowing where you're going to be on Christmas, you're looking for. I've seen so many coaches heading up to Christmas and right around Christmas, they're on their phone because they don't know what's happening for their family in the very near future. It blows. It sucks. But there had to be guys out there that were better than Kevin Barbay.
Yeah,
there had to be.
I'm trying to see if there was a connection. I'm looking at both their coaching resumes to see what would have drawn Willie Fritz to Kevin Barbay, and just on a cursory glance, I can't see that they crossed paths anywhere where he would think, oh, that guy's on my staff. I think I like what he does, so I'm going to bring him over here. There isn't a connection, so I'm not sure why that was a name drawn out of the, maybe not out of the hat, but why that was the resume that he chose and looked at the office and said, bring it over here. Yeah, it was just bad. Now Barbay has been in Texas. He's coached in Texas before with Stephen F. Austin and in the high school level, but other than that, I'm not sure why that decision was made.
So, listen, Donovan was a mess this year. Zion is not a good thrower of the football. I mean, you don't have, you got Manjack and you got Steven Johnson, you got some guys, you got the offensive. I mean, it's going to take Willie a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have. It's not a Big 12 roster, especially offensively.
Yeah, the defense played well enough where that team probably, if you just have a competent offense, you're probably a bowl team at a minimum. You look at what the defense did week to week, knowing that they had little margin for error, considering what their offense was or wasn't capable of. This was a defense who probably should have got them 8 wins if they had competent offense. That's unfortunate. It could have been a good year in year one if they made the right hire on offense, or maybe had enough offensive talent that credit their defense. I don't know the coordinator's name, but he deserves some credit for what they did on that side of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve McKinney is coming up. Get this. So, AJ, you got the Mike Elko soundbite. Get this. There have been no holding calls against Texas A&M opponents since how long do you think that has been, Del?
Is it accepted calls or actually flags thrown?
Accepted calls.
Okay, still that's remarkable since late September.
September 21st was the last time there was a holding call that was accepted by Texas A&M. Here's Mike Elko.
Mike, I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but I got a question.
Okay.
Can you raise concerns about trends to SEC about officiating? Your opponents have not been called for holding in 30 quarters. That does not include the 4 overtimes.
Yeah. Somebody did this recently in a press conference, so I'll try this. Did you see any holds Saturday night?
Plenty.
Okay.
Anything else? Follow-up?
Yeah. Follow-up. Actually, not a follow-up. Just.
That's something.
Hey,
I don't know that I've ever seen that.
There are programs who believe they don't get calls and they blame the referees, but to not get one holding call, considering how talented that defensive front is with Scorton and Turner, and that's nuts. I don't know how that happens, other than the SEC's out to get A&M.
No, I think he was talking about the. Oh, yeah. Right. There's no holding calls against those guys. Right. How in the world is that? That is impossible. That is literally. I mean, is there a concerted effort that we're not calling holds, and not? I don't know. To me, that's a crazy stat.
They have guys who are going to. I don't know if they'll be first day picks, second day picks. They have guys who are going to be draft picks. Turner, Stewart, Scorton, Albert Regis is a pretty good player as well. And nothing. That's a good unit, at least talent-wise.
Yep, that is crazy. Steve McKinney going to join us at the top of the hour to talk about that and more. Brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Breaking it, talking about HRP, talking about my peeps over there. Chris and Mike Holly and Robler and Plotkin and all the guys over there. And I want to tell you, not only guys, but the girls as well. I want to tell you, it's a family it's a family type atmosphere. I know people that could have left HRP that had, have offers. I know Mike Holly has had offers for his technology and he hasn't given it up. And I know people that are like, I just really like it here. I really like the atmosphere. I like the atmosphere of being honest with your clientele. I like the product that we have. I love the product that we have. I love what we do for businesses. I love being here at HRP. And you can just tell it. You can just tell. They are so on top of everything for us. It is unbelievable. And they give that same kind of attention to everybody. It is really, really it's a family-owned business. It's right here in the city of Houston. You could go with a lot of these admin companies that'll do your payroll and they'll do your taxes. I don't know if they'll do your taxes, but they'll do everything and give you their 401k and their benefits packages. You're not going to get the same kind of service. You're not going to get the same quality. You're going to have to take their 401k where they're making money off of it. Not at HRP. HRP, it's a family kind of, I'm telling you, you will love what HRP does for you. Let them come and break down your business and see where you're wasting money and where you can save it. And especially in that payroll and HR and that taxes, they can save you money. But give them a chance. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stephen Kenny at the top of the hour. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're going to have that game where you will hear it Saturday night right here on your home for the Aggies. We will also get the Longhorns perspective courtesy of Rebecca Creek Distillery this week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some smooth, sweet stuff that Rebecca Creek Distillery has for you. We got a caller that wants to talk about the Houston Rockets. Who is it, AJ? Who's on the line?
I think it's Stafford. I think I can see
Stafford
that.
from Humble.
Oh, Stafford's on the line? Okay, let's get him in here. Hey, Stafford.
I think I screwed Age up. I put him on hold. Remember, you got to throw him on. All right, there it is. What's up, Stafford?
All right, what's up, y'all? Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I wanted to chime in on the Rockets. Y'all were talking earlier about the starting five, and I've been watching them, especially since the Texans have been clanking out. I've kind of already turned to basketball season, but a part of me really feels like Tari Eason is the best player on the team. And I hear what you're saying about the starting five and the numbers. And I recognize what Dylan Brooks is bringing to the team and leadership and attitude, which is definitely needed. But I don't know. Am I crazy to think that at some point Tari Eason is going to start over Dylan Brooks?
At some point, but as long as Dylan Brooks is on this team, his leadership, what he brings to the table, the $20 million that they're spending on him every year, I think he probably starts. But Tari will be a starter in this league. I don't think there's any question about that. I don't know that it's this year anytime, and I don't know that it's any time that I'm not sure that Dylan and Tari can't start together. I don't know that it has to be that as long as Tari is 7'2" wingspan and the defense that he plays, you sure it's not going to be Jabari? I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder. There is something to say about functional size, and Jabari is taller, and like what you mentioned, Tari has attributes that might make up for it. But I think at some point they will maybe be forced by Tari's just ability to put him in there, but they have to make a decision on him a couple off seasons from now, so there's no rush there. But I think as long as the starting lineup continues to produce, it's gonna go. We're gonna see what we see. I don't think they're gonna make any drastic changes as long as those numbers that you put out there hold true. And I don't think Dylan Brooks would be the likely candidate to go. If we're talking about it, performance wise says Dylan Brooks should stay in that starting five, and then you would have to move someone from that backcourt. But there's money questions there. I think Fred VanVleet's likely this is his last season, right? If he's gonna perform the way he's performed, there's no reason to bring him back. At least merit based. There may be some intangible stuff that they think holds some value, but as far as on court performance, there's nothing to say we should be paying Fred VanVleet the type of money he's going to get next year the way he's playing. So that might be Tari Eason's entrance into the starting lineup. You saying goodbye to Fred.
You know, I'm not going to speak for Tillman, but I know he spent $40 million better than that. He has, that is a 40 that now that said, I think Ime's got no problem. When you see the minutes that he's got, the minutes that Fred VanVleet is playing, when he's playing as well, Fred VanVleet is closing out games. Fred VanVleet is playing 37, 38 minutes or 40 minutes a game. Ime apparently has no issue with what Fred VanVleet is doing. There are, two sides to the court. Fred is a liability offensively right now, but he does hit good big shots because he's been there and he's done that. He's been on a championship team. For whatever reason, Ime has no problem with Fred VanVleet and what he's doing. And he's got no problem with the way that he's using Amen and Tari. And you know what? The guys are flourishing. The last game notwithstanding, Tari was 0 for 7. But the Terror Twins are exact, that change of pace that they bring into the game, that defensive intensity. I don't know that I'd change it either. Ime said, I'm not doing anything. We're staying with this. And you know what? The numbers prove out that it's a pretty good starting lineup. I don't care who starts, if you want to know the truth. I don't think it's that big a deal. Although they do get off to some slow starts. They also they've gotten off to a couple of quick starts. But if you get off to another slow start, oh, well, let's bring them in quicker. That's all.
Yeah, the starting thing is more about, it's really an old way of thinking. Like, because you want to be, because when you're starting, you're considered one of the better players on the team. But at this point, who's closing games? And that can fluctuate from night to night. We know Alpi had a problem being in closing lineups earlier this year. And of course, even going back to last year, Jabari would lose minutes to Jeff Green. That's just the way this team currently is structured. You don't have anyone who's solidified in their spot where that can't happen to them on a night-to-night basis, except for Fred. Fred VanVleet's the one guy who will be getting closing minutes, it appears, no matter what. And he closed the last time they're out there and picked up a fine. He, he got $50K for what he did at the end of the game against Portland on Saturday night.
What did he do, Del?
Well,
tell everybody what he did.
Well, he tried to foul bait his way into 3 free throws as the Rockets were down by 3. He did not get the call. The referees came out after the game and said he did get fouled, but it wasn't going to be 3 free throws. It would have been 2 shots because I think the Blazers were in the bonus, so they still would have been down by 1 if he made them. But he didn't get the call. Blazers got possession after the flailing shot, and then when he got called for an offensive foul in a later possession, he went around and pointed at each ref, and I think he probably called each one either trash or bitch. And then he got to the final ref and pointed at him, didn't touch him, but got pretty close and called him a BAN. And it's bitch ass.
He banned him?
No, bitch ass. And then there's a final word there that anyone knows. If you know, you
Naysayer.
know. Yes. And those are generally fighting words in any community. Well, I mean, one community. Most people shouldn't be calling someone that word.
That's ugly.
You call someone a bitch ass it's like, all right, now we got to fight. You can't call me that and not fight. But he did it to a ref. The ref's not going to fight him, and he caught a $50K fine.
So Fred was asked about it. He regrets it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's embarrassing. Look, Fred was embarrassed. He got caught foul baiting, got embarrassed because the call didn't go his way, and then he was very frustrated and decided to let out some emotion.
And he said, I'm going to talk to the ref that I said that to.
Yeah, you can't. I mean,
you can't say that.
You're like you say that to a grown man in a normal situation that doesn't involve the NBA. You should expect to get punched in the face. But you're talking to a ref, so he's not going to do that. But I would say, hey, if you wouldn't say that out about because you know what happens when you say it to someone, maybe don't say it to the referee, or say it because you know you can get away with it. I don't know. It depends on your mindset.
Well, that said, every referee in the league knows he said that.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
And that referee, I mean, refs hold grudges. Sorry,
I don't think it's the first time a player's called a ref that. It's no chance. It's just this one was very out and open because he was walking around the court calling out each ref, and then he got to the final one and dropped that. It ain't the first time a ref's heard that. It ain't the first time that ref's probably heard that. But he got pointed at, and Fred caught the $50K. But he's available tonight against the T-Wolves, right? They're playing the T-Wolves tonight.
Yep, got T-Wolves tonight. All right, he is available because he didn't get suspended. He said he would be surprised. I was surprised he wasn't suspended, if you want to know the truth. Steve McKinney joining us on the other side, brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery, talking Texas A&M and Texas on a big week that hasn't happened in quite some time. So we will do that right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is what we are talking about. I'm talking about John Clay Wolf buying your vehicle from you. There's also GM the TV CC. If you've got a collector's car or a classic, GM TV, give me the VIN, CC, Collector Classic. You can go to that as well, GMTVCC.com. You can go to that. And John Clay Wolf is going to give you more for it. He loves those vehicles. He really likes, and by the way, if you got a nice vehicle, John Clay Wolf is going to give you top dollar for it because he knows at auction he's going to get more. If you've got a beater that's a couple $1,000 car, I'm not sure. What John Clay Wolf, he said, I'll buy it. There's no question about that. But, he's not really as interested. If you've got a nice car, John Clay Wolf is going to buy it. John Clay Wolf, it's in love with nice vehicles, okay? So you got that truck that's sharp, and right away they're going to ask you, well, what kind of condition is it in, mint or good or fair, whatever the case may be. You got yourself a nice vehicle and you're selling it, John Clay Wolf will give you top dollar. He'll give you top dollar, period. Because if you can't beat CarMax, he's going to give you $100. He does that every time, no matter what the vehicle is. But you got yourself a nice car, you want to sell it, there's one place to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell, along with AJ, being joined by an old friend of the show, former Aggie center and Houston Texans center, Steve McKinney, the Inside Skinny with Steve McKinney, back here on the show. What is up, Jackhole?
What's up? What's up, guys? I'm just honored to be on a show with such a couple of legends.
Well, one legend. One legend.
Well, Lance isn't here. Dell is here instead. Lance just said Steve McKinney's going to be on, so he said I'm out. No.
Okay. Well, tell Lance congratulations for me.
I will. I'll tell him congratulations. We appreciate it. Thanks, man. Yeah, it was when you were with us. Yeah, I'm with a couple of Hall of Famers here, that's for sure. There probably wasn't anything further from your mind that Lance and I would be Hall of Famers when you used to do the show with us.
No, I didn't know what we were doing.
We didn't know what we were doing, and we still really don't. Steve McKinney, old friend of the show. How you doing, man? How's all your McDonald's doing? They good?
Yeah, man, we're doing great.
Just
selling nuggets and burgers.
I love that the spicy nuggets are back.
Spicy nuggets, and it's McRib season. So.
Yeah. Oh, McRib season. The people love McRibs. Do you just pull it away to make them want more? Is that the way you do that?
Yeah, of course. People, because what happens, they come out, people go and they gorge on them and burn themselves out on them after about a month. They're sick of them. So you have to take them off the menu, let them build up that appetite for them again and bring them back.
There it is, man. You guys talk about smart business, man. For those of you who don't know, Steve McKinney, former center for your Houston Texans and Texas A&M Aggies. He owns all kinds of McDonald's stores throughout the area. So he has done really, really well for himself. And are you still going up and doing that with Billy Lucci on Fridays up there in College Station?
I do. Yeah, I go up there on Fridays during the season. We do a little, me and my brother and Billy do a little show called Final Countdown, last show of the week, just to finish up the week talking about the game and the upcoming weekend. So yeah, I've been doing that for like 10 years, man. It's just more of something I do for fun, just to go hang out with my boys.
What is it? You two haven't played now at Texas and Texas A&M. By the way, brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. Our coverage this week of Texas and Texas A&M. We are your station for the Aggies right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So if you're in your car and you can't watch the game, you can listen right here. This is different, isn't it? What are you feeling this week as you head to this game?
Man, John, I'll tell you, we've been looking forward to this game for a long time, obviously since 2011, but I can't even think of a time in my lifetime where this game had this much meaning on the line, especially for A&M. I mean, for these two to be playing and renewing the rivalry in a game that actually has this much meaning, that where the winner's going to the SEC championship game, I mean, that's as big as it gets, and to be a night game at Kyle Field, I mean, oh my goodness, that atmosphere is going to be literally insane. And there's been some insane atmospheres, and I got a feeling this is going to be the best one yet.
Did you sell your tickets for $3,000?
I wouldn't. They're priceless. My tickets are priceless. You couldn't pry them out of my cold, dead hands, John.
How about how much they're going for? This is ridiculous.
It is. But I mean, you got to think about it, man. You got, 500,000 living alumni on both sides, both schools, and there's been 12 years of built up anticipation. I mean, there's no way these tickets were going to be top dollar, no matter what the records were.
Absolutely. Steve McKinney with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What is your recollection of playing in this game?
Oh, I mean, I remember it from, before I even got to A&M, how important it was. But, being in it as a player, I mean, you couldn't help but kind of know that game was coming. It was always the last game of the year. So it wasn't like you went into the season working on UT or thinking about the game. But when you got close to it, when it started getting close to November, it became very difficult not to kind of look ahead a game or two, when you knew they were coming up on the schedule, because it's just so meaningful, no matter how the season had gone, you always felt like, just winning that game mattered more than any other game on your schedule.
Do
does.
you think maybe they were looking ahead, heading into the Auburn game?
You know, John, you know as well as I do, buddy. Going on the road in the SEC at night, especially in November. I mean, I think Ole Miss and Alabama, A&M. I mean, that's just proof how difficult that is, and that's exactly what Texas is about to walk into Saturday. So,
Steve,
I don't envy them.
Steve, we played sound from Mike Elko because he was asked a question about lack of holding calls against his defensive line or for his defensive line since September 21st. Can you remember a time, or has it ever happened that you were on an offensive line and you never got called for holding for like 2 months? Is that ever a thing you remember happening?
I mean, it's a little ridiculous. I mean, I'm sitting there watching games, and there's always going to be some holds here and there on both sides. But when you get a call for the other team, or two, and then you're going, okay, well that's fine, that was a hold, but call it both ways, and then you see holds that just get let go and don't get called. It gets a little frustrating. I mean, I've seen so many plays this year. I mean, I saw 2 or 3 in the South Carolina game last week that should have been called for holds, but they didn't. So it's like, okay, is there something going on? Like, why are they not calling holding calls? And it's pretty much impossible to go 5, 6 straight SEC games without getting a holding call. Come on, I mean, what are we doing?
It's longer. It's incredible. Since September 21st, no holding calls against the opposing team. The team that's playing Texas A&M. It's ridiculous. Maybe all the refs are from Texas. Maybe they're all from UT. We don't know. You don't know.
There's plenty of conspiracy theories to go around, I'm sure. Hey,
sure.
Hey, they can make up for it this Saturday, John. Just make some calls up this Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Call like 3 holdings on that future first round pick, Kelvin Banks. Get it done.
Yeah, let's even it out.
Yeah. What do you think of Elko so far?
I really like him. I think Elko's done a nice job. I mean, he's definitely changed the culture around there. You can't deny that. I mean, that team. You look at what they've lost this year. They've lost their top 2 running backs. They've been playing with probably without their best lineman for the last 4 weeks. They just next man up mentality, man. That team has a lot of grit. They have a lot of fight. I think Marcel Reed has just been electric, especially at times. I think defensively we got to play better against the run. We got to do a better job of containing the quarterback, and I think this week sets up pretty nicely for them. They've struggled a little bit with running quarterbacks, but overall, I really love the team. I love the mentality of them. They fight from start to finish. I don't think anybody expected them to be in this situation really, and yet here they are with a really legitimate shot of playing in the SEC championship game.
Yeah, that was my question about your impression of this team, because Mike Elko, some people thought it was a shot at Jimbo, talking about we don't have fast talkers around here, we're a program, stuff like that. Is it pretty noticeable the difference in how things are done there from last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's there's and I was a big fan of Jimbo. Okay, I'll just say that I liked Jimbo. I thought he was a good coach. I think things got a little haywire there at the end, and maybe there were some opportunities and disciplinarian actions, but as far as what Elko's done, I mean, I can definitely see the difference. I mean, I think he's authentic. I think he's a genuine dude. I think what you see is what you get. I think the players really respond well to him. They know what's expected. He demands, a high standard, and he holds them to that standard. And I think that's what you're seeing is just, a team that's just really come together. They did a nice job in the portal. They brought in guys with that right mentality, not divas and, guys that were just there to pick up a paycheck. I think they were looking for the type of players that were going to come in there and help change the culture. And it definitely feels like that happened.
Steve McKinney with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distilleries, Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, Texas Ranger Whiskey, celebrating the return of the rivalry, the first time since 2011. Gig 'em and hook 'em. We're going to have Selvin Young joining us a little bit later in the show to talk about. You mentioned Marcel Reed. A tough call, with doing what he has done, especially in this, this era of NIL and portal and everything else. But Marcel Reed has been the right call. At any point, do you expect him to go back though? If Marcel struggles?
I don't think so, man. I think we're locked in. I think we've reached that point of no return now. So, I mean, it's his team, it's his game to win and his game to lose. So we're riding it all the way with Marcel, and I think he showed that he can be that guy. I think he'll only get better too. I mean, he's a guy that I think is an off season away from being a really, really big time player. So. But he's already shown major flashes of it. I mean, you've seen he can run the ball. He's shown that he does a great job on the zone reads, taking advantage of that when they give it to him. And now you're starting to see him throw the ball well. I mean, he's thrown for over 300 yards the last 2 games. His accuracy's improved. He's very comfortable in the pocket. So, I like what I'm seeing from him. I mean, you see the kid just kind of growing up before your eyes and developing and becoming that leader and the dynamic player that we need him to be. So I love a lot of what I'm seeing with Marcel Reed right now.
Yeah, when Wegman was struggling against LSU, he didn't hesitate to put Marcel in. But when Auburn came out and jumped out big, he didn't put Wegman in. That's and he believed. And sure enough, Marcel brought him back, and that was a hell of a game that game last week, and maybe took a lot out of him. What do they have to do you watch Texas this year? Yeah, what you watch all of A&M's games? What do they have to do to beat Texas?
Man, I mean, it's going to be one of those games. I mean, Texas is a good football team. They got a lot of talent. They got a lot of speed at receiver. Probably be our most challenging receiving passing game to contain. We're banged up, man. We're struggling at cornerback. We had some injuries and guys are beat up a little bit, and I'm sure that's on both sides of the ball, but. This is one of those games where you're going to have to depend on your front four to put some pressure on the quarterback, because you're not going to be able to leave these cornerbacks on islands with all the speed they have at receiver. So you're going to have to keep some safeties back at times and depend on your front four and, maybe bringing a linebacker at times to get pressure on the quarterback and move them off the spot. So that's what to me is going to be the key to slowing down their offense. Of course, we got to stop the running game. I mean, I think they have a really good offensive line. I think they're well coached. They got good players. They've lost their top running back as well at the beginning of the season, but Blue's been doing a nice job carrying the load, and we got to keep the running game in contain and force the quarterback to throw under pressure, because if you give him time to sit back there, he'll pick you apart, and that's not going to be good.
Yep.
And then on offense, I think the key is that we got to run the ball, period. We have to be able to establish a running game. We got to be getting over 4.5 yards a carry. And, I think they do that. They win this game.
Yeah. And there aren't going to be any holds against Texas. So he's going to have plenty of time back there. Plenty of time.
No, I don't go into any A&M game in the SEC expecting calls to go our way, John. That happened one time against LSU. If you remember, we had about 3 or 4 50-50 calls that went our way. So that was it. Other than that, no.
Yeah, no, because they hate Brian Kelly more than they hate the Aggies. That's why. That's exactly why. So that's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be some kind of fun to get these two teams. It's something that should have happened a while ago, but it took 13 years. But here we go. We got it back, and it is going to be a lot of fun. Thank you to Rebecca Creek Distillery for sponsoring this and talking Texas A&M and Texas football. Hey, Steve McKinney, man, great talking to you. Really
pleasure,
appreciate
man.
you, and we're looking forward to this game Saturday night. It's going to be fun.
John, you coming down, man? You gonna come down for the game?
No, it's a long trek for me to get there. I'm a little bit further than I used to be.
Have you told people that you are now an LA guy, John?
No, I'm in LA now, Steve. I'm a Los Angeles guy now. Did you know that?
Oh my gosh, what the? You've gone Hollywood. I knew it. Eventually, you'd go Hollywood on us.
Johnny Wood. That's what they're calling me. That's what they're calling me.
Yeah, I'm sure you fit in just perfectly.
That's a tough commute for me now to College Station. So that's a little bit more difficult. But man, we appreciate it as always, Steve. Have fun out there on Saturday night. All right. Whoop and gig 'em and do all your stuff.
You know I will, brother. Good talking to you. You guys have a great day.
You too, man. There's Steve McKinney, brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He's whooping it, Del, okay? And he's gigging it.
We're not allowed to do one of those, right?
Whoop!
Well, you just
I can
did
do
it.
whatever I want.
Well,
okay?
you're in L.A. No one's going to touch you there.
No one's going to – what? Nobody here in my house cares, okay? I'm not going to come down and get stabbed in the neck.
I don't want to offend any Aggies. I don't know what I can and can't do except root on the team. Right? We're the home of the Aggies. I don't have any real affiliation with the Longhorns, so I'm hoping for the Aggies. I'm hoping for an Aggies win.
It'll be interesting. Aggies have to win to get now. If Texas loses, though, they're still in the playoff.
Yeah, there's not a lot on Texas's resume that would say they belong there, other than being Texas. So a second loss in conference. There's nothing there on that resume except that they're Texas. They're not going to drop them all the way down.
You're going to put SMU in instead of Texas. You're going to put Indiana in instead of Texas.
Well, because of what the SEC did over the weekend, you can put Texas in and probably get SMU and Indiana in, just because there are easier things to do than drop the number 3.
Well,
Longhorns.
not if A&M gets in too.
Well, that's only. Well, we'll see if A&M has to then go beat Georgia.
Right, which
they're not
easy.
taking a 4. They're not taking a 4-loss at A&M team if they don't beat Georgia. So
no.
So there's a chance that you could have Texas, Georgia, and Tennessee. That's only 3, and then you can start to look. Can the ACC get 2? And then you have Indiana with the spot. Josh Pate, who didn't think Indiana, if they lost against Ohio State, was really deserving, he's now looked at and said, because of what the SEC did on Saturday, that Indiana's probably going to get a spot. Because who are you putting in over? You're not putting in 3-loss Alabama over them.
No, we got a lot to talk about that on the other side, and whether or not Texas even wants to get to that game. We will do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we got Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. I love me some Game Day Men's Health. I really do. I think it's just different. I think, first of all, they've got a lab there, okay, right on site, so they can tell you all about you. They're going to draw blood. They're going to find out what's going on. They're going to find out about your testosterone. They're going to find out about your prostate. They're going to find out about everything, all that, your liver. I'm telling you, it is extensive, and this is a great way. I mean, I like to get tested. I get tested. I'm going to get tested every 6 months or so, because I want to find out, where's my prostate. I'm taking testosterone. I want to make sure that I'm good, and they'll give you your prostate numbers. They'll give you your white blood. I mean, it's incredible. The lab right there on site is a big difference maker. If you've been taking testosterone, you know your company doesn't have a lab on site. You got to wait a week before you get those results, not at game day. Free consultation. The first time you walked in, they're not going to charge you. Other places are charging $150 just to find out whether or not you're a candidate for testosterone. That's stupid. Don't do that. Go to Game Day Men's Health. They're opening up all over the city, easy to get to. And if you can't get there, if it is hard to get to, they will give you the testosterone to take home, and you can give yourself the shot. I love that. There's all kinds of reasons to go to with Game Day Men's Health. You think you might need some testosterone? GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
John and Dell, along with AJ, here with you on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Dell, I know it's crazy. I mean, don't start Rourke last week. Don't play him so, you don't get him hurt so that you can be in the playoff. That was really, really stupid. But Texas not making it to the championship game is not that stupid. Texas is in if they win here. Texas is in. Texas is in if they lose. Texas is going to have to go and play Georgia in the championship game. You really are risking injury. You're also going for an SEC championship. It doesn't nearly mean as much as it used to, I don't think, with the playoff now. It's so much more important to win the Natty than the SEC championship. Not that it wasn't before, but if you were the SEC champion, that really meant a lot. I guess Texas would really want one, but would it behoove them? Would it be? Would it be okay for Texas not to? Texas A&M has to win if they want to get into the playoff, but Texas doesn't. And would they be better off not playing Georgia next week?
Do you believe that if Texas lost to A&M and with everything else going on, that they would lose the chance at a first-round home game?
They absolutely would because, a first-round home game?
Yes.
No. I think they would still be They would still get a first-round home game.
I think they would because their name is Texas. But like
Yeah.
I said in the last segment, nothing on their resume says if they drop a game in A&M, they should play a game at home. They should go on the road. Their resume isn't great. But to answer your question, I think it's worth it to get a bye. Worth it to play one less game. If you beat A&M and beat Georgia, it means you don't play another game till really late December. So if you take an injury, if someone gets beat up a little bit and it's not season ending, they're going to have time to recover. And I think that's worth it. I think it is to go out and win an SEC title in your first year in the conference. That makes a statement as well. I know you said it may not mean as much, but you would want to win a conference title in your first year in that conference. And then you get off until what? What are we talking about? You get about 23, 24 days off whenever the quarterfinals begin. I'm out there to win. Give me a conference title. Give me a first-round bye. And then you get to play an opponent who's played a game the week before. I think they're better off if they go out there and win a title.
Yeah. I can see both ways if you want to know the truth.
Because we're making the assumption Texas is so much better than whoever they might face in the first round that it doesn't matter if they have if they don't play and the fear of injury and all those things. I don't know that. We've seen Texas play this year. I think they would love to have an opportunity to game plan for a couple different opponents and obviously lock in once that game is over. I don't think Texas is so great that if they had a home game against one of the playoff contenders, they would just win that one. I think you want to. It's funny, you play less games. You would actually play the same amount of games if you had to go play the SEC title game. But as far as your overall path to a championship, but nah, give me the bye.
Yeah, I would like to have the bye too. I don't want to have to face Georgia to get there though. Although you beat
Texas
Georgia.
Georgia beat their ass, but we've seen Georgia be very, very, very vulnerable. We just didn't see it against Texas.
Yeah.
And is that a one night thing, or does Georgia have every advantage and it doesn't matter what Texas brings to the table? They're going to lose. I think that was a one night only type of event. I don't think Georgia's that much better than Texas, if they even are, just player for player. Texas played poorly. They didn't take advantage of Carson Beck playing poorly. I think another shot at them, second time around, now that you know kind of what Georgia's doing, I trust Steve Sarkisian to have a game plan ready. Now, of course, your quarterback has to play better. And Quinn Ewers, speaking of injuries, he's the one tender. So we'll see if he can make it through the A&M game.
By the way, the Fiesta Bowl is December 31st. The Peach, Rose, and Sugar Bowl are January 1st. So you'd have all the way until New Year's
And
Eve or New Year's Day.
And the first round games are December 20th and the 21st. So you're talking about playing in the SEC title game and then having like nearly a full month, a little less than a full month to get ready, depending on when that game, your game falls in the quarterfinal. Yeah, give me the bye.
Yeah. Give me the bye. That's all I have to do is beat Georgia.
Yeah, but you got to beat good teams. You're gonna, you know what? You know what happens? If you might have to face Georgia again. So obviously it could happen 3 times, I guess. But you're gonna have to face Georgia caliber teams on your way, and when you want to have as much rest as possible. Sorry, I know Georgia, big bad Georgia, and they beat your ass. But Georgia's not this dominant team that Texas should fear. You're Texas, by the way, and Texas people would tell you, yeah, I know they're Georgia, but we're Texas, so act like it. Go out there and beat them. Now it'll be a kind of a home game for Georgia because it'll be in Mercedes-Benz, but who cares? Go out there and win the game. Get yourself a bye, and who knows? Maybe you put Georgia in a spot where they have to go on the road for a game, and you don't see them again because there's a real shot that Georgia could go on the road to one of those cold weather cities and go lose. Maybe Georgia has to go up to Oregon or Ohio State, depending on how things fall.
Do you expect it's the rankings tonight to be similar to the AP? Oregon 1 for sure, Ohio State 2 for sure, Texas 3 for sure, Penn State 4, Notre Dame is 5, Georgia is 6. So right now, if it were to end today, Ohio State would be the 5th seed, Penn State would be the 6th seed, Notre Dame the 7th, and Georgia would be the 8th. Those would be teams that would host.
Yeah, and if Georgia lost to Texas in the title game, now Georgia's going on the road. So that's why obviously I'm saying win your games when you can. Do I expect? I expect it. There may be some fluctuation between SMU and Indiana. Maybe Indiana's ranked ahead of SMU, but I do think the teams that are currently projected to be in the field, because you're going off the AP rankings, will be there. I think we're set up in a spot where, if all looks right, that Clemson is probably the first team out, with the chance to, whether it be Miami losing to Syracuse or teams falling by the wayside ahead of them, as long as they can beat South Carolina, you've got a shot for Clemson to make the playoffs, surprisingly enough, even if they don't make an ACC title game. So that's why I was saying the path to maybe 2 or 3 ACC teams is possible, just because of what has happened across the country.
I don't think that Alabama's out of it yet. I don't think
it depends on results elsewhere. I think Alabama doesn't make it over Clemson if Clemson beats South Carolina.
I don't know that Clemson beats South Carolina.
Well, I said if. So we'll see how that plays out. And now you look at where Alabama, who they have to compete against. I think the big question is, you got your Big 12 team. If Boise continues to win out, they're getting there, or whoever is the non-power Power 4 representative. Would you put in Alabama, if we're using them as the 3-loss team who has a shot to get in, over a 2-loss ACC finalist?
Probably.
It would be interesting to see the committee punish an ACC team for playing in the title game.
Well, they're in over a 2-loss SMU team for sure.
Well, that's maybe a brand recognition thing, but it'll be interesting to see the committee if they're willing to do that. If SMU goes through their conference undefeated, their only loss is a game to BYU, who currently, obviously, they have been in the rankings for a while, but out of the playoff picture right now. If you punish them for losing to if Miami makes it, what you consider a top 8 Miami team, are you punishing SMU for that when they had a great year and their only ACC loss is in the title game, where if they didn't play in the title game, they would be in your rankings?
Yep. They will. And here's the other factor of that the college football playoff committee has to placate the SEC. If you put an SMU team in there with 2 losses over a 3-loss Alabama team with their strength of schedules, you're going to find that the SEC is going to take their
Alabama has already done the committee a favor. Now, will they take it? Because you can say, yeah, SMU has 2 losses. You know who their 2 losses to? A close loss to a top 20 BYU team, and at that point maybe a top 5 Miami team. You know who Alabama's lost to? Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. The SEC can complain, and they probably will, but Alabama's win, their one win is against who? Georgia. And they've lost to two teams who are either going to have 6 losses or 5 losses to end their year.
You're talking about Oklahoma. I mean, I know it's this year's
And
Oklahoma.
Vanderbilt.
And two.
Okay. Average.
Two every year in and year out, 2 powerhouses, Vanderbilt.
Yeah, exactly. So
and Oklahoma.
So sure, before this weekend, you could make the case that they would not put in a 2-loss SMU team over an Alabama team. But Alabama has nothing to stand on. You lost. You got blown out by Oklahoma. It wasn't just a loss. 3 touchdowns, 3 scores.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can say logically to tell anyone, yeah, Alabama deserves it.
No. All right. You just went Lance on us.
Well, you asked the question.
Do you see how off the break we are?
You shouldn't have asked the question.
Okay.
You don't
That's
ask the question.
All right, Lance. Lance Olaleye. Okay.
It's Olaleye, by the way.
Mama called you Olaleye. I'm going to call you Olaleye.
That she never called me Olaleye.
Okay. So here's the deal. I call him Doc Linville because that's his name. All right. Kane Linville. That's right. And that's what I'm going to call him because that's his name. And here's the deal is I call him my good buddy. I call him my friend. I call him, I like me some Doc Linville. I played golf with Doc. Really like Doc Linville, but I like what he's done for me. I like what the hair that he helped me with, the ab treatment that I got, the PRP. I got the PRP and the neo grafting, and I loved it. All right, and it helped me tremendously, and it's going to help you as well. They're going to take the neo grafting. They take and it's painless. It's obviously he's got an anesthetic that lasts 3 days, but you don't even really need it. I had one that lasted 1 day and I was just fine. But the process is taken from the side and back of your hair and put it on the top of your head. It's awesome. The PRP stimulates the growth of your own hair. So one is like fertilizer and one is like resodding. Okay. And both of them are tremendous processes. You're going to love how they do it. You're going to love what they do. And you're going to love, most of all, the results that you get. I love it. You'll love it. Doc Linville's the best. It's the way to go if you're looking for hair. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on the show. We got Selvin Young joining us at the top of the hour, brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. So we've got a couple of quick segments here that we have to get through because Dell was just so long-winded. AJ, the Athletic broke down CJ's struggles. Okay, why don't you get that sound for us? And I don't know if I agree with everything that was said here. John Crumpler is the guy that you will be hearing from.
Well, yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, sorry, he went on the Athletic to do it because I know it's the Athletic football show. I think he might have been the one who just grabbed the sound.
I'm sorry, you're right. Who is it? Oh, do we know
it's from Robert Mays, I think, and Derek Klassman are the guys who are on the show. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so here are the guys breaking down what they're seeing from C.J. Stroud.
Where are you at on C.J. Stroud right now?
I'm still not really worried about C.J. Stroud. I do think there is an element to it where I think last year got away with a lot because things were just working really well. Offense, the skill players for the most part were a little bit healthier. And I think the run game was helping a little bit more where it didn't feel quite as disjointed. And I think he was just like, oh, I can just do whatever I want. And I can make all these throws. I think right now you can feel he is like taking on a little bit the pressure of the offense where it's like, oh, all these things are going wrong. I feel a burden to make a play. This is actually something I wanted to talk about with some other quarterbacks and some other offensive environments. An offensive environment is good when the quarterback isn't worried that a bad play is going to happen. He's just like, you know what? It's fine. We'll get to the next one. And that doesn't even mean the offense is good, right? Like, look at Drake May in New England. That's not a good offense, but you can see in the way that he plays. He's like, I don't need to be worried if a bad play is going to happen. I can get to 2nd and 10. We'll go figure something out. CJ Stroud is just not playing that way right now. He feels like he's got to make the next play constantly. And I think that's a little bit of the issue. So long term, I don't think it's going to kill him. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll come out of it. But like for right now, for the rest of the season, I am a little bit worried that that's probably going to stick around.
Yeah, it feels like he's pressing constantly right now. And that touched that.
I don't disagree with that. Right? Do you?
No.
What do you?
He doesn't look comfortable. The effects of the season overall seem to have finally gotten to him. The missed throws, the easy ones, the bad placement. Even going back to the Cowboys game, there was a sequence of plays that I locked in on. It eventually led to a field goal where he hits Tank, but he doesn't hit Tank in stride. Tank has to go down to the ground to catch it. Then on a similar throw, he hits Nico in stride, and it's a big play down the field. And then he misses Mixon, and Mixon might have been short of the first down, but considering his physicality, might have scored just the way he was running. So that's a three plays on the same drive where the CJ from last year, that's a dot. Those are plays he makes easy. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing misses. We're seeing whether you want to call it miscommunication with Mechie. But the other, I think the throw to Nico that results in the pick was just a bad throw. He tried to layer it and missed. I think it's an accumulation of all these things where there's a lot of pressure on him to make plays. He's always in bad down and distances. And even when he's not getting hit, if he feels like or he looks like he thinks a hit might be coming, so I got to play. I got to play faster than maybe I want to.
I think he is. I think he's pressing. We saw for the first time, I think this week, we saw the bad body language. We saw the failure in his face. We saw the disgust. We saw him being – I don't remember him being as down as he was after the interceptions. I mean, the pouty face, and that's just not CJ. We're seeing a different guy. And you know what? And when we come back, because we've got to catch up here, when we come back, D'Amico is talking about the bar being too high for CJ. That he was just talking about Drake May, and Drake May not worrying about it. Oh, if a bad play happens. You know why? Because there's no expectations for Drake May. There's no expectations for New England. CJ, he put a lot of pressure on himself by talking about himself being a top 5 quarterback in the league, about how good he was last year, of having his world tour, all of those things, and he was supposed to come back and be the toast of the town, and he was going to be great, and he's an NFL, and he's patting his little buddy Caleb on the head, and he's, you're going to be okay in this league. Someday you'll make it like I did. And now this. So, yeah, there's a big difference between being Drake May right now and C.J. Stroud because the expectations are so high. So we will talk about that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. It is ridiculous how good it is at Chastang Ford right now. You want to switch to the Ford Bronco or Ford Bronco Sport? If you're a Jeep owner, how about a couple $1,000s back in your pocket just for trading out your Jeep for a Bronco? How about Ram truck owners? $2,000 in your pocket just for switching out to the F-150, plus all the other incentives. And the incentives are great, people. Like with the Bronco, up to $5,000 cash back, 5.9% for 60 months, 7.9% for 72 months. With the F-150, $6,000 cash back, 1.9% for 60 months, 1.9%, as low as 1.9% for 60 months. And then this Bronco Sport Big Ben, how about a $369 per month with zero down? That's a great starter car for a kid. That is a great starter car. So you're looking, and by the way, the safety and all this stuff. You're looking for that vehicle this month. It's Chastang Ford. They want to get them off the lot. We're heading towards 2025. They're going to do anything that they can to make sure that you get into that vehicle with no add-ons, no markups at the price that you got to pay. ChastangFord.com. I love them. You'll love them. It's the place to get your Ford on. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Quick segment here because we got Selvin Young joining us at the top of the hour. Get the Texas perspective. We had Steve McKinney on a little bit earlier to get the Aggie perspective. All brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distilleries. Rebecca Creek Whiskey. Yeah, nice. Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Texas Ranger Whiskey, and Enchanted Rock Vodka. All celebrating the rivalry's return.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it's not Texas Rangers. It's
not
Texas,
the stupid baseball team.
Yeah, not the stupid baseball team. It's the Walker Texas Rangers. That version of the Texas Rangers.
Well, or the real one.
Yeah, I mean, Chuck Norris isn't involved, but just to be clear, if
Chuck Norris was involved, it'd be even better.
Yeah, but it's that type of Texas Ranger, not the stupid team in Arlington.
Right, not the stupid baseball team that we hate. I even hate saying Texas Ranger anything. You know that, right?
Yeah, understood. It's Cowboys, Rangers, anything Fort Worth, Dallas, Arlington area, you're not going to be a fan of.
No. So we talked about, Drake May, he just goes on with his business after making a big mistake. Well, of course he does. Nobody cares. There's no expectation for him. Dell thought he sucked before he even left college.
No, I didn't say he sucked. I said he was overrated.
Overrated.
Never said he sucked.
You said he was terrible.
No, I didn't.
But CJ, toast of the town, rookie of the year, Texans are gonna win the Super Bowl. A lot of people had the Texans winning the Super Bowl, and here they are, sitting there at 7-5, or what are they? Yeah,
they're 7-5. What do you expect when he's coached by D'Amico O'Brien?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the deal. D'Amico was asked yesterday, what about these expectations for CJ? Are they too high? If we set the bar too high?
Coach, with the way that CJ played his rookie season, coming in to his sophomore season, do you think that there was more added pressure for him to be, I know better than what he was? You always want to see improvement, but do you think that the bar was set entirely too high for him to be able to grow into that?
Yeah, for me, when it comes to the bar being set, who sets the bar for someone? There's no higher bar set for us as coaches and players than the bars we set for ourselves. So there's no added or external pressures that raises the bar. We have to live up to some expectation. Our expectation is always for our players, our coaches to continue to grow and continue to get better, and that doesn't change.
Okay, so for those of you who couldn't hear that because the audio was bad, there is no outside pressure that adds it. Everybody has their own internal pressure that they put. The expectations are not too high because you set your own expectations, and everybody should set their expectations to be great.
Sure,
and that's true.
If we're living in a world that isn't reality, if we're going to pretend like nothing from the outside can affect who you are, that's what coaches like to believe and like the players to act like. But that's not reality. That's not how human beings react. When people expect things of you, it'll affect how you perform. The very few people can go through, particularly in the things they do, go through their job and go, you know what other people think of me doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if there is this, though, you can say that all you want. Everybody can have all the expectations you want. How much pressure do you put on yourself? That's the only thing that counts. That's the only thing that counts. And whether or not it comes from outside or from inside, Tom Brady got all kinds of. He was great because Tom Brady had a bar that he set for himself that was higher than everybody else.
I said that's why there are very few people who are unique in that way, where it does not matter what's being said on the outside. What I expect of myself will always supersede anything anyone else says about me.
Right.
There are very few. And you just listed a guy who's the greatest quarterback of all time. I don't know what CJ's going to be. I'm not going to act like he operates the way Tom Brady does. So sure, you would want a player to only be affected by internal things. But unless CJ doesn't have the ears of a 22-year-old, he's going to hear and see and read people and what they think of him. And that's going to play a part in how he responds.
Yeah. Well, no question listen, there's no question that he had all the love, and it definitely affect. And it's a not supposed to though. It's not supposed to, but you're right. It does because everybody. Oh, CJ's here. Oh, look, CJ with Amber Rose. Look at them. They're out and they're playing softball together. We love you, CJ. It's better to be loved than not loved. But the fact of the matter is that CJ's pressure is coming from with. It's what you put on yourself. It's what you put on yourself.
It's a very mature way to go about it. And do we expect that of a 23-year-old? I know we're forgetting. I know he plays quarterback for the Texans, but still a 23-year-old kid. Do we expect him to be fully developed in that regard? You would hope so. You'd love it. You'd love for him to only have to deal with what he puts on himself. I just think I think it's delusional in some ways to think that's all that matters. So, by the way, since I talk too much, we got to go because Selvin Young's coming up next.
Selvin Young next, right here on ESPN. You do talk too much. You talk way too much.
I've been told.
Way too much on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Coors, and I cannot stop talking about Coors, and I'm not going to stop talking about Coors. I love me some Coors. I will always love me some Coors. I'm going to drink me some Coors for the rest of my life. It is what I do. I love Coors. I hope you love Coors too. I want you to try Coors. I want you to have Coors in your refrigerator this holiday season. I promise you, there are Coors Lights in my refrigerator right now. I'll go up there. If you don't make me go up there and show you where my Coors Lights are, okay? Don't make me do it because I will. I'll show you where they are, and I'll show you that I've got them ready for anybody who comes over. They want a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. There's one right there, and it's blue. The mountains are blue, and I can tell it's cold, and I can tell it's refreshing, and I can tell I love it because the mountains are blue. You, my friends, your beer's not as smart. It doesn't tell you how cold it is. Mine does. So if you're looking for the best way, and if you drink Coors Light, if you've drank Coors Light, you're going to be with Coors Light, okay? I love mine. You will love yours too. Make sure you got some on hand this holiday season. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keeping Texas chill with Coors Light. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell along with AJ here with you. Tomorrow, Sam is going to produce, I believe. Is that right?
Sam's
going to be
from
here.
7 to 12. She'll be producing the morning shows.
Yeah, so you pervs, you got that.
Why do we have to always remind
Well,
them?
I'm just saying they can get their. I mean,
they don't have to get that on.
Nothing against AJ, but the pervs on Twitch are not impressed, AJ. Sorry. They're not.
Oh, no, he can't impress the pervs.
Yeah.
How's he going to go on?
Right. Well, Twitch was just highly disappointed that it was you instead of Jeremy Branham anyway.
It's fine with me. I'm disappointed by Twitch all the time.
Twitch definitely disappoints you. But you disappoint Twitch, so it's mutual.
It's fine. They haven't let go of the past. They I don't know if they've heard. I don't shine shoes no more, and RJ doesn't produce here anymore. So they need to relax.
Yeah,
or maybe continue with the hate. It doesn't matter.
You got your lot in life, Twitch. It's Dell. So just
you want to blame it. You want to blame John. That's the secret of everything, by the way. Everyone's like, "Oh, Dell's back." Talk to John about that if you want someone to blame.
That was my fault. There's no question. It was my fault.
Yeah,
right. I'd like to go back on it, but I can't anymore.
Well,
okay.
You think that you talk about the holidays? Hey,
right.
They treat me like you treat an OC at Houston.
Okay. Here's the rankings. AJ's first, then Sam, then Abigail, then RJ, then CJ, and then Dell.
Who's Stroud?
I guess.
Who's CJ? CJ? If CJ could produce, we'd love to have him.
Okay.
Great for our numbers.
After the penalty, where the Nico Collins. Oh, by the way, Selvin Young is going to join us in the next segment. He can't do it until 9:15. So those of you that were waiting for Selvin Young, he's going to join us at 9:15. After the touchdown to Nico that was called back because 2 men in motion, Texans got it down to the 9-yard line, 3rd and 9, 3rd and goal at the 9. Do you remember this play? CJ drops back, and he has to bail out because a guy comes right up the middle. CJ runs to his left and just throws it. It was he couldn't get anything on it. It was awful. That's your 3rd and 9 play after the 2-minute warning, and this is what you come out with. The reason that happened is because Juice Scruggs decides instead of blocking the guy that is right in front, he absolutely – I don't know if he can't see or he has, because it wasn't peripheral, because the guy was right in front of him, right there, and you got to look. Instead, he goes and helps Patterson with a double team, with Patterson had the guy completely taken care of anyway, and the linebacker runs right up through the gap, through that hole that Juice Scruggs created. Dalton Schultz was on the right side, I think with Mechie, and they had one guy covering both of them. Dalton Schultz is wide open for a touchdown if CJ doesn't have to bail out like he's being chased by a pit bull. It's so bad. It's so bad. And listen, the play design was pretty damn good because they had the numbers and it looked like the advantage and everything else. It is ridiculous. Now Bobby Slowick is going to take the heat for it. They didn't score. They didn't score a touchdown. The play design was great, and you got the boneheaded play at left guard. Can we continue? This is something now. Ultimately, who got to take the blame for it?
Chris Strausser,
the offensive coordinator.
Chris Strausser.
Yeah. The offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach. Absolutely. And these blocking schemes, by the way, another thing that the offensive coordinator has to take, he has to take the blame for. They're getting to the line of scrimmage way too late. They said this a few weeks ago. We have to get to the line of scrimmage quicker. It makes it a lot easier for CJ to see. It makes it easier for him to call the blocking scheme or change the blocking scheme or change the play. But they're still getting to the line of scrimmage way late in the play clock. Still doing it. And that's on Bobby Slowick.
All the things you talked about just now speak to dysfunction and the fact that it's not one person. It may be one person on one play, but then it'll be another person on another play. It's across the entire 11 plus your coordinator plus your quarterback, maybe your quarterback coach, I don't know, and your O-line coach. So you can pick and choose from play to play who's at issue, which means there are no quick fixes. To expect this to just flip, I don't see it unless the bye week is this time where they fix everything, because it is a consistent thing, whether it be a penalty on Tunsil or Titus Howard not looking for work when he sees his running back in trouble when he's trying to pass protect. It's over and over again. There's something going wrong, and it's back to that cliche where you need all 11 to make it work on offense. It's kind of what the Texans are. Every play that goes wrong, you can pick and choose someone different. There's no one guy you can go pull him out because he's the problem. So how does that get fixed in a regular season?
How do you do it? I don't know. I have no idea. How do you do it? You tell me.
Well,
what you can find
the bye week, maybe the bye week they self scout and they figure out, okay, from play to play we're having issues, but how do you get all these guys to fix it? Whether it be John Mechie being in the wrong spot on the pick, or maybe CJ read it wrong. I don't know. That you're never going to place blame on one guy in that situation. You just throw it out there. Miscommunication. We're never going to find out who was wrong and who was right. We just throw that out there so no one gets blamed. How do you fix all this when it's been a week-to-week thing? We're talking about since week 1 they couldn't pick up a stunt.
Yeah.
So how? And so they've had the better part of a season to figure it out. Is one bye week going to help them?
I don't believe so, but I think the offensive line coach, whatever they're doing, it's way too complicated. These guys, they can't even a simple tight end, a simple defensive end tackle stunt is too much for them. It's just so ridiculous. And when you blitz, boy, we have no idea who we're picking up. CJ has no idea where it's coming from. The line doesn't know how to pick it up. It is just a mess. It is a mess. And this is against bad football team. That was against a bad football team. And they looked, that was awful. Now, CJ was clean until the fourth quarter when they had sacked him 4 times in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the offensive line, for all their issues, namely couldn't move Tavondre Sweat or Jeffrey Simmons, they were able to keep the quarterback clean. And it didn't keep him from missing throws. So when the offensive line played relatively well in pass protection, when they weren't having the issues, the quarterback didn't play well enough. So where does the fix come from? Are we talking? Is this going to go into the offseason where there needs to be just a complete reset? Whether I'm not even talking about guys getting fired, just flush it all out. Do they have to flush out the 24 season and then come back in 25 and maybe they're a different unit altogether? You would hope in the next couple weeks they can.
You've got long-term deals, extensions. You've got guys that you're going to have to just live with too. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
that
they've
you have to live
invested
with
in the offensive line. What are they
my God!
do?
They put look what all they put into it.
Draft picks and money.
Yeah, and money. I mean, they have put up. You can't say they haven't tried. You cannot say they haven't tried.
No,
it's just first of all, you got to get a new offensive line coach. That's got to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if it's real or not, but I saw people saying that he hadn't ever coached in the system before.
Well, it looks like it.
Yeah,
it certainly looks like
when they hired
that.
him.
I don't know if that's true.
He's not.
I know it looks like it.
He's not experienced in the system. We can talk about that later. But first, Selvin Young will join us, and I don't want to talk too much. I don't want to keep the man waiting, so we got to go to break. But first, let me talk about Monument Chevrolet. They're family owned. They've been in business for 50 years, which means they've been doing a great job selling cars to people for a long, long time. They want you to come out there and feel the family environment. You come in, they're going to learn your name, they're going to learn what you want, and they're going to work to get a deal done for you. That's important to them. They want you in and out. They don't want you hanging out in the dealership a long time. We know getting a new car is exciting, but the process of getting one can be painful, so they're going to let you know. They're going to work with you. No hidden fees, no upcharges. They're willing to work with your budget. And if you see some price someplace else and it's maybe more expensive at Monument Chevrolet, maybe check that out on the website, monumentchevrolet.com. They'll work to come to you on that price. They're there for the customer. And remember, they've got great deals. They have Black Friday deals this week that you can check out. And they have their monthly offer right now at Monument Chevrolet. You can get 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine, or you can choose one of their all-new electric vehicles with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. The new salesperson of the week is Ash. He's British, so it'll be a little fancy when he's selling you a car. Be a little interesting to hear that accent while he's got a wrestling belt on, because he is the champion of the week for the sales staff. Go out there, check him out. Whether you want a Colorado or a Silverado, go to 3940 Pasadena Freeway off Beltway 8 and 225, or go to monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell, along with AJ, here with you, being joined right now by Selvin Young, former Longhorn running back, with us here on the show to talk about this big game this Saturday night between the Longhorns and the Aggies, and it means a bunch. Selvin, welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming on. It's brought to you by Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey, celebrating the rivalry's return. What are your emotions right now, knowing you're playing for the first time in 13 years, you're playing A&M again?
You know, it's a little different from those early morning kickoffs we had. You know, right after Thanksgiving, they would catch us fat full. and get us down there in Aggie land. But I'm excited to see this rivalry back. We've been wanting it for a long time. You know, we all got a lot of A&M friends, and A&M friends got a lot of Texas friends, and so it's finally time to get that battle back brewing.
What's I say the A&M game in your years at Texas, what's the one play that comes to mind when you think of that game?
Man, that's kind of tough. I mean, it's a few plays. Me, growing up, watching football. I mean, Texas, I've always been a running football team, and I remember watching Cedric Benson just run through A&M like, it was just nothing. I mean, I really enjoyed watching Cedric Benson. He got up for that game more than he got up for any game that I can remember, and he always made me remember, hey, we don't lose to A&M.
And is there one play that you made that sticks out for you?
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, not at all. I can't remember that one play that I made that sticks out. I remember having a bunch of fun out there, though.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
And the man can't even remember playing against you. The man won a national title, John.
Hey, it's the A&M game.
He had bigger games on the schedule. Look, I get it, Selvin. The A&M game, but you guys at that point were rolling. So, I mean, beating up on Colorado, beating up on winning against USC. He had other things in store, John.
Oh, no, no question. He had a big career. There's no question about that. Are you going to the game?
I'm still deciding. I got a buddy of mine who's thinking about going. Vince is thinking about he said he's going to go. He's trying to get me to go down there. I got a good buddy, John Daspis, wanting to go down there, so I may go down there with him.
Yeah, I know you're doing a lot of stuff with John Daspit. How's that going?
It's going pretty good. I mean, it's actually cool to have a lawyer who actually cares and likes to get out there. I mean, we was out there handing out turkeys the other day. He's excited about it. We have a little assembly line and families pull up at RSVP that say that they could use a little extra help this Thanksgiving, and he's right there with us. We loading people up with turkeys and having fun and enjoying it and putting smiles on people's faces. So, I really enjoy a lot of the things that he's doing in the community. I mean, we got a bunch of stuff coming up for Christmas. I may get back with you and see if we can give away some bikes and help some families, some of your listeners out there that could, know some people that could use some help.
That's awesome. No, absolutely. We'll be here for you. Absolutely. Love that. Love that. Yeah, John Daspit absolutely does stuff in the community, and he does stuff for college football as well. He gives a lot of money to college football too, and I know you're in the middle of that, and that's got to be fun seeing guys get paid. You never took a dime when you were playing college football, so it's got to be nice to see all these guys out here making some money now, right?
Exactly. Actually, never took a dime. We'd always put our coins together, rub them in, and make a little something out of it. I remember myself, Casey Stutter, Lyle Sinline, we would go eat on Thursdays, and we would always see who was going to pay the bill, and we always end up putting it up together. But, now these guys these running backs can take their whole team out to eat now with the checks that they're getting. But it's actually pretty cool to see. It's great to be able to, especially go to my university and, put some money in those guys' hands and, introduce them to the business side of the world and show them how things are going and how it's supposed to go and enjoy, putting money in those guys' hands. That's something I always wish we could do. Hell, I wish they can go back and give us a check, for some of the stuff we did, but it's in the window.
You mentioned Selvin, you mentioned the running backs, and now there's a big injury early. C.J. Baxter went down, and there are questions about how Texas and that running back room was going to respond. They've responded pretty well. What do you think of Wisner and Blue so far this year?
Before I get on them, as much as I'm impressed with those guys, I'm impressed with Choice. The running back coach. I mean, that guy, he has the ability to get those guys ready to go. Most teams, when you got a lot of, running back by committee, most guys just don't buy into it. But each time that ball is snapped, I mean, those guys, they are going and they're running and gunning. You get a young guy coming in there running like that. You get Blue, who I think, he's the leader of that group. I mean, he's shifty, quick, and fast. I'm actually proud of those guys. If I could say one thing to them right now, I always carried that football like it was
It was my granny's heart, and that's one thing that I would never let go or let on the ground or drop. And so I hope these guys kind of take that into account and carry that football like it's their granny's heart and don't let that thing on the ground no more. I'm sick of seeing that. But other than that, I mean, this offensive line is powerful. These guys are moving their feet. These guys are not getting contact, and when they do, I mean, I like the way Wisner lowers those pads and runs through that contact. I mean, he's not shy about getting hit. He's not even thinking about it. He's just running. So I'm impressed with these running backs. I think, by committee right now, I think this is enough for us to get done what we need to get done.
He's talking about the front fumbling problem, John, and they've got Jaden Blue walking around campus, high point. He's got high and tight walking around. He's got a football in his hand. He did interviews yesterday with the ball because fumbling has been a problem. So we'll see if that all that work translates to Saturday against A&M.
There's no worse feeling than you're on the ground and somebody's laying on top of you, and that ball is right there, and you can't get to it. The worst feeling in the world.
It is the worst feeling ever. One of my greatest things, I mean, I was in Denver, I didn't get to play too long, but forever I had the record for the most carries in a row without a fumble. That was one thing that I pride myself on. So I never get too hyped or too excited when I'm watching the game, but that's the one thing that'll make me come out of my pants, seeing that ball on the ground.
You need to give Tashard some help with that, to get those guys out from fumbling. Stop fumbling right now. Selvin Young with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Texas Ranger Whiskey as well, along with Enchanted Rock Vodka. Selvin Young, let's talk a little bit about this game. In win or lose, Texas is in the playoff. Win or lose, right? Of course, you want to beat A&M. Do you want another shot at Georgia, or are you worried about, playing another game before the playoff and risking injury?
No, not at all. I mean, at this point in time of year, you're supposed to be an all-well machine. So whoever you face, they just come in and lay down and take the beating like they need to take it. I would love to do that to Georgia. I'd love to see anybody who feels like they're the best right now, because I think that's what you measure yourself up against. I think we had our opportunities against Georgia. You had a quarterback that hadn't really played a little bit, and he's coming in a little rusty. That's that front, seven that those guys got. I mean, that defensive line kind of got after us, and so I'm pretty sure our O-line is looking at their chops right now to get after those guys. And, hey, I do think we knocked those guys out early. Or at least we get there, beat them, and we get a bye. If we see them again, we see them again. But, I think one game at a time. We take care of A&M this weekend. We get to see Georgia in the SEC championship. And I think that's how things should go. We should take care of those and get that first round bye.
Selvin Young here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, that George, you want a little bit of revenge. There's no question about that. And you want that first round bye. You get to wait all the way until New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. That's a lot of fun. How do you like being in the SEC in the first year?
I like it. We get a lot of slack of guys saying, "Hey, you coming to the big boys," and I don't think they understand. We are the big boys. We are Texas, and no matter where we at and where we play, with a coach like what we got right now, Coach Sark, I mean, this guy is firing. He knows his team. The team knows him. They love him to death. He's a great man, and he's molded these seniors. I'm so proud of these seniors. These guys walked the other day. They're going out in the world to be men, and he's just not raising athletes over there. He's raising men, and that's what I like about it, because that translates to the field more than anything. Taking care of your responsibility, being where you're supposed to be, being on time and paying attention. And he got these guys buying in, and I think that's going to translate to dominating the SEC for as long as he's there. So hey, I hope we just give this guy an unlimited lifetime agreement and not play any games there. But I'm looking forward to this SEC. It's better football. It's more competition for us. I'm actually tired of seeing guys leave Texas and go to these other teams. I mean, I think Texas is where they should go. Free from home. So I'm looking forward to the future of this SEC.
And how much do you hate that Oklahoma is struggling this year?
Hate is not in my heart. I'm gonna have to say I love to see
that, because hate is not in my heart. So opposite of hate is love. And but I like to see good football. It's a lot of great history with Oklahoma. I'm glad they came along with us. But hey, I'm not worried about anybody struggling. I just like to see us succeed. I wanted us to have a perfect season. I want those guys to match us, try to do what we did. But hey, it's more than one way to skin a cat, and we got opportunities coming.
So now that the rivalry is back, which one's bigger then and now, Oklahoma or A&M for you?
A&M, by triple.
Oh.
I mean, you should see how it's going out here right now. I just played in a golf tournament at Lakeside the other day, and it was Texas versus Texas A&M, like member deal. And I mean, those guys are warriors and going at it. And it was fun to watch. Me and Vince actually went out there and played, and we just watching these guys. Texas, they find ways to compete in everything. You see two guys walking out of the bathroom, and one shoots the paper towel in a trash can, and an A&M guy goes and grabs it and says, "Hey, I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to shoot it." And I'm watching it. I'm like, it's deeper than football. It's just part of our life, our way, and I love it. There's no rivalry bigger than this.
No, and well, you guys have owned it too, by the way. More than 66%, like 69% of the time, you guys have won this game. So we'll see what happens on Saturday, though. It doesn't get much bigger than this one, playing for the right to go to the SEC championship game. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Selvin Young, man, we really appreciate you being here. Continued success with John Daspit. And if you need anything, man, we'd love to help you out this Christmas getting gifts to people. So just let us know.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right. There is Selvin Young right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John, I know Selvin left with the Hook'em. Did McKinney leave with the Gig'em?
I think he.
Or did you jump in and do that?
I think I whooped it.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think you did that.
And I gigged him.
And so he didn't do it.
Can you gig people, or do you just gig them?
I don't know the tenses for that, actually. I have no idea. I don't even know what a gig'em is. What is that?
No one does. It's impossible to know. It's really impossible to know. No one could possibly know.
Well, maybe we'll find out throughout the week. It is a big weekend, Saturday. Big game. We'll have that here on ESPN 97.5.
Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, Texas Ranger Whiskey. Thank you for bringing us Selvin Young and Steve McKinney to talk about the big game. Gig 'em and hook 'em. Whoop! And wait a minute. I don't know what.
Are you what? What are you struggling with?
I just did a horns thing. I don't know.
Did you throw it up or down?
I don't know. I can't remember right now.
Because this week, I think you're supposed to throw it the right way.
What if I throw it sideways? Then that's more. It's up in the H.
Then you're Cal McNair is what you're doing.
That's right. You're damn right. I'm Cal McNair.
Are you back? Have you backed off from your Hannah stance? Are you still saying
no?
Get her out of here.
No, I don't need to see it anymore. What I want to see is better football. That's what I want to see.
That has nothing to do with her.
I don't need to.
Don't take her hate out on her.
I don't need her on my 6 o'clock news with it in a
what? Why she
fireman's outfit? I don't need it.
Why are you watching that? Aren't you in LA? Why are you getting a look at the 6 o'clock local news in Houston?
Because I got all the channels here.
And
Houston.
And Hannah in a fireman's outfit bothered you.
It doesn't bother me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't bother you. Your problem is that
I don't need it. I want football now. In the off season, Hannah, that's fine.
No, your
fix Cal up. Put him in a hat that's sideways. Do it. Go ahead.
Put him
in the chains.
Yeah.
Get him. With the dog and throwing up H's, cooking, grilling. Right now, I need football. I don't need that garbage.
Don't
now.
let Juice Scruggs missing a block turn you against Hannah. This is what this is about. Your team is disappointing you, so you're turning against a woman who has nothing to do with it.
No. She got them inspired. She got Tennessee inspired.
Here we go.
No, she did. Did you not hear Jeffrey Simmons talk about how they did it for Amy because Amy wanted it?
I played the sound and I heard it. But that when CJ's throwing the ball directly to Titans, they ain't got nothing to do with being inspired.
Well, guess what? It inspired them in that fourth quarter, sacking him 4 times. Jeffrey Simmons running all over just bulling through Juice Scruggs. No one thought that could possibly happen.
Who could have imagined one of the most athletically gifted defensive tackles in the league would bully Juice Scruggs?
Yeah.
Who could have foreseen?
Who knew? Juice Scruggs, who doesn't even block the guy right over him. Oh, my God.
Oh, your
I'm so
Italian
tired.
god.
I'm tired right now. I'm tired. Okay? Time to talk about Champion Energy. And it makes me nuts because I'm hearing all these people, and I'm hearing people in the Texans organization, oh, no, this is the blocking scheme. And if they just would do their job. No.
Champion, John.
I'm sorry. I'm making me nuts. You're making me nuts right now. All right. Time to talk about being a champion. Champion Energy. Champion.energy/1560. Champion is where you get your electricity. And I don't know. I've told a bunch of people about it, and they've been amazed at how much cheaper it is every month. Like, what? From month to month, they're like, this is ridiculous how much less it is. Okay? It's really true. What was I doing with these other companies when I can go with Champion and save money? You really will. I'm telling you. I'm telling you here, and I'm telling you now. Let's go. You're looking for the best way to save some money every single month? Champion.energy/1560. We found them about, 17 years ago or whatever, and we love them. We were like, Champion is the way to go, and Champion's been with us ever since, and we've been with them. Champion.energy/1560. You're sick of high electricity bills? Champion.energy/1560.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Is this as close to a must-win game Sunday for the Texans?
To stop the noise? Because as far as the season is concerned, it isn't must win, but to start feeling good before you go into your bye?
Well, you got this game at Jacksonville. Then you got over a 10-day stretch. You got Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore. And then you finish up at Tennessee. I think that Tennessee game will be a revenge game. But if this Miami is playing better, but Miami has got their hands full over the next. Miami has got
They got the
tough
Packers on Thursday, then the Jets.
Packers, Jets, Texans, and 49ers.
Which look very daunting at points, but now
the Jets not so much. But
the 49ers are. Well, Brock Purdy should be healthy by then, but they're not exactly a juggernaut. I mean, and we know what the Texans are. So the stretch certainly before the year daunting, but now I would say they're winnable, and we'll see how the code affects them on Thursday. But as far as the Texans are concerned, when you look at their schedule, you need to bank this Jags win, because you could see a route where they go 1-2 over that stretch of games, and then you have the Titans game. Is this team a lock to get the 10 wins? They need to beat the Jags.
If they don't beat the Jags, no.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Yeah, they need to beat the Jags to make 10 wins a likely outcome. They don't, then they're going to struggle to get there.
But 9-8 still wins the division
because of the tiebreaker. The Colts' schedule is soft, but I don't think they can make up 3 games, which is what they would have to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Can they go 10-7 after being what are they 5-6 now?
The Colts are 5-7. They have to win out to get to 10-7.
They have to win out to get to 10-7. Yeah, that's not happening.
No,
that's not happening.
They're not good enough. Their quarterback isn't consistent enough for that to happen.
At the Patriots, at the Broncos, Titans, at Giants, and Jaguars, nobody's got it easier.
Yeah,
that Broncos game will be tough. It's not like they can't win all 5 of those.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's possible. It's just, do you trust Richardson to be good enough week to week for that to happen?
He's playing better.
He didn't play that great yesterday on Sunday. I mean, they had a couple drops. Ogletree dropped a ball at the goal line that would have been a touchdown, but it was his standard procedure, SOP for him with the numbers. What was he, 9 for something? But there were a couple drops.
It was the Lions.
It would have been better off. Yes, true, but he can be inaccurate against anyone.
Yeah.
The Lions didn't make him inaccurate. He's Anthony Richardson. He's just inaccurate. So he's one of those guys, and I've heard a couple podcasts and people comment on Twitter about it, that you have to look at the game because the numbers will tell you he was bad, but if you look at the game, he was better. That's the fallback when we talk about Anthony Richardson. Sure, there could be a couple of missed plays by his receivers, but not to the level where he's like a low or high 30% passer week to week.
No, they scored 6 points, 2 field goals.
Yeah.
He was 11-28 for 172. 11 completions, 172 yards. That's Anthony Richardson.
That is him, yes.
No. Plus 10 rushes for 61 yards. So he accounted for 230.
They can't run the ball without him. So the benefit of him being there is they can run the football a little bit, but it's the Anthony Richardson experience. You look for the deep balls and the chunk plays, but the simple stuff isn't gonna happen. And I guess that'll just come with time. That's the hope if you're a Colts fan. I don't know if some of those members of that regime can wait for him to get there, but I guess they're just going to have to.
The Texans lose this game on Sunday, and the division is not secure.
No, we're talking about a team that now has dropped 3 out of 4 when the Lions, when the Jets and the 3 out of 5 when the Jets and the Jags and the Titans were involved. If they lose on Sunday, that's unacceptable. So they have already set a standard where they can lose to anyone. The Jets game, whatever, talented team, screwed up team, you lost on the road. You lose to the Titans at home, you have set a mark where anyone can come get you. And if the Jags have Lawrence back, the Jags could beat the Texans. They almost beat them earlier this year.
Yeah. Maybe even without Lawrence. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's the way that they're. I mean, defensively, they're still, but man,
they're boom and bust defensively. If they're not getting pressure on you, the back end's not going to hold up.
No, yeah. Petrie out now with the torn pec for a while.
Partial, yeah. If it was full, he would have been out for the year likely, but torn, partially. Maybe he'll be back late in the season.
Yeah, maybe late. I mean, that's a big loss.
That's
your nickel corner. Your safety is your nickel corner.
Well, you just throw another safety in there, and Jimmy Ward or Eric Murray, right?
Oh, yeah, awesome.
And they lost another corner for the year. A corner torn ACL in the game, I have to get his name. He was a depth piece. I don't remember. Kadar Homan. He tore his ACL. So another defender is going to be out. They weren't strong there to begin with, and they just get weaker.
And I mean, I'm looking my chops if I'm in the slot against the Texans.
Yeah,
I'm putting my best guy.
Yeah, would you move Brian Thomas to the slot? Will Stingley guard him throughout the game, or how they still have Christian Kirk they can put there. They have options.
Well, Christian Kirk will probably be in the slot.
Yeah. Or will they travel Stingley with Thomas?
No, that's not what we do.
Well, good luck covering him then.
You know what? We're going to put a tight end split out wide, and we'll have Stingley on him. Right? I mean,
they do what they do. They don't like doing that. They don't like sending their best corner with the other team's best receiver.
Nope. And I don't know. Is Brian Thomas Jr.? I guess he is. What did they do? I don't think they did last time. They didn't travel with him.
I don't believe so.
But now without Petrie, man. This season is disintegrating before our eyes.
You are very you're not hope trafficking right now. You're telling people it's over.
I'm not telling people it's over. This is a must win. A must win. Because you go 7-6 here with these 5 games that the Colts have. You go 7-6 here with the gauntlet that you got coming up in 10 days. You're playing Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore, which you've shown no Baltimore. I mean, Tennessee, I'm surprised we played as well as we have against them up until now because of the kryptonite that they have with those defensive tackles.
And now
Metabuike, I know he's not having a great year this year, but that dude wreaked havoc on the Texans last year.
And you get. I thought when you said kryptonite, you're going to mention Derrick Henry. You got Derrick Henry on a better team coming to town.
Yeah. All right, and of course Mahomes.
And we know they don't handle running quarterbacks great.
I'll tell you this: the Texans will beat Kansas City this year at Kansas City.
I don't know how you can say that when the team just lost to the Titans. I don't know how you can believe that.
I guess said it with my mouth.
I guess with your chest. That's what we say, John. I would say, how can you believe that when you just saw this team lose to the Titans?
I don't, because the Titans are better than.
You want to say that out loud?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it with my what?
Your chest. You certainly didn't say that with your chest.
I said it with my chest.
No, you said that with I can't use what I want to use. But they're not better, and the Texans have opened it up. You can't look at who just walked by the door. Lance Zierlein.
What is he doing here?
Exactly. What is he doing here? Did he just have to get his days in? That's why he took days off? He's in the building.
What is he doing in the building?
Did you think the door was going to be closed so you could just walk by and sneak by without me seeing you, Lance? That what you thought was going to happen? I don't know. He's done this before, where he took a day off to work for NFL.com and not work on the show. I don't know what he's doing now, though. I thought he was going out of town.
I did too. Where is his commitment to the show?
Well, this is the same guy who took a shower and shaved instead of coming in to work on time because he got up late. It's the same guy. What do you mean commitment? There's none.
There is no commitment. He got no commitment.
The man walked near the door, maybe realized that the door was open and said, don't want to get caught. I caught him.
You know what? From now on, this is the John, Dell, and AJ show.
Well, that's it. Yeah, for the next 15 minutes. You're right. From now on. Until tomorrow when it's Sam, Dell, and John.
I don't. We're going to have to take a vote and see whether we want him back now.
Well,
walking around the building.
I think Gulf Coast and Daspit and the others are going to be the guys who vote.
No, they just all moved. They all moved to you.
Unlikely. I think that vote's going to ring louder than anything we can do. And Mac Brown just got fired. North Carolina just fired Mac Brown.
Wow.
That breaks. And Mac Brown was making plans to stay. He had said he had plans to stay. North Carolina was like, we don't care about your plans. You got to go. Mac Brown, no longer the coach. So now, how many national championship winning active coaches do we have now? It's Dabo. Is that it? Who else is out there?
That's one on Natty?
Active. Yeah, Dabo and Kirby. Are those the only two? Active coaches who have won a national title. Because Harbaugh's in the NFL. Jimbo's obviously not coaching.
Gone. Saban's gone.
Yeah, I think it's down to Dabo and Kirby, with Mac being fired.
Wow. Holy crap. That is awful. That is awful. We've got 2 coaches that have won a natty, all of college football. That's ridiculous. That is crazy.
Just speaks to how small the pool was of actual contenders, and now things have opened up a little bit.
Well, it is opened up. No, did I tell you this year? I don't know who's going to win. I don't know. I don't believe Georgia's going to play defense. I don't believe that their offense. I don't think. I don't believe in Georgia at all.
Yeah.
And Alabama's. I mean, honestly, anybody. Texas could win it. Oregon could win it. Ohio State could win it.
It's open. Open field.
It is an open field. I love it. And all of these games that mean something. This is exactly what I said when we were going to do this. Look at all of the games that have playoff possibilities or will affect the playoff race in this final week, which creates so many people caring about these games, as opposed to all of these games that would mean nothing. They would mean nothing. Colorado and Houston would mean nothing this week. Arizona State would mean nothing this week, and instead it's a huge game. I mean, all of these games that mean something because of a playoff. Oh, it's going to take away from the regular season. Are you kidding? It's all it did was add to it. That's all it did was add to the regular season. These games are meaningful now, as opposed to in the past when you were just playing for the chance to go to the Poulan Weed Eater. I mean, it's huge this week. It's huge college football week. Let's break it here. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm not sure I believe this story, Dale, or AJ, or both. A Florida inmate has a miracle baby. She says she got pregnant through the air vent, like the Virgin Mary. Do you feel like this Florida murder suspect is like the Virgin Mary in any way?
So has she been convicted of this murder?
She's a murder suspect.
So not convicted. You don't know what Mary was doing before the Immaculate Conception. Do you know what she was up to?
Don't know that she was a murder suspect.
You don't know that she wasn't.
No, there was no mention of that.
Well, some things you don't put into stories because, it'll be rough if the Bible had a addendum.
I'm gonna say this: the Virgin Mary was not a murder suspect ever.
You never know.
Okay, not my Virgin Mary.
The
maybe yours, but not mine.
The deep underbelly. Oh, do you know the Netflix Mary series is coming in early December? Did you see that, John?
No.
I think it's December 8th. There's going to be a series about the Virgin Mary and the Immaculate Conception.
I love that.
And
I don't feel like this one should be compared to it. I don't know.
Well,
that's just me.
We'll see if Netflix has a storyline where she might have killed someone. We'll see.
Well, this Florida inmate says she was passed his semen in a plastic wrap through the air conditioning.
I don't want you to ever say that word again.
No.
Don't say that word again.
His semen?
You said
or
it again.
Plastic wrap?
Well, plastic wrap is 2 words, so I think you know what word I was talking about.
Okay, plastic. I'm not going to say it anymore.
Okay, please don't.
Wrap it up.
I'm going to say I don't believe that that there was an Immaculate Conception in a prison.
No, I'm going to say that too.
She even mentions the activating factor, so clearly it wasn't just God taking the wheel.
No, he passed it through the vent. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The Supreme Court is going to be hearing a case on the definition of a woman. Do you know what a woman is?
Not anymore.
It's too hard to say. What happened to America? We don't know what a woman is. We don't know what bathroom to go in anymore. I mean, you can't even, all these sinks, you keep waving your hand in front of it and nothing comes
You're
out.
Comparing that to the other stuff? The hand sensor?
We made it so hard in America. Okay, it's supposed to be easier.
It's not that hard. I mean, I go through life not really worried about it. If someone asks me what a woman is, I go, do you feel like you're a woman? And they go, yes. Okay, you're a woman. I don't. It's not difficult for me. I don't need to make determinations on people. If that's what you feel like, cool. It doesn't affect me. I'm just going to go home and take a nap anyway.
Boris Johnson says that the Church of England is to blame for the obesity crisis. Do you feel like the Church of England is making everyone fat?
Do they have like high calorie unleavened bread? What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Is the body of Christ fatty? What are we talking about?
Do we need low cal body? No.
Yeah, the wine is that too high in calories? What are we doing?
We need diet wine?
Do they not do they promote going to McDonald's? I'm not sure where Boris Johnson is taking us.
I don't know, Boris. I don't believe many things Boris Johnson says.
I don't trust a man named Boris, I'll tell you that.
He's a weird dude, that's for sure. Ebenezer Scrooge's gravestone was smashed to pieces. I mean, is nothing sacred? Ebenezer Scrooge?
I got to tell you, I didn't know that was a real person. It's not.
I didn't either.
It's not a real person. So why does he have a gravestone?
A gravestone for Ebenezer Scrooge left behind after the filming of the 1984 movie has been smashed.
So they left the prop behind and it got smashed.
Yeah, and it got smashed.
So it lasted. What are
Our
we talking
people,
about?
what is wrong with
it lasted
people?
40 years. I'm surprised it lasted that long.
Really?
That came out in 1984.
Why would you smash it up? For what? For who?
It's a stupid prop and it's old. I'm surprised it lasted that long.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
I'm surprised someone didn't take it more than anything else.
Let's not do this. Why are we smashing
John,
up
it's not
Ebenezer
sacrilegious. There's no one buried underneath that. It's not real.
I kind of feel like there is. Okay. All right, we're done. You and AJ or you and Mapesy?
Mapes is out all week. So
Mapes is out all.
So AJ, one more show for him,
Eight.
and then Sam will do 7 to 12 tomorrow.
Sam will be with us from 7 to 12 tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are done. Glad you could join us. No Lance because he's lazy. And he's in the building. That's ridiculous.
Hanging out.
Just hanging out. That's good. We had to take a day off, Lance, for good reason, just to hang out. All right, we're done. I will talk to you again tomorrow. Dell up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
Welcome into the show. And this is where I pretend I haven't just been talking for the last 3 hours. Hey, look at me. It's the start of the show. Been sitting in a seat for 3 hours, but you hear the open, so it's a new show. Welcome in. Myself and AJ will go to 12, and then Gallant George, and then the Killer Bees after them. So do I repeat everything I said from the first 3 hours and get it all in and not have any new ideas? I mean, there's stuff we didn't get to, like Alex Bregman's contract offer the Astros made, and there's some sound from MLB Network we can talk about. We can get into more of Fred VanVleet's crash out and what it cost them. But you know what? Let's get back to the Texans here, and we'll get into my misery index. College football, AJ, if you don't know what that is, every Tuesday, we don't do it on Mondays because there's so much NFL and Texans to talk, but we go through who lost on Saturday and who's the most miserable about it. So we just have a misery index. We'll probably do that at 11. If you have a team that I don't mention, you can see the rundown of the teams I put on there. If you think another team belongs there, you can add to the list. AJ's with me, as I said, and at the end of the show, found that AJ doesn't mind talking. So AJ, jump in whenever you want.
I got you for sure.
All right, so we'll get started with this. I was thinking about this while John was ranting and talking about how it's the biggest game. The Texans have a must-win game against the Jags. I was thinking about this. I think my biggest issue with this team is they were really wrong about their roster. They were wrong about the interior of their offensive line. You could say they were wrong about their right tackle. And it isn't like they've been beset by a lot of injuries. Sure, Will Anderson has missed some time. Of course, the big injury is Stephon Diggs is out for the year. Kamari Lassiter's missed some time, thanks to Jimmy Ward, I believe, for concussion or at least concussion-like symptoms. But for the most part, this roster is still intact. All the guys you thought would be main contributors are here, except for Christian Harris, who's been out all year, and Stephon Diggs. And yet, they have greatly disappointed. So that leads me to think the infrastructure was bad from the start. I talked about the secondary in the offseason leading up to training camp and obviously into the season. I didn't believe in it. And now as injuries are picking up there, where the guys are missing time for a couple games or with Petrie, who could be out for the rest of the regular season with this torn pec, we saw the issues. Hell, when he's covering guys, there's an issue. But Jimmy Ward being put in a spot where he has to cover the Titans' best receiver down the field, why don't you have a legit nickel corner? The thought was when Kamari Lassiter was drafted, I remember sitting here with the draft show here that we had. We thought outside corner was a possibility. They took Kamari Lassiter, and the projection, at least from our very own Lance Zierlein, who's in the building but won't work, is that he was going to be an inside corner. Instead, he's outside, and he had a good start to a season. So you're fine there. But what will teams do? They will hunt matchups, and they've decided we will try to get our best on whoever the Texans decide is going to be their slot defender, whether it be a Petrie or Jimmy Ward or Eric Murray, whoever the hell it is. We're going to attack that person with guys we think can win. And as long as those offensive lines can hold up and can keep Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry off their quarterback, those guys win. So in a league where throwing the ball is how you score points, why were they so insistent that they didn't need a legit nickel corner? I know Petrie was playing a different position, and you thought getting him closer to the line of scrimmage would benefit him. And when he's going forward, that's great. But when he has to cover, it's awful. And just throw Jimmy Ward in that mix too. Throw Eric Murray in that mix, who's made some plays, but we see some of his flaws, and they kind of got brought out in a Tennessee game. So we look at the defensive backfield, a problem. That was an assessment that was wrong. They missed there. I mentioned the interior of their offensive line, which they invested picks and money into. Wrong there. They were right on Joe Mixon. I was wrong. I thought Joe Mixon was pretty much going to be meh. He's been one of their best players, if not their best player, because he's played more games than Nico Collins had. I think the Texans misevaluated their roster, and it's costing them. And then you start to go about their coaching staff. Why is your defensive head coach so insistent on putting guys in positions that they can't handle? Anyone could tell you, don't put Petrie there. Don't put Ward there. And there's something to say about a affinity for Jimmy Ward because he had him in San Francisco. So when he's not injured, he's going to put him out there, and teams will attack him mercilessly going forward, particularly if they are insistent on not putting an actual cornerback in that spot. What will the Jags do if it's Brian Thomas or Christian Kirk? What will the Dolphins do if they try to isolate Tyreek Hill, who they put in a slot, or Jalen Waddle, or hell, when they shift Devon Achane to the slot, how are they going to handle that? Go on and on and on. Now, the Chiefs and the Ravens aren't so deep with their wide receivers that it'll matter, but they'll find a matchup. Throw Justice Hill out there and see if you can cover him. They might move. We know no one's covering. They don't cover Travis Kelce. No one does. So I can't blame them for that. But maybe it's Xavier Worthy who they throw in there because they know the Texans are going to line up a safety and pretty much a box safety on a fast player, wide receiver, and see how it goes. So I think that's my biggest issue with this team so far. And of course, if your quarterback plays better, some of that stuff gets covered up. But he's not playing better, so you start to pick at the flaws, and you can see them across the roster. And it doesn't just fall on the players. They seem to be poorly coached. They have been undisciplined all year long. They commit penalties. They are out of position on plays, and all you see is D'Amico looking to the heavens. And this may be a year where nothing that's a clear issue gets fixed. We're 12 games in. Can a bye week fix some of their issues? Possibly. I don't think all of them can be fixed because it's not just personnel. It's an entire infrastructure thing that needs to be changed. And this is not me saying, hey, this guy needs to fire this guy. This guy should keep his job. But I don't make those evaluations. It's not my job to fire people. The head coach, who's had pretty much all goodwill up until Sunday afternoon, this past Sunday afternoon, is going to have to make those decisions. And of course, if your quarterback starts playing to a standard that he set in 2023, maybe these conversations stop happening, because if he goes on and goes on a run and starts playing great football, you can cover up a lot of your problems. But he doesn't appear capable of that, and that might just be because of how the Texans overall have been built. So my biggest issue, they whiffed on what they thought this roster would be. You think about the league, and guys get banged up and get hurt. You can start to point to rosters and go, okay, this is why this team isn't as good as we thought. They're hurt. The 49ers, for example. Christian McCaffrey's been out a long time, and he's back now. He may not be what he was to start the year because injuries start to pile up. Brandon Ayuk is out. Bosa misses time. Brock Purdy missed time this past week. Trent Williams wasn't available. When you start to look at the roster for the 49ers, I put them in that same realm of contender that's not playing up to the standard. The Texans are a notch below for me as far as contender was concerned, but they're not playing up to their standard either. You can point to the 49ers and go, okay, I get it. Some of the attrition of playing that many games overall over the course of the last 4 years. I don't know if you want to call it a Super Bowl hangover or not, but you can just say they've played. I think the stat is over the last 4 seasons, they've played almost an entire regular season of extra games because of the playoffs and making deep runs. That starts to add up.
And no Super Bowls to show for it.
Well, that's a Cowboy fan hating, but understood.
Yeah,
understood. I know you got a rivalry. Understood. Yes, but that is the point. So getting close, continuing to get close, and not winning it, that hurts too. That can build, and you start to lose guys. I mentioned Jamie Ward; he was on those teams, and obviously, I didn't even mention Ward's not available. He's had an issue all year for different reasons. So they've I can understand why they're not playing at their best. The Texans team hasn't had to deal with the same amount of issues, and yet they're a far cry from what we thought they would be. Can you get right against the Jags? Sure. That's a bad football team. They stink. But even the Jags a couple weeks ago gave Minnesota a scare at home, and that was with Mac Jones at quarterback. And we saw what Minnesota, it's no transitive property here, but we saw what Minnesota did to the Texans. That wasn't competitive. And the Jags, in a rainy, messy game, tortured Sam Darnold, and they almost won that one with Mac Jones. You've already lost to Will Levis. You're going to tell me you can't lose to Mac Jones if he plays? I wouldn't. I don't think so, because Mac Jones stinks. But I thought Will Levis stunk. And when he wasn't getting sacked, he was bombing you down the field. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans coming back. We have some sound. It's Texas A&M Texas Week, and that is being brought to you, at least with us, by Rebecca Creek Distillery. And we're going to play some big moments from that rivalry. my favorite Texas moment, at least on the Texas side, will play. And then there's an A&M moment that we'll get to in the second hour of the show. So big week. You're going to hear, we heard interviews this morning. You're going to hear interviews throughout the week. It's a short week. It'll be the rest of today and tomorrow from people who love the University of Texas and who love Texas A&M. We heard from Selvin Young in the 9 o'clock hour with John Lance, and I was there for that. And obviously, if you missed it, we did also hear from Steve McKinney in the 8 o'clock hour. So Texas A&M, you'll hear that game right here on ESPN 97.5. So we'll feature some of that. We'll do, as I said, the misery index, and we'll get into Alex Bregman. He was offered a contract, an official offer, reported by Bob Nightingale. The Astros gave him an offer. And as you might imagine, less than what he wanted. Because if it was what he wanted, we'd have a different type of thing to discuss, not just an offer. So we'll get to that as well. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
For us, we just got to go do it. We got a lot of cleaning up to do, which we go through the film and our guys understand what we have to do. But we just have to go do it. As I told our guys, we don't need a big meeting. Nothing needs to be said or talked about. We just got to go do our job.
That was D'Amico yesterday about what needs to get fixed and how they do it. He's generally a very measured coach. I don't know if any D'Amico Ryans crash outs. I don't remember one where he just lost it at his team's performance. We don't hear it. Maybe some of you would like to hear it. I know we had a caller on the morning show yesterday discuss D'Amico's willingness to smile or his demeanor on the sideline, questioning that. He's no Mike Malone. Mike Malone, or Michael, I think he wants to be called Michael. Michael Malone is the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. Now, D'Amico, during the regular season, 1-17. You would think Michael Malone, veteran coach, championship coach, would be less willing to yell about his team's performance. It's 1-82. You can't be on every night. Jamal Murray's getting crushed right now for pretty much saying, hey, we just won a game in L.A. Guys live in L.A. They got lives. They got lives beyond basketball, so sometimes the performance isn't going to be great. The focus isn't there. He kind of excused his team's blowout loss to the Knicks last night. You know who didn't? Michael Malone. Here's Michael Malone with a different approach to his team playing poorly, and he took them to task last night after the loss to the Knicks. Oh, he doesn't have it yet. I did tell him to give me a thumbs up, so that's on me. AJ will have that ready in a little bit, but there are just different ways to do things. D'Amico's never going to be a yeller, it feels like. Not, at least not publicly. He's not going to publicly mention guys by name and take a shot at them. It's not the way he operates. Maybe it's the former player thing. It's not something he would have liked, so he doesn't do it. I don't think it matters one way or the other. Some guys do it, some guys don't. You would just hope that his approach lands. Because if they lose to the Jags, which I think is a possibility. I don't think it's likely, but I think it's a possibility. Then we got real questions about where this team's head's at. The CJ stuff, the way he responded on the sideline to a bad run of plays, people were a little taken aback because we hadn't seen it from him before. He even mentioned in the week leading up to the game about how he wasn't going to let interceptions affect him. He understands it's part of the game. You can't be perfect. I can't let that affect how I play. And then we saw when it came down to it, it felt like poor play affected his mood. That was just reading a facial expression. You're never sure if that would have carried over, but it looked like it did. We never seen him like that before. And it's a team kind of in flux. But D'Amico said there are no big meetings. They just got to fix things. CJ, in his press conference, or at least his availability on Sunday after the game, spoke about, I don't know, man, you just got to practice and play better. Practice better, play better. That's how I fix things. He was asked a question about how do you turn some of these small things that are going awry around, and he goes, just gotta go play football and play better and figure it out. So hopefully we'll see that on Sunday against the Jags before they head into their bye. Okay, as we wait for the Michael Malone sound, we will get to this. Alex Bregman has a contract offer from the Houston Astros. Oh, by the way, if you want to get in on the show with anything, 713-780-3776. But Alex Bregman does have a contract offer. I'm surprised that we got numbers before he signed someplace else. I just assumed we'd hear contract numbers from the Astros after he agreed to a deal someplace. But according to Bob Nightingale, the Astros offered Bregman 6 years, $156 million. But the issue is Bregman is seeking a $200 million deal. And I imagine that, I guess that would be over 6 years. So they're quite a ways away from coming together and figure something out. So it's not surprising the Astros came in below the Boris Bregman number, and they won him at $26 million a year. That was one of the projections that we heard, that $26 million a year would be something that would be on the table. Maybe the person who had that prediction knew what the Astros were willing to offer. If we're going by Bob Nightingale, Bregman is sinking $33 million a year. $33+ million a year. Yeah, that's a big difference. Are the Astros willing to make him a $33 million a year player? Is he worth being a $33 million a year player? I don't like the options behind him, the options where they don't sign him and they're depending on Whitcomb and among others. I'd love to have Alex Bregman back at that number. And it's 6 years. It's not even 7. You'd be done at age 36. I'm sure he'd be a declining player, but what you'd get over the next couple of years, I think it would be worth it. But then again, it ain't my $200 million to give. Who am I to say that that's the right decision? Generally, the Astros come out ahead on these. This feels like one right in the middle where people are like, you know what? We understand generally your process works, but bite the bullet here. Pay the man and figure it out afterwards. It is interesting that the one guy that Altuve has stumped for publicly was Bregman. That might just be because of circumstance, because he's lost enough of these guys to realize I don't want to lose another one. He doesn't want to be that Will Smith meme. We're standing in that empty room as the Bankses are packing up and moving out of Beverly Hills. He wants to sit there and go, I want one more guy, one more piece of furniture. Let's stay. Not me in this rug, which would, I guess, be McCullers. He'd be the rug. Oh, I said the name. It's the name we don't say, but I said it. Altuve didn't want to look around and go, there's no one else here. And I think Dana Brown was asked about the possibility of Verlander coming back. I think they interviewed him either this week or late last week, and I just know I saw him on video someplace. And they've talked, is what he said. So the Verlander thing may still be on the table, but we do have a firm number if Bob Nightingale is to be believed. $7+ million apart. Yeah, if the Astros are going to get him, this is going to take a while. It's going to take a while. Some team may come in over their head and finish the deal, and they don't have a chance to respond. But I think Alex Bregman's going to believe he's underpaid. He's probably not at 26, considering there's like 2 months a year where he doesn't play good baseball. But I'd give it to him. Nostalgia. Keep your franchise player, at least the best player in your franchise's history, at least in my eyes, Altuve, happy. And keep the windows open as it can be. Crane has said, as long as I'm here, the window's open. So if you're not going to pay Alex Bregman, where's that money going to go? That's the other side of the equation. If the window's always open when you're around and you're not paying Bregman, one of the stalwarts of the window, who are you paying to keep it open? Who are you dealing that money to? We know Kikuchi is out. I mistakenly said when I read his contract yesterday, I said $63 million a year. I meant $63 million over 3 years. I read that. I said that wrong. Money the Astros were never going to meet. And now that's why Kikuchi is an angel. I don't need to see something on MLB Network where Alex Bregman's signing with insert AL team, even if it is $200 million a year. It's a come down from the alleged $300 million that he was asking for. That was a rumor that came out last week. 200 over 6, 33 plus. I'm in. Spend that money, Crane. Don't pay Verlander, pay Bregman, and then you have to also find a first baseman. And speaking of financial issues and where that money is going to go, we're going to play some sound coming back. We'll maybe get to the Malone thing later, just because I love a crash out. I might do something where it's crash out of the week. And Malone, if we had a full week, would probably be the winner early in the week. But we'll hear from the MLB Network guys. They have a potential situation for the Astros regarding if you pay Bregman, what does that mean for Tucker? We'll get to that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. We got NBA action tonight, NBA Cup action tonight. The Rockets on the road in Minnesota, trying to bounce back from their their loss against the Portland Trailblazers. So you might want to get in on that. It's first night of a back-to-back, so Rockets probably want to win the first night because they got Philly on Wednesday. But mybookie.ag will take your bets there, and you can use that promo code BET975 to get that done. Just remember, they match you. You want to put in 400, you get another 400 to spend. Pretty cool, right? And on Thursdays, we got 3 Thursday games, Thanksgiving games. It is risk-free Thursdays, which means if you place a bet and you don't win, you get your money back. And of course, if you do win, you keep that money. So why not take advantage of all that MyBookie has to offer? From college football, which is coming up here on the weekends, a big weekend of college football, NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball. We see all these Feast Week tournaments. They're all out there for you to take advantage of if you go to mybookie.ag. Remember, sorry.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Dana Brown has said all along it's his priority to keep Bregman. I know Bregman loves it there in Houston. But you've got so many different teams that make sense. We know that the Blue Jays are potentially in on him. We know the Tigers are in on him. The Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox could potentially be in on him. He offers that versatility. If you're looking for him to play second base, he's willing to do that too. And so there's a lot of teams in. And even though he may not be plan A for those teams, there's enough in that Scott Boras is going to be able to use it against the Astros. And so that price is going to get up over $20 million a year. And I suspect close to $25 million a year. And once you go there, you got Framber Valdez, who's going to be heading to free agency soon, too. Kyle Tucker, I don't think there's the same level of commitment to Houston from Tucker as there is from Bregman. That connection, his family, his kids growing up there. And so for Kyle Tucker, I think that price point is going to be huge. Tucker is going to be highly sought after, legit left-handed power. I just don't see how they could sustain a payroll that has both Bregman and Tucker, and they need to add a first baseman. You almost wonder whether if they get Bregman done, if they at least float out there Tucker to see what he could bring back in return. Yep. Maybe they could go out there and get a first baseman and a pitcher, maybe another center fielder and a first baseman. And so I think it's going to be very interesting to see. Or they trade them and they replenish some young players, and then they see if they can go get Cody Bellinger from the Chicago Cubs. You got him locked in, short-term deal. The Cubs eat a little bit of money on it. He can play first base or play the outfield for you. I think there's a lot of things that they can do, but I'm not convinced they can sustain a payroll that has Bregman and Tucker for the long term.
That bite, you heard Robert Flores jumping in. The other guy there was Harold Reynolds on the MLB Network. So he said like $25 million. The Astros, according to Bob Nightingale, have already come over that price at 26, while Bregman is asking for much more than that. Does Steve know how much people hate Cody Bellinger here? Does he know that name is like mud here? Now, maybe time heals all wounds and Cody Bellinger hits a couple big home runs and people will forget. Unlikely. I don't think that would be met with applause if the Astros signed Bregman, traded away Tucker, and they brought in Cody Bellinger. Don't think that's what people are looking for. So he feels like it's an either or, and that's a thought from a lot of people, that one of those guys is staying. And it appears that the easiest guy to bring back is Bregman, and he is of most immediate concern. So we've had Lance Zierlein talk about the possibility of trading Tucker because of his belief that the Astros weren't going to bring him back anyway, no matter what. They weren't going to meet his demands. And you hear Steve Phillips suggest the same thing. I would be not okay, but it wouldn't bother me as much if Kyle Tucker was gone. It's probably not reasonable when you have the younger power-hitting outfielder as opposed to the only by a year or so older third baseman. But Tucker's going to ask for more. He's likely going to get more. I'd rather have Alex Bregman here. Maybe it's only because that one is happening now. I can push back the thought of Tucker not being here for at least another full season if it comes to that. But that's where we stand. There's an offer out there and a request for more money. And we'll see if they can meet somewhere in the middle, or Bregman says, I'm out. I can get 33 plus from someplace else. 6 years, 200 apparently is what he's looking for. All right. Do we have the Michael Malone sound ready? All right, let's get to this. Coaches operate in different ways. They try to get their team to respond in different ways. We heard from D'Amico earlier in the show. He has a calm approach. Michael Malone, a little different. This was him last night after his team got blown out by the Knicks.
Is this a game that you feel like you can kind of flush and doesn't?
Oh, that man. No. We're not flushing. You don't flush when you get embarrassed. You don't flush when you gave up 145 points. You don't flush when you didn't play hard, you didn't play with effort, didn't play with physicality. I'm not flushing anything. Well, yeah, I mean, like Russell Westbrook. You know, I mean, he's vocal. I mean, but we need more than Russell Westbrook. You know, I need Nikola Jokic. I need Jamal Murray. I need guys that have been here in that starting lineup to be vocal. And, you know, tonight we got embarrassed. I mean, what just happened is and let's be honest, it happened tonight for 4 quarters. It happened in the first half against Dallas. So we're 16 games in and we're talking about effort. We're talking about toughness. We're talking about physicality. Game 1 in Memphis. I mean, this is and regardless of who's in, who's out, you know, who do we want to be as a team? You know, I mean, so yeah, leadership would be great. Toughness would be great. Physicality would be great. Playing like you actually care would be great. And we didn't do that tonight. Give them credit. They're coming off of a bad loss in Utah, and they played like it. They played urgent, physical, desperate, motivated basketball. And we played like we won a game in L.A. and like we could just show up tonight. And when you think you can do that against a good team like that, that's what's going to happen.
Look at Michael Malone catching himself before he said something else.
I got scared.
AJ, you noticed. He thought, did I miss something?
Right.
Because the sound is bleeped earlier. He said the F word. They cut it out. So the sound is bleeped. We didn't have to do it, but we thought he might have slipped one in. He didn't. The Nuggets have been up and down this year, and I told you earlier, Jamal Murray probably is one of the reasons Michael Malone is so upset. Oh, we played in L.A., we won a game, a lot of guys live there, different mindset. We weren't that focused. That's going to piss off the head coach, at least that head coach. So, and he may is the same way. I think. I don't think there's much difference between the two and how they respond. And in the comparison to D'Amico, I don't think he would ever openly question the team's toughness because it's like a no-go in football. You call out your team's toughness, it's like, okay, you're calling them soft. Guys in the NBA can do that because yes, physicality is part of the game, but it doesn't question your manhood if you're not physical in a basketball game. You're not physical in football, it changes things. So I don't think we'll see that, but I don't think the Texans' problem is toughness. They like to fly around and hit people. I think their biggest issue is execution. They don't operate on a level of what a winning team should. It's just what they are right now, and they'll have their next opportunity against the Jags. Okay, when we come back, we'll do what we're all doing this week, at least if you're on this station. We're highlighting Texas A&M versus Texas. The rivalry is renewed. It is back. We'll have the game here on ESPN 97.5. And anything we do regarding A&M and Texas is brought to you by Rebecca Creek Whiskey. They are the sponsor. We love that they're sponsoring and featuring this game. Rebecca Creek Distillery is the title. They have the whiskey. They have the Enchanted Rock vodka and Texas Ranger whiskey as well. The rivalry is back. Whether you say gig 'em or hook 'em, it's time to renew one of the best rivalries in all of college sports. We heard from Selvin Young, and I asked him. The guys played in the Red River rivalry. He's played in this game, the A&M Texas game, and he said without a doubt, A&M Texas bigger, 3 times bigger. It is the biggest game on the schedule, and hopefully we get that type of intensity with the game being back. So we'll talk about some moments from the rivalry. We'll get one from the Aggies in the second hour. We'll hear when we come back. It'll be a Texas one. Probably my favorite moment. I wasn't in Texas at the time when this happened. I was watching the game in California and watching one Ricky Williams do something remarkable. So we'll get to that when we come back. We'll also get to some sound from Mike Elko. A remarkable thing is going on with the Texas A&M their defensive line against opponents' offensive lines. It's something that's crazy. I didn't think it was possible, but it's happening, and we'll see if that changes on Saturday night. We'll get to that and more when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Offsets it a little bit to the left. 11 yards shy of the record. Williams breaks a hole. Williams, hello record book. Ricky Williams runs to the Hall of Fame. Cuts back. Ricky Williams, touchdown. 60 yards and the record is his. He does it in dramatic fashion. And a standing ovation for the king of the rushers.
Way back in 1998, Ricky Williams broke Tony Dorsett's career rushing mark in the Texas A&M Texas game. That was a game in Austin. The Longhorns are coming off a loss to Texas Tech. Ricky went crazy. I remember watching that game. I think he went for like 245, and they win that game 26-24. The Aggies had a good team that year. That team, I mean, that was during the years of the BCS, so not the playoffs. So they probably weren't going to win a national title with 2 losses going into the game. But that's the team that upset Kansas State and kept Kansas State from winning a national title. Sir Parker, Brandon Stewart, Jamar Toombs, all those guys. Dante Hall was on that team. That was a really good A&M team. They went into Austin and just got run over by one of the best running backs to ever do it, Ricky Williams. 26-24 was the final in that one. Texas A&M was like number 6 in the country at the time. And maybe the best performance in that rivalry's history, considering Tony Dorsett is standing there watching it go down. And that was early in maybe the second quarter, that run. Brent Musburger on the call. 10-0 was the score when Ricky crossed the goal line. I remember Wayne McGarity throwing a block. That was Major Applewhite handing him the football. So one of the better moments in the Texas A&M Texas rivalry, Ricky Williams breaking the all-time rushing record in that one and breaking A&M hearts. And that moment was brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You know, November 30th, the rivalry is renewed. A&M versus Texas here on ESPN 97.5. You can listen to us throughout the week whether we commemorate moments or have interviews. And we had Steve McKinney and Selvin Young earlier on. We're going to have interviews throughout the week. And remember, you can connect with our coverage on ESPN Houston, our YouTube channel, and go on social media as well. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em. We got a Coug in there who will never say it. I don't have a close affiliation with either, so it just rolls off my tongue.
I used to like UT when I was younger, but I mean, I just ended up going to U of H. My uncle played. He's actually the center for Case Keenum back in the day. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got obviously a connection with the Coug. So if I asked you if you could separate your Coug, well, blood, I guess at this point, and you love Texas at a time. So if you had to pick, you're going Texas or A&M.
Well, it's also tough too because one of my friends, well, basically family, like a close family member, he's committed to go to Texas A&M. He's a 4-star tackle. So
let him know, AJ. Let him know. 4-star tackle.
Next year I have to root for A&M.
Of course, but this year
probably UT since I have to go for A&M.
Okay, obviously connections take over, but at least for now, Texas, and it's a big game. We all know the winner gets to the SEC title game. And, well, if it's Texas, if they're the loser, they're probably still making the playoff. A&M with 4 losses ain't making it. A&M may just have to win the entire conference. I don't think they're getting there with 4 losses, even if one of the losses comes to Georgia in the SEC title game. And speaking of the game, what could be a big factor is the offensive line versus defensive line. There is a crazy stat involving A&M, and Mike Elko's going to get asked about it, and then we'll talk about it after.
Mike, I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but I got a question.
Okay.
Can you raise concerns about trends to SEC about officiating? Your opponents have not been called for holding in 30 quarters. That does not include the 4 overtimes.
Yeah. Somebody did this recently in a press conference, so I'll try this. Did you see any holds Saturday night?
Plenty.
Okay.
Anything else? Follow-up? Yeah. Follow-up. Actually, not a follow-up. Just
for 2 months, the Aggies defensive line hasn't gotten a ref to throw a holding call. I'm not sure if that is a accepted holding call, but they're making it sound like no flags are being thrown, which is nuts. They have a talented defensive front, and the fact that the SEC, well, I don't know if it has been all SEC games. They played against New Mexico State or New Mexico. I forgot exactly which New Mexico school it was, but they played against a non-conference opponent and no holding calls there either. I would say work on that technique, Aggies. What's going on? You guys ain't shedding blocks well enough. What's the deal? What's the deal? No one can generate a holding call. That's a front full of guys who are going to get drafted. And the fact that that's a thing is a little nuts. We'll see if it happens. If it hasn't happened yet, now it was brought up in the media this week. So if you see Kelvin Banks get called for holding, at some point the SEC had to be like, all right, we can't let this keep going. Someone's got to get called for holding. So if it happens on the first drive, just realize Kelvin Banks probably didn't hold anyone. They just had to let it be known that the Aggies might get a call or two. That's wild. Bad defensive lines generate holding calls. You're just going to go up against someone who takes the wrong step, gets beat, and is going to drag you down. But not once. Mike Elko seems to believe his team has been good enough to get those calls. It would have helped against Auburn. Maybe Jaquez Hunter wouldn't run all over you early in that game. And they gave up big plays too. That's someone tweeted me about that. I didn't give much thought to the game itself. I kind of just knew how the game might play out if the Aggies didn't come ready. I got tweeted about it. He asked me about it, and I said, "Hey, no big plays, don't turn the ball over." The big plays happened. The Auburn got off early because of their big plays, and eventually the Aggies reeled them in, and then it became a really good game. And of course, at the end, because the NCAA has decided we don't want to play any more real football, we're going to do the 2-point conversion thing. It's very dumb. It's a very dumb way to end the game. Imagine a national title game, or considering how expansive the playoffs are, there's a real shot. There's going to be a playoff game that ends in like quadruple overtime because someone didn't get a 2-point conversion. It's going to suck. They got to change the rules like they do in the NFL. Like the NFL has a certain way they do overtime in the regular season. You got to change it. If we get to overtime in the college football playoff, none of the games end with 2-point conversions. They can keep starting from the 25 until one of them gets a stop.
Right.
That's the way it should be. It's crazy. Well, look, the Aggies both teams had terrible plays on the first possession or the third overtime. The fourth overtime, Auburn made a throw in the back of the end zone, converted. The Aggies had a good play. They had some misdirection. I think they had Marcel Reed lined up as a receiver, and he came in motion, got the handoff from the running back behind who was in the shotgun, and they had Amari Daniels open. He just dropped it. So it was a great play. They just couldn't get it done. And to have a big game in that way, an exciting game in that way, is pretty bad. I think it's a blatant overreaction to an Aggie game that happened against LSU. And this is where we are. So A&M Texas, the rivalry is back. We'll continue to talk about that game for, I got another hour and then 2 hours tomorrow, but we'll talk about that game on the station throughout. It's exciting. I think Joe George is going up to College Station on Friday. They got Joe George working the day after Thanksgiving.
I'll be here with him too. So,
you are going to be here. He's going to be up there. So are you bringing leftovers? I don't even know how long you're going to be here. Is he doing a full 2 hours, 3 hours?
It's 3 to 7.
Oh, 4 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, bring the leftovers.
Yeah, for sure.
Make sure you set aside a plate of mac and cheese and some yams.
Most definitely.
And whatever your protein of choice is, bring that with you. It's gonna be a long afternoon into the evening for AJ. Yeah. AJ's doing a great job filling in for me and Sean today because Sean is out and I had to do 7 to 10 with John because Lance, despite being in the building, decided he didn't want to work. Okay, we are done with hour one. We'll get to more college football when we come back. The misery index is here. If AJ has a team, he can certainly throw one in. Of course, if you guys too haven't really opened that up to anyone in the past, but if you want to call in because of some college football thing you saw, you can call in 713-780-3776. We'll get to that. We will talk some Rockets as they are back in action tonight. We'll tell you what the fine was for Fred VanVleet for his actions on Saturday night as the Rockets get ready for their game against the T-Wolves tonight in Minnesota. So 1 hour in, we got 1 more hour to go. We will be back. If you didn't see this earlier, Mac Brown got fired. Since we're doing misery index for college football, losing to Boston College probably sealed his fate. Mac Brown had planned to come back. They had won three in a row. He felt pretty good. He thought to himself, I beat Boston College. I beat NC State in the year. Those teams aren't that good. I can finish the year after a disappointing start at maybe 8-4. Instead, he's now 6-5, and UNC is going to fire Mac Brown. Now, people in Chapel Hill may love Mac Brown, but thought, hey, time was up. Maybe fans for that program across the country are like, yeah, had to be done. AJ's probably not going to like this from his favorite football team. Jerry Jones, who's, been a bit of a thing on 105.3 The Fan this year. I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. What's that in response to? Whether Mike McCarthy could receive a contract extension.
I saw something about it on First Take. They were saying, I didn't hear what they said, obviously, but that's Jerry Jones for you. That's why, low-key, I want the Giants to beat them, just so you can just see how this team needs a whole roster overhaul, coaching staff overhaul, everything. But Jerry Jones,
So while Mac Brown got fired for losing to Boston College, all of a sudden Mike McCarthy's job may be safe because he beat the Commanders. Mike McCarthy has been here. Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. That's what he said, not been here. Been there, done that. He's got great ideas. Haven't seen much evidence of that recently. That's my editorializing. That's not what Jerry Jones said. So the bottom line is, in no place in my body language or anything else have you seen an indication about what we're going to do, what we're going to be doing relative to the staff at the end of the year. And we shouldn't. We've got a lot of football left. Jerry thinks you can make a run.
Of course he does.
They play the Giants, followed by the Bengals and the Panthers. You can be 7-7.
That's
7-7.
Bro. And then we're going to be drafting close to the 20s.
Jerry sees an opportunity to ride Cooper Rush into a playoff spot.
He does the opposite of what makes sense. So,
yeah, well, if like you pointed out, you need Cooper Rush to revert back to Texans Cooper Rush, the one we saw against the Texans.
Exactly.
Let's have the whole team do that. But the opponents aren't exactly that strong. The Bengals, if they're still in the race, are talented enough to put 40 on the Cowboys. Yeah. That could happen. But the rest of the way, don't look now. Cowboys could be in it. Got to get a big win on Thanksgiving Day at home. Jerry's going to be very excited. You know what? Like you said, not just lose. Get embarrassed by the Giants at home.
Yeah.
In his showcase game.
Or put Trey Lance out there, let him throw 5 interceptions.
Well,
That'd be
he's
cool.
not going to actively try to lose a game, but by putting Trey Lance out there. But get embarrassed in your game on national TV with the whole NFL world watching by the Giants, by Tommy DeVito of all players, and then you got a real shot of Mike McCarthy maybe not making it through the year. But right now, Jerry's not so sure that Mike McCarthy won't be back. It's unfortunate for the Cowboy fans and fortunate for everyone else. All right, Mac Brown might be miserable. AJ's now miserable. Let's get to the misery index in college football. I think number one on the list for me is Ole Miss. When the starting quarterback's breaking down in tears, you go at the top of the list. If you didn't see the game against Florida, Ole Miss, well positioned to make a college football playoff, just went out, beat Florida, beat Mississippi State. Maybe you don't play in the SEC title game, so you don't even get a third loss thrown on your resume, and you're 10-2, firmly cemented. Instead, in a game where Florida had DJ Lagway back for the second consecutive game, Jackson Dart had multiple opportunities late to win that game. He threw an awful pick in the triple coverage into the end zone. This was probably 30 or so yards out, 35 or so. He throws a deep ball. The guy wasn't open, no chance. And it lands into a waiting Florida safety's hands for one pick. And then getting the ball back with another opportunity, he throws another bad pick. No one from Ole Miss had a chance to make that play. The same guy who picked off the first pass picks off the second pass, and they go down. So on 2 consecutive drives, they throw picks, and he's bawling his eyes out. So for anyone who thinks, I don't know if I've met many people outside of college football pundits that people kind of do that for a living. I haven't met many people like, hey, the playoff sucks. I don't want more teams in the playoff. For the most part, it feels like everyone's in on this. They're like pundits and people who do podcasts who might take issue with it, but I couldn't disagree more. And to watch, not that I care about it, not that I want to see a kid cry. I think I mentioned it yesterday. That's how much that game meant. In another world, that's just Ole Miss blowing a game to Florida, and now they have their rivalry game against Mississippi State to kind of clean up the year. And maybe they make a New Year's Six game, maybe not. But in this world where you got a shot and you believe you're still in the national title picture, to lose it that way, all the drama in the world, all the drama, and Ole Miss goes down there. Let's head on to Kansas City, Missouri. A lot of people were talking about that Colorado team as having a shot to maybe even get a bye in the playoff. And they're still in the race because there's a chance that like West Virginia could make it to the Big 12 title game in tiebreakers where everybody has 3 losses in conference. That's how muddled that conference is. But it was kind of straightforward for Colorado. You win out and you're in. Instead, they drop a game to Kansas. They could not stop the run. Like Travis Hunter had his 2 touchdowns, cemented himself as the Heisman winner, unless, I don't know, maybe they lose Oklahoma State and losses start to matter. But for him, that they don't. And I said yesterday, how you take a big time cornerback out of the game? Well, people used to run right at his head coach and force him to tackle. In this case, we'll just run at everyone in Colorado and see if anyone can stop him. And no one did. That was a Kansas team people thought they'd see. That was a Kansas team who's now, in 3 consecutive weeks, been unranked, under 500, and beat a ranked team. They are the Grim Reaper for college football playoff hopes in the Big 12. They are taking people out one at a time, and Colorado was the latest example. Colorado was still in it. It's just very complicated for them now, and they've got Oklahoma State. So Jalen Daniels, the rest of that Kansas team, credit to them, man. And Lance Leopold for getting them to fight back. You could just die on the vine some years when your team isn't living up to expectations, but they've beaten Iowa State at home. They beat BYU on the road, and then they beat they beat Colorado in Kansas City. And they haven't really had a real home field advantage all year. They've been playing on the road, but at home throughout, just in different parts of the state of whether it be Kansas, mostly Missouri. I think they played a game at the MLS team's home park, and then they played games where the Chiefs play. And Devin Neal went for 207 and 3 TDs. Colorado had no answers. I don't know if Oklahoma State can duplicate that with Ollie Gordon, but there's a formula. And Colorado had been pretty good defensively this year, not on Saturday. They couldn't get stops. They couldn't tackle anyone, and they get beat up 37-21. So they're on the list just for losing the shot at potentially making the playoff. Still in it, but it's a little tough. You got to throw A&M on there. We talked about it in the last segment. That's the game they were favored slightly to win. And after taking the lead, I thought they're going to win that game after bouncing back. But I ran through it already. They dropped the 2-point conversion to lose. And they still have all their hopes and dreams ahead of them, though. You beat Texas, you beat Georgia, you make the playoffs. So they're on the list for the loss, but it doesn't kill their year. And I like them against Texas. I haven't made my final decision on who wins that game, but I think I like them at home in a bounce back. It's very A&M to lose to Auburn, then beat Texas at home, and then we'll see against Georgia. Of course, throw Alabama on the list. You can't lose to Oklahoma that way. That's a 3-touchdown loss to an Oklahoma team who didn't have any interest in passing the football because they don't have anyone to catch it. Their last remaining receiver they thought they could count on got hurt in that game too. That's been a problem for them all year. Injury issues at wide receiver, and it cost them again. Well, it didn't cost them, but they lost another one against Alabama. Jalen Milroe, an interesting player. And Alabama is too. They go how he goes. If he don't play well, they're not going to win. Then it might be simple to say because he's the quarterback, but teams can find ways to win if their quarterback doesn't play well. He has to be kind of great for them to win. And I didn't think it needed to be done against Oklahoma because they can't score, but he threw a pick six. He threw another interception that set up Oklahoma in favorable field position. All-around disaster for them. I think they're out. I don't think it matters what happens the rest of the way unless there's complete chaos. That's a 3-loss team who's lost to Vanderbilt and Oklahoma on the road. Those are 2, I'm going to be kind to Oklahoma, average football teams. Vanderbilt's okay. They have the win against Alabama, obviously, but they could be a 6-loss team. They're probably going to be a 6-loss team. They have Tennessee. Of course, an upset there invites more chaos. But so you have losses against Oklahoma, who just became bowl eligible with their win, and then a potential 6-loss Vanderbilt team, and then obviously they lose to Tennessee. That team doesn't make the playoff, even with 12, unless the SEC waves their big stick around and says, "Hey, if you don't put them in over Indiana or an SMU, we and you are going to have a problem because we'll leave this thing." If we're talking about merit, Alabama doesn't belong. Not as a 3-loss team when they're being compared to 2-loss teams, or even depending on where Indiana falls, a 1-loss team. Indiana has Purdue to finish. They're gonna finish with 1 loss. Alabama can't make this playoff. I say that, but watch. Watch it happen. Watch it happen. And speaking of Indiana, they had a rough one. They can go on the list too. They lose to Ohio State in a game where their special teams was a disaster. They took a 7-0 lead, and that was the last time they did anything offensively when the game mattered. They were bad outside of that drive and until the last drive where the dogs were being called off. They gave up a punt return to Caleb Downs. They dropped a punt deep in their own territory to set up another Ohio State drive. Just special teams killed them. Kirk Cignetti was asked after the game if they were still playoff worthy, and he just said, "What do you mean? Of course we are." Well, dare you? He was like, "What are you asking that question for? Of course we are. That's a stupid question." It was his attitude, gave him a little smirk. So I think they'll make it. They were in trouble until the SEC had their events, their calamity of events on Saturday afternoon. So that's pretty much what it is. Unless AJ, you can think of one. I mean, the Cougs weren't great, but I don't know if you want to put them on there.
Yeah, we can talk about it a little bit because I went to the game too. That Houston Blue and all that looked cool. Still ended up not doing anything. Y'all talked about them earlier on the John and Lance show. Just Willie Fritz, he's a good coach, but they need a quarterback too. In my opinion, they're not going to matter until they get a quarterback, and it's hard to get one in the NIL era that's really good. Like just change a program. So that's one of my
Yeah, I
big
wonder
takeaways.
if they're willing to bid on one that might become available.
Right.
Or do they stick with the options they have on the roster? We know one person they're not sticking with. They did fire their OC.
Right.
That happened. That news broke this morning. The Cougs, after what had been a tough, now they have one more game left against BYU on the road, but it's been a tough offensive year for the Cougs.
No, for sure. And then I got a notification on my phone when that happened that they only averaged 13.6 points per game, the lowest in FBS. I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah.
That's insane.
They have the 2 scoreless games in the Big 12, but I went through the numbers earlier. They just don't put up a lot of points. 3 against Arizona, 17 in a win against Utah, 24, which isn't a big number in college football, in a win against Kansas State, the 10 this past game in their Houston Blue game against Baylor, the 14 against Kansas, and of course I mentioned the 2 games where they don't score.
Right.
So they had to make a change. I went down like the Wikipedia for Willie Fritz and the OC that's no longer there, and I can't find a crossover. I'm not sure why he thought that was a good option.
Yeah.
But that didn't work out. So he had to make a decision. It's a call you don't want to make this early in your tenure, but let's not cement a bad decision by keeping him around. So Kevin Barbay, no longer the OC at the University of Houston after you heard AJ lay it out, averaging the worst in the FBS as far as points per game.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot. That's not that they've always been explosive, but we think of Houston, we think of fast guys running around scoring points. It's it's been part of kind of the lore around Houston, whether it be going back to Kevin Sumlin and obviously Art Briles and Dana Holgerson for all his issues. They did at least sometimes have entertaining offenses. There were struggles there too, but this was the lowest that we could remember, and that's why they had to make the change. Just think, I didn't even mention the 90s and the Klingler and Ware eras where
And
all
Ware
they
went to
did
the
was
same
score
high school as
points. Who?
Andre Ware went to the same high school as me too.
So it's been a long history of exciting offenses, and this was the worst in modern history for the Cougs, and they had to make a change. So that happened. So there we are. There, misery index complete. Throw the Cougs on there, but they did do something that might make people happy. They got rid of the guy who had made them miserable all year long. Their OC. So we'll see if there's better things ahead for that Cougs offense in 2025. One more game for them in Provo against a BYU team who's still alive for the Big 12 title. Okay, we'll get to some Rocket stuff when we come back. We'll tell you the fine for Fred VanVleet. It's a big one. I'm surprised he didn't get suspended, but He's available tonight, but he did get popped, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I think he's turned some down that he had been taking, so we don't want him to start second guessing those. Reading the defense, how they're guarding him, I think he can improve in that a little bit more still, and he has at times. But when they're not falling, just not go away from that confidence-wise. I think him getting to the basket, teams are mixing in some unders on him, so we want him to take those shots. And then once he's made them, as you've seen, it's opened up the lane for him to get to the basket, but also draw attention and get guys shots. So want him to stay confident there, continue to read the game, and grow the way he has at the end of last season and the start of this season.
That's Ime Udoka on Jalen Green. After a great start to his year in that 5-game stretch in the month of October, where he was averaging nearly 28 per game, 40% from three, 43% from the field, those numbers have dipped drastically. And it started like almost immediately. There wasn't a gradual change. His final game in October against the Mavs, he didn't shoot great, but it wasn't awful, and he got 9 of 21 for 23 points. The next game, the Warriors game at home, 2 of 13, 7 points. And while that was probably the low watermark for him in November, things haven't got much better. look at all the concert dates. 2 for 13, 5 of 15, 6 of 14, not bad. 5 of 14, 6 of 17, 6 for 15, 7 of 21, 4 of 11, and so on and so on. Probably his worst month as a Rocket. And maybe you can go through the months since he's been here. But as far as expectations coming off that March last year and the start of this year, the downturn has been, almost impressive how bad he's been compared to how he started. It's like the calendar changed and he was done for. So he maybe the month of December he'll flip back. He's still got a game or two in the month of November before that happens. A back-to-back for the Rockets. They go to Minnesota tonight. Minnesota team who's desperate for a win after going into Boston and playing well but losing. They didn't get a shot off late. They've got some issues there. Their defense, I think, is the biggest problem for Minnesota. They are never going to be a great offensive team when Gobert's taking up space and Julius Randle is a guy who's going to pound the rock into the floor and finally get a shot up. So they're not ever going to be great, but their defense is what they depended on last year. I was listening to a podcast. They've gone from first in the league in defense last year to their middle of the road this year. And that leads to the 8-8 record. The Rockets have them. That's a talented team they have to face. And then they go to Philly, which won't have Joel Embiid, won't have Paul George likely, but Jared McCain and Tyrese Maxey will be available. We talked about Reed Shepherd as a potential rookie of the year before the year. That's long gone. Jared McCain from Duke. He played there for 1 year. We saw him up close and personal when Duke knocked out the Cougs. He's played really well. That's a small backcourt right now for the Sixers, but they're pretty productive. Maxey's working his way back from his injury, so talent-wise, you would say it's a bit of a tough stretch for the Rockets. Just looking at it before the year, you thought, wow, that back-to-back is going to be a rough one. Now, you can go get them. You can go get the Wolves in Minnesota. Now it's back-to-back, which makes it tougher, but the Sixers can be had too. The Sixers don't play tonight, so they'll be rested and at home, but a split, I think, is reasonable. Before the year, you think just don't get blown out in these two games, but now you can go into Philly and win. It looks like Joel Embiid's a game-time decision. At least so maybe he plays. I would doubt it. And Paul George is listed as 1-2. So maybe you get one out of those two and make the challenge a little bit more difficult. But I'm just going to need my shooting guard to shoot better. Can I ask for that? Can I ask, hey, I'm not even asking you to be a good shooter. Just don't be a terrible one. Don't have the worst shooting backcourt in basketball. Am I good? I don't have high expectations for this Rocket team as far as those two guys are concerned. I know what they are. Fred VanVleet's been in this range for the entirety of, his Rocket tenure, and he's been around there for a while now, being a guy who is 40% from the field in that 36 to 39 range from three. That's who he's been. I can't have both of you guys be there. Something's got to change. I wouldn't even call it bad shots. I don't think they're getting awful shots. I think they're just guys who can't knock shots down right now.
Just not efficient. Yeah.
Yeah. Willing to take the shots. We won't say they're not. We won't say they're bashful. We just can't expect them to go in. But 12-6 is 12-6, right? And John brought up the numbers, which were surprising, that the Rockets starting five is one of the best starting fives together in basketball. I guess it should be surprising considering the record, one game out of the West, at least when I checked yesterday. But overcoming their inefficiencies from the field and the guys who had the ball in their hand the most being that bad at putting the ball in the basket, credit to that entire team. And even you throw in Şengün. Şengün's been fine, but he ain't all-star baby Jokic level Şengün. It's not the guy people thought we were going to get with another year. He's been okay. There have been some down moments for him. He's a lot of, he's fine. There's been a lot of that from him this year where he ain't a negative, but he ain't the guy who deserves a nickname. Close to calling him Enes Kanter if he doesn't pick it up.
It is.
If you look,
Freedom now, I think.
Yeah, Freedom Kanter. Yes, it is. But when he was putting up numbers for bad teams, he was Enes Kanter. And Şengün has a higher trajectory than that. But look at Kanter when he got minutes before. Obviously, he turned into a bit of a political story more than a basketball player. Think back, Cantor put up numbers. He was a double guy in that Şengün range. I'm going to need more from Baby Jokic, but the Rockets are fine. And I think it just speaks to what they could be if they got improvement from that backcourt and Şengün started playing to the level that we think he can. They could be, as the kids say, AJ, a problem.
Yeah,
They could be a
definitely.
problem. They right now, I think they're interesting, and we'll see how long they can play at this level with how poorly their backcourt is playing. But you get a little boost from those two, Van Vliet and Green, and Şengün picks it up. Then we're talking about, can they have an OKC type of regular season from last year where all of a sudden this team is winning 50 games, which I questioned before the year, but they've gotten off to a good start. I do think the schedule and the softness of it has played a part. I mentioned Fred Van Vliet and his lack of shooting. That's an issue. And what happened Saturday night was an issue when he got thrown out of that game late. And he got hit with 50K. 50K seems reasonable when you go, you a bitch, and you a BAN. I think 50K is reasonable. I think he got off a little lucky. I thought a suspension might be coming, all the pointing he was doing, but it's all right. He's available, and that's all that matters. 50K off that 40 million is getting paid. I ain't got no worries about Fred Van Vliet and his ability to deal with that.
Exactly. I thought he was going to get like a LaMelo Ball type of fine. Remember what?
Yeah. LaMelo,
100K.
the what did he say? No, I forgot exactly. Oh,
No, yeah.
I forgot it. Yeah, I can't say it.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm glad I forgot because I can't say it. He said no Cuomo. It rhymes with something else.
Right.
Yes. He said that and got hit with the 100K and then said, I don't care. I'm gonna write that in my Instagram story. You can't find me for this. So he doubled down on it. He got that after a game. He said loaded up, and then of course, I know that sounds a certain way, so I gotta tell you, I didn't mean it that way.
He
I
could have
guess.
just said pause.
I guess, yeah, one of those. I mean, you see pause all the time, and doesn't get people fined. But he said the other thing and got hit with 100K. Once again, another guy you ain't got to worry about as far as his money is concerned. So, Fred Van Vliet got his. He'll be available tonight as the Rockets try to bounce back. It's an interesting. It'll be interesting to see how this team handles it. I wouldn't call Minnesota desperate, but they are looking to get back on track. And then Philly, they are desperate. They have an advantage there being at home, and you're coming off the Minnesota game. If they could sweep these two, great. I hope, like I said, just to get one out of the two from this interesting stretch of games. When we come back, we will continue with getting you ready for the rivalry. You know, the game is here on Saturday night. But do you remember some of these moments? We played Ricky Williams breaking the rushing record from 1998. Well, we gotta balance it out. So there'll be an Aggie moment. We played a Longhorn upset. We'll play an Aggie upset. And because the rivalry hasn't been around since 11, these are games that might not have had HD cameras, but they happened. They happened. So we'll play the sound from them, and we'll probably do some more tomorrow too. But we'll do the Aggie moment when we come back. And obviously, all this is brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. But first, I do want to talk about MyBookie. You can go to mybookie.ag. Maybe you want to put some money down on the game. Any game will do. From college football, the NFL, NBA, they have it all. International soccer, it's all there for you to take advantage of. You just go to mybookie.ag, use that promo code BET975, and remember, they will match that deposit from $0 to $1,000. They'll match it. So you don't even have to spend a lot to get started. Throw in 50. Maybe you only want to start with the 100. They'll take care of you when they double up. And Thursdays, it's risk-free Thursdays. It's a big day in sports that Thursday. You got the NFL, a triple header that you can take a look at. Maybe you want to take your chance at some college football. And of course, they have the live casino option too. So if you like blackjack or poker, you'll have a dealer on screen dealing you cards. They have it all for you there at mybookie.ag. From the promo code BET975 to the tiers that they have, the promo tier. So it's called MyBookie Plus. So the more you bet, the more chances you have to win prizes. It's all there for you. Take advantage of it. Go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Goodson is the tailback. It's been McGee keeping the ball for the most part on these third downs. That's been critical. He's going to do it again, and he's got a first down and a touchdown. Texas A&M. Stephen McGee. Devin Sneed steps up, throws, and it's intercepted. And that's the ball game. Texas A&M's got it back again. Picked off over there on the overthrow. And it's all over. So Dennis Franchione's string of losses to Texas has come to an end. The 6-game winning streak of the Longhorns over the Aggies has come to an end. And his first ever win against the Longhorns in double hugs for his quarterback, Stephen McGee. They may never let go of each other.
That's good.
Well, quite a win on the road. This is not an easy place. And there's Mark Dodge. He's not an unsung hero anymore. He's just playing a hero in College Station. He had the interception that really iced the ball game. So Mac Brown's Longhorns fall to 9-3. Dennis Franchione's Aggies go to 9-3. And now the questions about the Big 12 championship, representatives from the South still wide open. Final score, the Aggies over the Longhorns, 12-7 here in Austin.
All those old names. Jevin Sneed mentioned, he only played in that game because Colt McCoy hurt his shoulder, I think, on one of the plays before. Colt McCoy hurting his shoulder in the big game. It happens. 2006 was that game. The Longhorns were the defending national champions. We had Selvin Young on earlier. He played on that previous team, the 2005 team, obviously, who beat USC in the title game. So they're coming off that season. Obviously, no Vince Young. 9-2 is where the Longhorns were at the time, 11 in the country. They weren't going to play for a title, but they were trying to get into a BCS game, trying to win the Big 12 South. Did not happen. You heard Michael Goodson score the touchdown, Stephen McGee, the quarterback at the time, and Dennis Franchione, the head coach of the Texas A&M Aggies. That game was in Austin, and it was an 88-yard touchdown drive for the Aggies late in that game to score, and they held off the Longhorns as they tried to make a comeback. Jamal Charles scored a touchdown run, and as you heard, I think that was Brad Nessler of ABC. That win snapped a Texas 6-game winning streak against the Aggies. It's been so long since they played each other. All these names almost seem like distant memories. Some people might not remember that Dennis Franchione coached the Aggies. They've had several coaches since, but he was a coach of that team and was a hot name at one point in college football until things faded away for him. So that is our Aggie moment for today. And of course, that is brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. The rivalry is back November 30th. Aggies, Horns, right here on ESPN 97.5. You heard interviews this morning. You heard history with me. You'll hear more interviews throughout the week, the next couple days, as we get you ready for a game that's back, a rivalry that's back, and it means a whole hell of a lot. You got a chance to make the college football playoff with a win for the Aggies and then a win in the SEC title game. And, of course, the Longhorns have the same goal. Win this game and then go win the SEC title. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em. Saturday night for this game, which is cool. So departure from past games. I think it's the best game of the weekend. There may be something more dramatic, but as far as the hype and what it might mean to the national title race and hell, just the SEC title race, it's a big deal. South Carolina and Clemson play as well. They play early in the day. They were a little pissed off. The Clemson people were that the game wasn't a late game, but I think it's 11 a.m. That game could solidify Clemson's spot for a potential CFP berth and maybe give South Carolina an argument for why they should be in it as a 3-loss SEC team. We talk about Alabama. Maybe South Carolina should be the SEC 3-loss team who gets consideration. We'll see how that game plays out. It's going to be a big weekend here in college football. So excited about that. Excited about the game on Saturday night here that we'll have on ESPN 97.5. I didn't ask this of AJ. AJ's going to be here on Friday while Joe George is in College Station getting people ready for the game. You're going to have guests there from College Station talking about the Aggies and Longhorns. AJ, are you a person who has to be sent out on errands for Thanksgiving? Like, does your mom, does family go, hey, AJ, go out and get some sugar. We forgot some sugar. Get some cheese. Or is that your lot in life, or do you cook so you don't have to worry about that?
Well, I actually do cook, but my granny, like, she makes a lot of stuff, and we all pitch in, like my mom and then my aunts and uncles and stuff like that too. But like they usually get stuff like ahead. Like I know my mom, she got stuff for Thanksgiving like a week ago, and like same thing with my granny. But like if there's a last minute thing, yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Long story short, yeah.
Yeah. When it comes down to if something's needed, it's going to be you. I'm not an early planner. Like I've had chicken that I'm going to make because I don't care about turkey. I don't want turkey. Can beat it, turkey.
It's a little overrated.
Yeah, they're like Notre Dame. You haven't heard my comp for turkey, but turkey's like Notre Dame. It's sturdy, it's hardy. You kind of always know what you're gonna get, but it ain't anything you pick first when you're talking about your proteins. Like if you're chicken might be a thing. Maybe you're a ham person. I don't know, but turkey, it's overrated because the only time anyone's talking about having a full turkey is at like maybe twice, Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Like no one's relegating chicken to 2 days a year and the aftermath because of leftovers. Don't come at me with turkey, everyone. Damaris makes a great Cajun fried turkey. You got to spruce up turkey to make it something you're willing to eat all the time. And of course, hey, turkey leg. Yeah, at the rodeo.
That's it.
It's special events. If it's a special event food, beat it.
Yeah, like my grandpa, he's smoking a turkey, and he usually like leaves me a turkey leg, so I'll eat that. But
Yeah, but I get it. The turkey leg, understood. Right. But we talk about if your bird is relegated to a special event status, it's overrated.
Yeah,
you know it is. Ain't no one making a turkey on Tuesday in March. It's not how we operate. Not how it gets done. Okay, we got one more segment to go. Remember, I talked about this yesterday. 33rd, I think they're called the 33rd team, is being hired as a consultant to help the Jets find their new head coach and general manager. Well, Mike Tannenbaum, who works for 33rd team, is part of the personnel who's going to help. He used to work for the Jets, and one Rex Ryan, who currently works for ESPN, is stumping for that job. We'll play the sound from that when we get back. Told you. It's going to happen, or at least it's going to be given real consideration that they just get the old band back together. Woody Johnson might be comforted by those mid-2000s Jet teams and wants to bring those guys back. We will see. Maybe Tannenbaum's burnt out on working in the NFL, but it would not surprise me. So we'll get to that before we wrap it up. We'll talk some more Texans because that's a team in flux. They need some answers, and we'll see if they have them against the Jags. Just win the game. I'm at a point with them where I just say win games. I don't have any expectations about how you play, how it looks out there. Just go out there and beat the Jags and don't embarrass us. The Texans are at a point where I'm like, don't embarrass us. The Titans thing was awful. The Colts probably can't catch you if you stop embarrassing us. Find a way. No expectations going forward. They have ripped those from me. I don't believe in this team at all. I don't think they're a contender. They've got 5 weeks to change that. I don't know how many other people do. You listen to what the commentary is about them from fans and from media nationally and locally. I think all that hype has gone away. Losing to Will Levis will do that to you. So we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. AJ and myself here with you. Sam will be in tomorrow as AJ has done his duty with the morning shows here. And then following us, obviously, Gallant George. And they've got a new producer. First time doing a live show, I was told, at least a live show of this magnitude for 3 hours. It's the holidays, everybody. It's the holidays. It's what it is. It's what it is. Okay, we will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show, final segment. We will try to get some Chris Long sound in here, the former defensive end, NFL defensive end. He has, like everyone else does, a podcast. He spoke to what he believes the Texans' biggest issues are. And it isn't C.J. Stroud. Despite C.J.'s issues, his struggles, he's pointing to Texans' overall infrastructure, at least offensively, for why the quarterback isn't playing as well. So we'll hear from him, hopefully, in a little bit here, because, as I said, it's turned. And whether Bobby Slowick is responsible fully or not, when you have a young quarterback, they are not going to blame the young quarterback. CJ would have to play like this next year, too. And if there's a change at OC, then people would start to say, oh, well, okay, maybe the CJ we saw in year one isn't the real CJ. But as much as things may be weighing on him because he's not playing up to his standard, for the most part, the blame isn't going to go his way. Because of what he was last year, it's got to be someone else. I don't think it's as simple as that. Maybe it's a culmination of everything that was wrong before it started being him. But you can look at his play and go, all right, he ain't the guy that we thought. And I'll ask you, AJ, being a impartial observer, you've seen a young quarterback be hyped up and play well, and then at some point the scars start to build and people start to question him. I'm talking about Dak Prescott, your guy.
Yeah.
At one point, Dak Prescott was C.J. Stroud. He was a guy that, wow, Campbell. Now he was drafted later, but it was a guy where, wow, I can't believe the Cowboys found him. Tony Romo, you got to beat it. Dak's our guy, and young quarterback on a rookie deal, and look how successful they were with Zeke. We all know the timeline of events there, but he went a couple years before people started to go, wow, Dak can't win the big one. The stuff didn't build up until there were several years going through different OCs and firing coaches before it starts to fall on what was the promising young quarterback and now is the veteran who can't get it done. So do you remember that going that way with Dak?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember when the rookie year, that was crazy. That was like they were like him and Zeke, they were legit MVP candidates too. Like that was man, those are better days. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think for CJ though, I think he's gonna be good. I mean, he was a higher draft pick, like you mentioned too, than Dak. It's how you build the team around him too, and then also when you have to pay him as well. That's the biggest thing, the biggest standpoint, because he'll be really eligible for that after next season.
Yeah, you talk about it. There was somewhat serious discussions because of the salary cap going up and quarterback pay goes. By the time CJ's eligible for a new deal, is he going to be the first $70 million per year quarterback? That's how good he was last year. That's what people are talking about, where he, because of the next one up, gets paid more. He was going to be in that range. I don't know how if the cap is going to accelerate to that point where that would be a viable option. But once you pay him, who else doesn't get paid?
Right.
So that's why these years were so important. Now the Chiefs have proven, and they're unique. They're a unique organization where you can go pay Mahomes whatever, and you can start to get cheap on defense, but draft well. And you say to Tyreek, you got to go. And obviously you keep one of those guys. You keep Kelsey around, and that has led to 2 consecutive titles. But you're talking about having the best quarterback in all of football. Is CJ going to be that at some point? I don't know. That's what it means when you start to pay guys. How good is your quarterback? And right now, CJ looks nothing like the guy who we thought was going to, at some point, be a guy breaking the bank and maybe being the highest paid player in football. Well, here's Chris Long. Chris Long on what has happened to CJ Stroud this year.
It's a shame, and it also reinforces the point that we made a few minutes ago, is that context matters. Last year when the scheme was working and CJ wasn't, getting obliterated, he looked like the next Joe Montana, and I still think he's got, that rare ability in him. I'm not putting him with Joe Montana, but you know what I'm saying. They have done everything in their power this year to stunt the kid's development. I mean, his eyes are on the rush, and like you could say, hey, keep your eyes downfield. But after 12 games of it, it's a survival tactic. to know who's falling at your feet, to know who's not picking up a game.
Yeah.
Nico Collins has 2 touchdowns in a week called back on dumb penalties.
Mhm.
You know, one of them yesterday is in legal motion, Mixon and the receiver in motion at the same time, and like they knew it right away. And you see it on CJ Stroud's face on the sideline. He's just numb right now. There's so many things going on bad on this offense that you have to look at the coordinator, man. And I don't think they have their bye yet. Have they had their bye?
I'll answer it. No, they have not.
But the point is, like, they have to huddle up
next week.
Yeah. So they haven't
play
had their bye.
Jacksonville, then they have a bye.
And I know he's tight with the quarterback coach, right? I know there's other guys that are in the building and call plays, right? Like, did we look at that as Bill Lazor is there? He's called some plays in the NFL before. But they have to have a conversation about the play calling, because the play calling is not good. And I've seen teams work around worse offensive lines. There are some decent players, guys who have played good ball in the past on this offensive line, but they're not playing together. And they're doing unsound shit. They're pulling Shaq Mason to pick up an edge guy who's screaming off the edge. He's tiptoeing. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Long. I did say, hey, I didn't hear all of it, and we got through about a minute plus before Chris Long does what he might do on a podcast. He curses. I like how that beep came in after.
That was poorly edited. Like, oh my gosh.
I know. They beeped it, but after, for some reason. It's not great by the people who edited that. So you heard the name pop up. You didn't hear any blame being put on the quarterback. You heard a potential call for a change. And they went down the list and said, who can call plays in that room? Who can call plays in that building? Didn't even mention Slowick by name, I believe. He just mentioned that Bill Lazor was an option. I've seen Bill Lazor call plays for my favorite team. He's not an option. At least the Bill Lazor I remember. The Bill Lazor who called plays for my team, not great. It's a different situation. Maybe he's much better off. We're talking, I don't know, maybe a decade since he was calling plays for my team. But this is where we are. This is where this team is. And the only thing they can do is play better. And some of this stuff quiets down. You know, if they rip off 3 in a row, win this week, and then break off a couple after the bye, all be forgotten. Because the teams they're playing beyond the Jags are going to be teams that people think can challenge them. The Jags one's not going to quiet anyone. It'll make us feel better, because talking about a loss again for this team, and another embarrassing one, is not something we want to do. It's not something we want to watch. But for how loud it's getting for Bobby Slowick, breaking off a couple wins in a row and looking good offensively is going to be important. We talked about this on the morning show. The thought of him being fired was not something a lot of people considered. He was supposed to be a guy you could barely hold on to, because he was going to become a head coach. There's still 5 games to go. So even if he's not in real trouble now, despite fans and engagement farmers calling for his head, what happens if you drop 3 out of your next 4 and you look bad offensively, and you still have the problems blocking people, and your quarterback's still playing poorly? Then that stuff is on the table and the percentages increase. You can't make a judgment 12 games in as far as who's safe. You've got a big chunk of the season to go and a bye to get through. This could change one way or the other really quickly. So the fortunate thing is they've bought themselves a little margin for error. The division isn't good, and they've done enough against the Colts to have a 3-game lead, when you consider the Colts have to actually win it. They can't tie the division because of your tiebreaker advantage. So you've dropped games you shouldn't, but you're still in a position where if you flip this, can you be a 2 seed? Probably not. 4 seed is probably what you're going to be, but you can go into the playoffs feeling a lot differently about yourself than you do right now. So that's in the future. I'm done for the day. Want to thank AJ for helping out. Gallant and George are up next. We got a new producer. Well, I'm going to wish him good luck, mostly because I know Paul, and Paul likes to call for audio. So I'm not sure where you're situated there, how much pre-work you've done, but be ready. Be ready. So you'll meet him. I ain't gonna spoil the surprise. You'll meet him when we end and they begin. So Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We will continue to get you ready for A&M and Texas, and of course, more Texan stuff. The Astro news of the day is Bregman got an offer, far below what he was asking for, but the Astros have made an official offer for Bregman. That's the big news. After losing Kikuchi earlier in the week, they have put in their bid. Will it be enough? Feels unlikely. AJ, right now, since this is the last day I'm working with you, is Bregman an Astro when spring training rolls around?
Oh, hopefully he doesn't take this contract offer as like disrespect. Hopefully they can get it worked out. But I'm gonna be optimistic and say yes.
All right. So it is funny that 26 over 6, 26 per year, 150 whatever over 6 is disrespectful. But if he's asking for over 200, apparently it is. Right now we're talking about something along the lines of a 7 point something million a year difference between what Bregman wants and what the Astros want to give him. Let's meet in the middle, everybody. Maybe 29. Maybe we make it. Maybe an even 30. And even 30. 180 over 6 is a nice number, right? Right?
I'd take it.
Well, yeah. I mean, we'd all take it. It's just a business that they're in. All right, we're done. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Stocks are mixed this morning. No follow-through to yesterday's record run, although the S&P is moving a little bit higher and the NASDAQ is gaining ground. The Dow is pulling back a bit after President Trump last night threatened to impose 25% tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada, possibly violating the terms of his revised NAFTA agreement that was undertaken during his first term. The Mexican peso and the Canadian dollar are falling on that, while markets are reassessing the possibility that Treasury Secretary-designate Bessent would, in fact, slow the president's move towards imposing tariffs that could cause a trade war. So we have a mixed market this morning. Interest rates ticking up just a touch. The yield on the 10-year note, 4.28%. Dollar still a little weaker. Oil rebounding a bit, up 68 cents to $69.62 a barrel. And gold, after falling $80 yesterday, is up $14 this morning to $26.32 the ounce. More economic data coming out this week before we get to Thanksgiving. That could influence market behavior as well. But the Trump tariff talk has markets at least a little rattled this morning.
We just got to go do it. Like we got a lot of cleaning up to do, which we go through the film and our guys understand what we have to do. But we just have to go do it. Like, as I told our guys, we don't need a big meeting and nothing needs to be said or talked about. We just got to go do our job.
Just got to go do our job. No meetings necessary. That's Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans at yesterday's press conference. Your Texans are 7-5. We have yet to press the reset button on the week. We will do that tomorrow. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is a Tuesday, November 26th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant, and he is Joe George. We just got to do our jobs, Joe.
No team meetings?
Well,
I thought it was time for a fourth team meeting.
If the players only meeting happens, if we don't know that the third players only meeting happened, to be fair, but if another players only meeting happens, this is my advice to the Houston Texans. Do not let anyone know. You can do it. Just don't let anyone know.
And don't leak it. Don't tell them publicly, but also don't do what happened to the Philadelphia 76ers and tell people off the record, because that looks worse. So avoid those two things, and we're golden.
If you tell anybody, especially when you do it off the record, it's on the record.
That's very true.
So,
it's very on the record.
Loose lips sink ships. I think the Texans have done a very good job of this in the DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio era, at least during the offseason. They should treat us the same way that they treat the feds and the departed. Feed them bleep and keep them in the dock.
Yeah, but then you have to have a rat.
No, you don't have to have a rat. You don't have to have a rat. I understand that you have very little faith in the FBI, Joe, even though you watch the network TV show. Which
I do.
Is a character
oh, no, I don't watch that
issue.
one.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No, that's the one I don't watch.
Okay. You
the
do
two
watch
shows on Fridays before that I do watch.
You watch Friday network TV?
I don't watch it on Fridays.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm not spending my Friday night doing that.
But I was asking if you watched the Friday network TV shows, because usually in a post TGIF world, which I don't think either you or Anthony and Fashawn have any idea about, generally that's where the fodder goes for network TV.
That's true.
So look, I'm hoping the approach behind the scenes is different than what we are getting. And I hope that, in a way, DeMeco Ryans is feeding us bleep and keeping us in the dark. I thought it was noteworthy on the coffee show that DeMeco Ryans does with Mark Vandermeer, the voice of the Houston Texans, John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, where he was telling the team, Joe, that he wants this to stick with them, the loss to the Tennessee Titans. And I found it intriguing online. Some people were saying, hey, this is a step forward. It's a mini victory. I can't quite go that far. It's frustrating because gut reaction just makes me ask, hey, were they doing that, letting it sink in, stewing in it after the loss to the Jets? After the loss to the Lions, where you lost a game where a quarterback threw 5 interceptions? Because it should have happened after those two. Okay, it's happening after a loss where you had 8 sacks and a pick 6. It's a mini step in the right direction. It's a mini victory. It's a little frustrating, though, if they were in the past saying to themselves, nope, we're just on to the next week. Sometimes you got to remember the shame.
You have to, because it's the only reason, it's the only way you're going to get better. You can't just always move on. You can move on from the Jets game if you feel like that game is the outlier. But when you're playing the way you are, it needs to stew a little bit. There needs to be, this is what we've talked about with DeMeco, is he's always just so positive. So hearing him say that, it's refreshing that, it can't always be sunshine and rainbows when it just shouldn't be. It just should not be sunshine and rainbows right now. It was one of the most embarrassing losses for a good football team we've seen. Way more embarrassing than anything else that's happened recently, honestly.
It's the second worst loss of the DeMeco Ryans, CJ Stroud era. It is the worst loss of the year. Now, Joe, that interview that DeMeco Ryans did with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris was after his Monday press conference, and it was after, of course, his Sunday press conference. I put together a compilation, though, and it's of D'Amico Ryans and all the times that he mentioned the positives over just the last couple of days. Anthony behind the glass, and for Sean, please present Joe with something that I imagine will frustrate him. He doesn't want to frustrate you. See, this is what happens. This is what happens. We got somebody who does not want the wrath of Joe George, because Joe's the last guy who went ape bleep on this show. Go back to when the Astros lost to the Tigers.
Which one is it, Paul?
This is the D'Amico positive montage.
Oh, I don't see this one in the email, Paul.
Oh, great. Well, then it's on me. You know what? To quote D'Amico Ryans, it's on me.
Look, we'll find it. He's so positive right now about everything. And there are certain things that happen with this team that are reason to be positive. That, Nico Collins being back, your defensive line being as good as they have been in the last game. Most of the season, honestly. They've been like the strength of this team. You're healthier at this point. I think it's a huge positive for the Texans. But overall, I can't imagine like what's actually to be positive about. I think the one that still annoys me the most is what he talked about after the game on Sunday with the when he said the offense did enough.
Right.
That one I just firmly disagree with it mainly because they're making mistakes that are costing you. I thought Will Kunkel had this tweet yesterday. I think you sent it in our group chat about like how long the Texans were on the field for, being on the field for less than 2 minutes at a time. And the fact that like, even though getting burnt deep is one thing, like that's an exception to this rule, but asking your defense to largely be perfect all the time, it's just by saying the offense did enough, it's giving too much slack to the defense for their struggles in this last game. It's too much for, to say that the offense did enough, when to me, the defense was just put in a bad position because of your offense.
Yep. So he doubled down on that yesterday. He said that the offense gave him enough. And I know that he's trying to take the brunt of the blame for a team that's struggling in a lot of aspects. But while the defense did look very bad for a lot of that game against the Titans, even though they had 8 sacks, the offense is the bigger problem right now. And it doesn't feel like there are any changes coming on the offensive side of things in the near future.
I would not expect any changes to be happening in the near future for the offense, because what are they going to change? They've been telling us for weeks it's going to change. They changed the offensive line.
Right. He was asked about the offensive line and potentially changing it again, and he gave a very quick answer to that, saying, I thought they did some good things out there.
Change it again? To what? Zach Thomas?
There's nothing else.
Is that guy even on the roster still?
Good question. I'm not 100% sure. There's really nothing you can do on that front. I think it is burn the boats as far as what you have with the offensive linemen that you can put on the field. But when it comes to the actual coaches, people are going to continue to ask the question, why is offensive line coach Chris Strausser still running things? I know not a lot of people know his name, so generally the casuals, not to diminish anybody, they are pointing to offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, who is in upper middle management.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at what happens with other teams when they make changes on the offensive line. I mean, the offensive coordinator, they can fix the offensive line issues by just making things just a little bit easier, right? Like just make it easier in the way you're operating. Now, part of the Texans' problem is that like they love to take deep shots down the field. So I don't necessarily want them to try to take that away from their offense this season. Like just let them. You just have to find different ways. I just wouldn't expect any changes at this point. I really can't imagine a world in which, we're coming back from Thanksgiving, and even if they lose to Jacksonville, to where Bobby Slowick is out on Monday or an offensive line coach is out on Monday, especially because there's 3 offensive line coaches. So like at least like if you replace Bobby Slowick, then Gerard Johnson could come in, or Bill Lazor, with a philosophical change of how they're going to protect the offensive line. Well, what is like Cole Popovich or whoever the 3rd offensive line coach? What are they really going to teach them that's different at this point in the season than what they've been doing, what they've been taught and are failing at all year long?
It's a great question. Well, how about this as an approach? And it's going to sound unconventional, but the Cincinnati Bengals, they had a bye week last week. Season, it's kind of at the crossroads. And they came back to practice yesterday with something brand new in front of all the players. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cincinnati Bengals, to try and improve team morale, they have brought ping pong tables to the locker room.
I guess, can we get right to the ping pong tables?
Yeah, just creating energy in the locker room. You know, it's December football now, and need everyone to be at their best, need everyone to have energy when they walk in the building. That creates some competitiveness. That's about all there is to it.
When did y'all make that decision that was going to be a thing?
It's something I've talked about for a couple weeks now.
What was the reaction like when they were coming back, the players?
I wouldn't say it was much of a reaction.
They're free to go. There's still a bunch of guys in there right now. Is that
exactly? Yeah, I think it is. I just want guys to interact and you know, so that's one way to do it. I'm not overthinking it too much, but there's a way to create some energy and get guys up and active.
Did you hear in the background the whooping, the hooting and hollering? Just for a brief moment when I boosted the audio of that reporter asking the question. Sounds like the Bengals players are having some fun in the locker room.
Fun. That's all that matters. I mean, look, they took them away, apparently. Because I remember this being the thing of the past with the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
So they took away the ping pong tables when they made their locker room fancier.
This is an issue that you'll see happen with a lot of teams. Some teams have the ping pong tables, and then the ping pong tables are removed, or it's some variant of this. Back during the Gary Kubiak Texans days, they had a basketball hoop, and they would compete with one another trying to see who could hit as many consecutive shots as they possibly could.
Full basketball hoop or like one of the mini hoops?
Full basketball hoop.
I like that.
Yep. Yeah. It was, I feel like it was in the walkway between where the locker room is and the shower, and you would generally hear someone shooting the basketball with somebody else during the Gary Kubiak era. So this is something that the Texans can think about doing if they want to boost morale. But I think that what you heard from D'Amico Ryans is that he wants the players to sit in this for a little bit. And that's nice. And you know what else is nice? We didn't even have to play that montage of the positivity. You know, my subconscious refused to attach that to the email so that none of us would have to hear that.
I mean, I'm pro ping pong tables. I know that once upon a time, before one of the office spaces here was rented out, that we had a Papa Shot.
We did
in the office, apparently.
Right, you are.
I'm like,
how'd you do on it?
No, it was before I was back.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know about it until I feel like a couple of days before we got rid of it.
Yeah, but like I'm trying to figure out, like, so do we need to do this? Do we need a Papa Shot or a ping pong? I don't feel like a ping pong table is going to fit very well in this office.
I mean, it could fit in this unnecessarily large studio.
That's true. It really could fit like right there.
We have a unnecessarily large studio.
And we could just
It's
have
really
like
big.
Dell and John just like playing ping pong during the show.
I would be distracted. I would be a little distracted. I mean, I get distracted just when they show Livy Dunn commercials on the ESPN that we have in here. Right now, it's some energy for kombucha. Do you ever do kombucha?
I've had those kombuchas before.
I don't get kombucha. What's the point?
I don't know.
There's like a little alcohol in it.
I worked at this like healthy version of Chipotle in college.
Oh, what was it called?
Protein bar. It's like a Chicago.
That does not sound like it's
No.
a version of Chipotle.
But like,
okay.
well, no, but it was like chicken, tofu, everything was like organic. And then it was like protein shakes, but then they always had those kombuchas in there. So I would try them. They were okay.
Okay.
Expensive.
Yeah, it does sound expensive.
Not worth not worth the money.
Okay. He's Joe and Paul. We got Anthony in for Sean behind the glass. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Things are not great for the Houston Texans, but they could be worse. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the two teams that Joe and I grew up rooting for. Mother of God, you'll hear how bad it is, and hopefully you'll have a smile on your face as we get angry. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. So both of our football teams that we grew up rooting for are doing significantly worse than your Houston Texans. And
That's for sure.
And I suppose that knowing that others are more miserable than you is something to be thankful for the week of Thanksgiving, right? So I'm going to start off with my guys. I grew up rooting for the New England Patriots, and this team has had quite the year. And sure, they seem to have a good rookie quarterback. We'll see how good. We felt the same thing about Mac Jones. But this is a team that has its 12th choice as offensive coordinator. Said offensive coordinator did not know that Cougs legend Marcus Jones had played offense for the Patriots and scored a touchdown for the Patriots on offense. It took him getting texted about that to come to that realization. We've also got, after getting smoked by the Miami Dolphins, several players laughing and joking around after the L. At least Drake May wasn't one of those guys. And then you got this quote from Patriots head coach Gerard Mayo, who I have some questions about when he was asked about the many mistakes the Patriots make on a week-to-week basis. Can you imagine if D'Amico said this? Here's Gerard Mayo.
No Gerard Mayo.
He doesn't want to talk.
And
I don't blame him for not wanting to talk. You know? Look, here's basically what he said. I can't do anything once these guys step off the field, off the sideline and onto the field. Once they cross the white line, I can't do anything about it. And you know what? To a degree, he is correct.
I don't like that a coach would say something like that, because it's your job before the game to prepare your guys, and to blame them when they get onto the field of what is, like they're not executing. I just feel like it just sets a bad tone. And when you've already got an organization in which you had to trade a player this offseason, Matthew Judon, because he was so unhappy with the way things were going with Gerard Mayo, it's just, I don't think a coach should be saying that stuff early on. Like if Doug Peterson said that, we wouldn't be shocked, because the way he's been talking to the media this year, right? Like how bad things have been going in Jacksonville, it's been a total disaster. So with Mayo to say that, I don't love it. I can't imagine you like it either, to hear your coach. I mean, he might be right. He's right, but it's just not typically something you want to hear from your coach, in my opinion.
It's on brand with a lot of things that he has said this year that make you ask questions about what his ceiling is as a head coach. Interesting. Have we ever asked questions about a head coach's ceiling before on this show? I can't remember.
Especially because think about, is this a player thing, you think? Because he was a player? Like, does it feel like a player would be more a player coach? Since he played in the NFL, he'd be more likely to say this? Because from his perspective, right? He played in the NFL.
Right. He's and I think a Patriots former player, actually current player, David Andrews, who played for Belichick, said Belichick would have said the same thing about this. And okay, fine. But so that's me. The Patriots are worse than the Texans, guys. So you got that going for you.
They are. There's a lot of teams. The Patriots are definitely.
How about your Bears, Joe?
Yeah,
I've done my confession. I've gotten that off of my chest. But your Bears,
I'm in a tough spot here, Paul.
They can't kick. I know that
they can't kick.
The Cairo Santos refuses to kick it in a non-line drive fashion. So another blocked field goal.
Yeah. So the Bears have lost 3 games this year in absolutely dramatic fashion. The Hail Mary, the blocked field goal last week versus the Packers, and then this game this last weekend, in which your quarterback got them to overtime. And then you lost in overtime because your defense was terrible. Things are terrible. The head coach of the Chicago Bears is now 5-18 in 1-score games.
That doesn't That doesn't seem good.
21%, I believe that is, or 20% roughly, as a career head coach in one-score games. You can't kick. You had to fire your offensive coordinator. The first offensive coordinator he hired has already been fired by another organization in this same year. Yeah, things are worse. Now, the only reason why there'd be any more reason for optimism, at least they're going to fire their coach. Unlike, but the Texans are going to fire their offensive coordinator.
You think so?
I don't know anymore.
See,
because
we got to stop speaking with these certainties.
I know.
Because conventional wisdom suggests move on from the guy who is running the offense that has CJ Stroud and is underachieving. But I feel like people are operating with a certainty that it'll happen. And I don't think that we have seen anything to this point in this regime that screams they're going to fire someone. Because it seems like it's more of a collaborative process now. I'm sure that Nick Caserio doesn't like what he's seeing. I'm sure ownership doesn't like what they're seeing. But then you have DeMeco Ryans, who is saying, hey, the offense scored enough points. That's what he's saying publicly.
Yeah.
I imagine DeMeco Ryans, a guy who has worked with Bobby Slowick before, is going to be loyal to him to a degree. So
100%.
So I don't think that it's a lock that he is gone after the year.
Yeah, I was thinking that a little bit. I think it was after yesterday's show when we were talking about it. I was like, I keep talking about it with such like confidence that it's going to happen. But you're right, Paul. We don't know that. We don't know that. Look, think about what Gerard Mayo just said.
Mm-hmm.
That he can't control what happens when they go onto the field. It's reasonable that DeMeco Ryans feels the same way. That they think that the offensive line is being set up for success, that they think the offense is set up for success, that the pieces that Nick Caserio has brought in has set the Texans up to be one of the best offenses in the NFL. And then the reality is the coaches think that the players are just failing to execute. Now, that to me, that means the coaches are not doing their job. The coaches are not coaching properly.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems that it should still be obvious that that's the decision that you would come to at the end of the season. But you're right. Like, there is a chance. Probably, I don't know, 50-50. Maybe that's too much even.
I have no idea what the percentage is.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone does. I feel like we all know what we want to see happen. I think it might make more sense to move on from the offensive line coach. Because I look at it from a Nick Caserio perspective. DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick, and hell, Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, might think to themselves, bro, look at what we're trying to work with. Look at the tape of Titus Howard, who you're paying a lot of money. Look at what Shaq Mason's done this season. Look at what Kenyon Green was from a pass blocking perspective. Look what they are now missing with Kenyon Green out from a run blocking perspective. These guys aren't good. What am I supposed to do with these guys? Like, there's an argument to be made for that. It's an $188 million offensive line going into the year in terms of total salaries for all five of the starting guys left to right: Tunsil, Green, Scruggs, Mason, Howard. There's a spin zone on that if you want to make
there is. And look what happened with the offensive line last year. Your guys got hurt. George Fant comes in at right tackle. Titus Howard has to move to left guard. And while you can't run the ball, like, your offensive line was improved from where it started at the beginning of the season. And those were, savvy moves made by Nick Caserio. But you've got two young guys who I think when I watch, like, I'm not going to pretend we're some offensive line experts, but Juice Scruggs, it's feels like he's getting beat quite often in a very similar fashion to the way that Kenyon Green was getting beat, whether it was at left guard or center. Mm-hmm. Jared Patterson seems like he's doing a solid job, but not, I wouldn't say a good job in protecting CJ Stroud either. And it's not like your tackles are doing much. Like, and even things like the false start penalties or the holding penalties, like, a coach can't fix that. So there is the argument to be made for the coaching staff of it's not on us. It's on the players. It's on Nick Caserio and the guys he's put out there. But at the same time, they talk about coaching and communication and change. That, to me, is the job of the coach, is to figure out a way. Like, we see teams all the time with terrible offensive lines, and things can get better. I mean, I hate to bring this comp up for to be in a negative Texans way, but look what Caleb Williams has done the last 2 weeks. He's been since they made an offensive coordinator change, he's been excellent, and he's been sacked a handful of times, and he's the most sacked quarterback in the NFL by a mile. But by simply making a change at offensive coordinator and changing the strategy of the offense by not having him have these deep dropbacks and getting the ball out in less than 3 seconds, well, all of a sudden now he's not getting sacked anymore. Like, there are things that you can change. Look what the Buffalo Bills did last year when they put Joe Brady in. They changed the way they did things, and it worked out really well for them. So I don't think the Texans are making a change mid-year, and we probably shouldn't talk about it with utter confidence. Even though there's going to be 10 coaching changes potentially this offseason, Bobby Slowick continues to drive himself out of that conversation if he wasn't already out of it. I mean, I think a team would have to be desperate to hire Bobby Slowick at this point as a head coach, which does happen.
Yep.
I mean,
you're finally there at least, but you're right. It does happen.
But it took me a while. It took me a while to really to get to that point because I thought, I guess it was blind confidence and blind optimism that the Texans offense would actually get back to the way it was a little bit.
We're 12 weeks in. There's no reason to believe that it's going to eventually show up. I hate to say it like that, but I think we all were giving it plenty of time. At a certain point, you have to admit it's not happening. It's not happening. I don't know why it would happen the rest of the way. It would be great if it did, but there's no reason to believe that this team is going to be able to look good in the second half of a game if they haven't looked good in the second half of a game pretty much all season. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in if you want to join us on Gallant and George. It was pretty funny seeing both on ESPN.com, the panel on First Take talking about the Texans' struggles, and this piece on ESPN Insider from Ben Solak, who, I'm going to be honest, kind of annoys me, especially with his monomania of Anthony Richardson can do no wrong. How bad was he on Sunday?
Pretty bad.
The Bucs scored. Shut up. They lost 24-6. Oh, the Bucs score though, doesn't really show. Yes, every quarterback in the NFL is capable of making special plays occasionally. Zach Wilson did.
Especially against the Texans.
It's about being consistent. It's about being accurate. But right before the paywall begins for this ESPN Plus article, Ben Solak writes, quote, "The 7-5 Texans are far from a disappointment." End quote. Shut up. Not paying for your website. Nope.
Far from a disappointment.
Sure, Ben. Sure. Anyway.
That's a stretch.
Let's do a little college football talk next, huh? It's the college football six-pack. We'll talk about everything that went down over one of the best weekends in recent college football history. Next, stick around.
You are back.
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, in an effort to alleviate the effects of the...
Time to put down the books and crack open a college football six-pack.
We're going streaking through the...
What a week it was in college football. I mean, let's just start off with the big game, the big Aggieing that took place Saturday night. Oh, Texas A&M, a 4 overtime loss to Auburn. Auburn was very quick on X tweeting out something that Mike Elko had unfortunately said while trying to discuss the Aggies' focus on the task at hand, beating the Auburn Tigers. So basically, the Texas A&M Aggies Auburn game ends the way that it does. And you've got Auburn essentially throwing right back in Mike Elko's face that Mike Elko said, hey, we're focused on Auburn. And they were actually focused on Texas.
They were focused on Texas. Hopefully they win that game because that was embarrassing.
Yes.
4 overtimes. I still stand by what I said yesterday. I know I got some grief about this on the Twitch. They said 2-point conversions are part of college football. Yes, after you score a touchdown, they are. But they shouldn't be after a normal play, or shouldn't be the only play. It's still my issue with it. But I don't know. Like, it's so Aggie for them to do that. I don't know. We'll see what happens this weekend. Feels like they're going to win, honestly. I don't know why. I can't explain it, Paul. I'm feeling good for the Aggies.
Aggie fans feel the same way.
Yeah.
I don't understand the optimism, but they feel the same way. Okay. More scores across college football. How about Oklahoma taking down Alabama 24-3, and Auburn, who's very cocky, is already talking trash about Jalen Milroe, who stunk. He was bad in this game. 11 of 26 for 164 yards, 3 interceptions. He did have a touchdown pass that was wiped off the field by one of the worst calls I think I've ever seen by a referee, who I think claimed that a wide receiver was an ineligible receiver when he made a beautiful catch, but the guy never stepped out of bounds. Not reviewable. One of the latest flags I think I can ever remember, but it doesn't matter. Like, the refs are not the story of this game. Alabama has 3 losses, and they are hoping that they can still find a way into the college football playoff, which everyone is terrified of because I think everyone in the back of their mind thinks it is still possible. Alabama is currently ranked, get this, 13th. Just on the outside of the top rankings, though, of course, that's different.
Yeah, it does lead me to, like, I wonder, like, what's going to happen when, like, what tonight's going to look like. I don't know why they'd be at 13, like, why they should be in. Personally, you got to keep these 3 loss teams out unless there's a bunch of chaos that unfolds going on. And with the ref thing, I saw Josh Pate, who's on with John and Lance every week, and he was talking about this. He's been talking about this. The SEC refs are just a nightmare. They are a total disaster across the board right now. And you're right. It's not the reason why. But Alabama, like, Milroe's not a good quarterback. That's why I don't understand why there's ever any moment where people were trying to pretend after one game earlier this season he was a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah.
He's not good.
Some draft experts said that.
Like, why would they say that?
I don't know.
Like, what are they watching?
Well, they like that he can run with the football, but of course, quarterbacks have to throw the football.
And he can't do that.
Ohio State beat Indiana in what was supposed to be the big game of the weekend, but I think everyone knew deep down that Indiana was a tad fraudulent. They did lead 7-0 at the end of the first quarter, but it really felt like Ohio State took Indiana's success personally. There were a bunch of my columns after the game about how Ohio State ran up the score, how Will Howard, the Ohio State quarterback, at one point, he took a fake cigarette, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it because Indiana's head coach Signetti, what's his first name?
Tony?
That's racist. That was so racist, Joe. They're not Italian just because they have
Kurt.
last name.
Kurt Signetti.
But here's the thing. I don't really take him seriously. I know he just got that big extension from Indiana.
Yeah.
Howard, while putting out a fake cigarette on the sideline, quoted Kurt Signetti this offseason saying, "Google me," when asked about his track record as a head coach. Howard just mouths it. I got to say, it's one of the most disrespectful yet awesome things I think I've ever seen caught by a slow motion camera. And the sad thing is we still might have to see Indiana try and play some of these top teams. Look, it's been a great year for them, but clearly they're not in the same class as the top dogs. I apologize for thinking that Ohio State might blow this one. They really seemed pissed by the mere existence of Indiana throughout this game.
Did you listen to Ryan Russillo's podcast
did
this
not.
week?
Nope.
So him and Todd McShay kind of did like a full breakdown on this game. And so I turned the game off at one point. When it was 31-7, I was like, there's other games going on. Don't need to watch this entire game right now. So I turned it off. And then I heard them talking about this next drive that happened for Indiana. They went on a 15-play, 75-yard drive for 7 minutes and 3 seconds where they ran the ball 9 times. This was the second to last possession of the football game. So they clearly made a conscious decision in that moment to just try to score a touchdown.
Good.
To try to make the score look better.
Good.
Why aren't you trying to score faster, though, to try to get back into the game? Like, it's clearly just for box score watchers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they know what it's all about. And same thing with Ohio State. Like, they know what it's all about too. I get it. It's lame, but
yeah, I don't like the we want to make this look better for the committee decision.
Well, that's what the committee has opened themselves up to, you know? And I mean, they would have been doing this either way, even if it was BCS or the early college football playoff edition.
Yeah, because they're just trying to make it look better than it actually was for the people who didn't watch. Because even though the people on the playoff committee are supposed to be watching these things, we know they don't.
No. Continuing through the college football six-pack, everything that went down in college football over the weekend. Texas won in somewhat underwhelming fashion against Kentucky. They did not cover the spread, but it was a 31-14 victory. At one point in the game, Quinn Ewers seemed to injure himself again, and right away, the morons that went to Florida State University. Listen, I dated someone who went to Florida State. I love her. She's a beautiful gal. She's very nice. But I would say that Florida State fans are among some of the worst college football fans on the internet. And these dumbasses were getting all pissy because they were left out of the college football playoff after their star quarterback suffered a season-ending injury. And they were of the belief that, well, Texas should be left out too. It's a little different, apples to oranges, first off, because there's 12 teams that make these playoffs, not what was it in the day?
4.
4, right. I wasn't sure if there was a 6th period. They just went straight from 4 to 12. Jesus.
And it's only been here for 2 years before we go to 14.
Anyway,
it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Florida State fans, stay Florida State fans. I mean, do you? But that was such a ridiculous reach by them to act like Texas should be left out. And by the way, Florida State got so killed by Georgia after not making the college football playoff. Like, they should have had to shut up forever.
Well, and also
even Central Florida's undefeated season in quotation marks is more noteworthy than Florida State's undefeated season until they got absolutely murdered by Georgia.
There's also this guy named Quinn Ewers.
Mm-hmm.
You also can't talk that right now when you have 2 wins on the season.
No.
It's Cal. They beat Cal 14-9, and they've beat Charleston 41-7.
Yeah, they all of them need to shut up. They're one of the worst teams in ACC history because the ACC is a new ACC.
Yes.
They could be 17th place in the ACC. That's history. Now, I think they're in good shape right now. I think they have the tiebreaker over Cal, but there you go. College football six-pack continues. This was my favorite moment of the weekend, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't focus on this game as much as I did because I was expecting the worst. But Florida beat Ole Miss 24-17. This game was really interesting because, one, Jackson Dart, quarterback for Ole Miss, completely fell apart down the stretch. He threw 3 interceptions over the period of 1 minute. One of them was overturned. He looked like he was basically just crying and having a complete mental breakdown on the sideline. Those last 2 interceptions were nowhere close. You also saw a former Gator turned Rebel, Princely Umanmiele, had a moment where he tried to go after fans after the game. I guess he used to play for Florida. He transferred to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, worst of all, the Florida Gators stole Ole Miss's turnover basketball hoop. And the poor Ole Miss equipment man, they were dunking on it after the game. They put a Florida Gators logo over the top of it. And the poor Ole Miss equipment managers had to go back to that side of the field, grab the hoop, and then eventually remove it from Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. And,
I didn't see that.
I don't even want to hear from Jackson Dart trying to pull his best Tim Tebow afterwards. This is vengeance. This is vengeance for when I was at the game that Eli Manning led Ole Miss down the field to beat Florida back in 2003. I was so upset, and this is revenge for the time that Ole Miss had the balls to beat the Florida Gators, and it led to the greatest speech in college football history by Tim Tebow. Chomp, chomp, suck it, Ole Miss.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah?
I really like your quarterback.
I like him too.
I like DJ Lagway.
I like DJ Lagway. That guy's got balls. They clearly like him a lot.
Freshman, he looks good so far.
I wish he had started from the beginning.
Yeah.
Ever since he came back in for that transfer from Princeton, it's been great. Looked like he got seriously hurt when he came out of that game. So I like DJ Lagway a lot. This is the most positive vibes I've had about a quarterback for Florida since Tebow. Yes.
For me, I was trying to think of who was in between.
Richardson had some frisky moments, but it was always like, oh, this is the most a Florida Gator quarterback has made it move. I've had 2 good Syracuse quarterbacks since then.
So what does this weekend mean to you then? When they
Win
play
by
Florida?
100.
Okay.
I hate Florida State.
Okay, I kind of figured.
Yeah.
So are they towards the top of your hate list then?
No, but
Okay.
no, because they're kind of a forgotten hate because the rivalry has lost its luster. But when I was growing up, that game meant a great deal to me. There's family in my mom's side. They went to Florida State, and I was the weirdo who decided to root for Florida, even though I grew up in Massachusetts. It's very weird. My love of Florida. I can't really explain it, but I do love those Florida Gators.
We grew up in the Florida era, though, so I get it at the same time.
I mean, it was
you
but
lived
it was,
down
but
there.
it was before. I love the Rex Grossman teams. Those are my favorite teams growing up.
Just I almost became a Florida fan. I got so tired of Notre Dame losing for a while.
Bro, you are such a disloyal Notre Dame fan.
I didn't leave the football team, but
You
for
didn't
a
leave?
while I was. I mean, maybe it was. I think it was part because Joakim Noah eventually came to the Bulls. But after the Billy Donovan era, I couldn't get enough of Florida basketball.
Here's the thing: I
could not get enough.
I've never liked Florida basketball.
Really?
It's only been Florida football. You grow up in the Northeast, college football, no one gives a damn about it, and everyone kind of picks a team, and that was the team that I picked. So there you go. A couple other games to get to. Kansas kicked Colorado's butt, 37-16. Good on Kansas. They've had 2 really impressive wins in a row. Shedeur Sanders may have been hit with one of the dirtiest hits ever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any defense for that hit. I think Colorado should be looking at itself in the mirror for not trying to kill that guy after he hit him. That guy knew what he was doing. You watch the replay. I know that things move very quickly, but Sanders had gotten rid of the ball and he went very low on that play. I get that refs are saying go low instead of high, not with a quarterback. That was messed up. Luckily, Sanders is okay, but Sanders lost his cool in this one, and so did a lot of Colorado players. Shedeur Sanders shoved the ref at one point. Number 8 on Colorado, shoved the Kansas player in the mouth. I think Shiloh Sanders did something too.
Mm-hmm.
This was one of those games where Colorado once again looked like the entitled a-holes that they came off as last year after all of the hype that they had.
Yeah, Kansas is going to be the first team ever, 500 or below, to have 3 top 25 wins.
Really?
They got 3 in a row. Iowa State, BYU, and Colorado, and they only lost to Kansas State the week before all of that by 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
I guess weird season for them, but the running back was. This is why this is Pac-12 football being played in the Big 12 by Colorado. They were scared to tackle. This Devin Neal kid was awesome.
Yeah,
he rushed for 207 yards on 37 carries, and he had 80 receiving yards. He had 4 touchdowns on the day.
Well, that's a lot.
He was incredible in this game, and then they just looked like they had zero interest anywhere in tackling him.
Well, there you go. One last note for the college football six-pack. Mac Brown fired as head coach of North Carolina, but he will still coach in their last game against NC State. This has been quite the year for Mac Brown. Let's just walk you through everything that the former coach of Texas has done this year. At one point this year, I keep on saying what instead of one. At one point this year, Mac Brown approached his players and asked them if he should resign. They said no, so he decided to stay. North Carolina, later in the year, told him they would like him to retire after the season ends. Mac Brown refused, and I believe within the last 48 hours said that his plan is to continue coaching at North Carolina in 2025, which led to the athletic director of North Carolina saying via a statement that we will not be bringing Mac Brown back for 2025. However, he will coach the last game of this year. Very awkward.
And I don't quite understand. I guess we don't know the inner workings of what's going on in North Carolina, besides the whole season, like you just walked through, being a total disaster and of just coaching and wanting to quit and then be back. And then now he's gone and being a lot of coaches last game. And I'm assuming their bowl game. Because I think they're going to have one of those as well. Yeah, they're 6-5. They're 6-5. Their quarterback from last year just went third in the NFL draft. Isn't there normally a step backwards?
They're a messy operation.
They did lose the game 70-50 this year.
They are a really messy operation. I think a lot of the reason that Drake May perhaps wasn't more of a thought to be the number one overall pick has to do with just all the crap that North Carolina has really been putting him through over the last couple of years. Like, the guy's been through a lot of adversity. I heard on one of the pre-draft shows, they were just detailing how messy it is. And this is one of the things with Mac Brown that we remember at Texas. He was very good at doing all of the many things a college football coach needs to do, but they did get to a point where they were soft and the little things seemed to get overlooked.
Yeah, at some point, like, you just have to turn the corner.
Yep.
It's not to be an ageist here, but
we have some breaking news, by the way, too. Houston has moved on from their offensive coordinator. The thing we've been looking for, it finally happened. Why are you laughing? You're laughing at another man losing his job?
No.
Offensive coordinator for Houston, Kevin Barbay, has been relieved of his duties. Quarterback coach and passing game coordinator Sean Bell has been named interim offensive coordinator and play caller for your beloved Cougs, the Houston Cougars. I saw Will Kunkel tweet this out. I like Will a lot. Will, I know exactly what you were doing there, and I laughed at it, and I love it.
So that's how. So he tweeted it that way.
He tweeted that out. Houston offensive coordinator Kevin Barbay has been relieved of his duties. He responds afterwards in all caps, University of Houston. You sly dog. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he's got 41,000 engagement on that first tweet.
Props to you. I mean, look, he there's nothing misleading about that.
There's literally
there's nothing misleading about that.
It is 100% correct. It says Kevin Barbay. It's his name is the fourth and fifth words of this tweet.
Yeah,
but
he is the Houston offensive coordinator.
Yes,
but he did not say University of Houston offensive coordinator. I like what he did.
I do too.
Honestly, that was great, Will. It's one of your best ones.
The replies are very funny.
Yeah, they are.
You could tell everyone's
because everyone wanted it to be somebody else.
Case Keenum. Some recommendations for Case Keenum, future OC of the Cougs here in the replies like that.
It was well done.
Still don't think he's part of the Texans anymore. Where's Case Keenum? Maybe he's the problem. He's not on the sidelines.
No, he's busy helping out hardworking American citizens because he's everyone's backup. Okay,
he is everyone's backup.
Yeah, he's everyone's.
It's not CJ's backup.
No, that's Davis Mills.
Yeah, maybe they miss Case Keenum on the sidelines.
It's time for Davis Mills. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Honestly, are we that far from that?
There are some down bad people out there who we're talking about. Like,
we got a fire D'Amico call yesterday.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, he called us. He said fire D'Amico or a D'Amico hot seat.
He said hot seat. Yeah, he didn't say fire him. No, we haven't gotten that yet. East Joe and Paul, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. coming up next on Gallant and George, guess what's happening? It's a hit segment that we do during baseball season once a week. Everyone's favorite sports politician is back in front of a microphone. Astros general manager Dana Brown. Are you down with what he's saying? Especially since we now know what the Astros offered Alex Bregman, and with Yusei Kikuchi gone for the Los Angeles Angels. Stick around. Are you down with Astros general manager Dana Brown? Joe, he was on a podcast in the last week, right?
Yeah, he was on Buster Olney's podcast.
Okay.
Which, if you like baseball and you like information, I would actually recommend it because like the guests are heavy hitters. He had multiple GMs and Jeff Passan all in one podcast.
I used to listen to the Buster Olney podcast.
But it's Buster's the problem. It's like if I could like have an AI read the questions and skip Buster's voice, then I might be okay.
I don't mind his voice. I just really struggle with off-season baseball content.
Yeah.
I don't think it's particularly compelling. So I don't think it's on Buster as much as it's just I feel like baseball does a very poor job of creating the same kind of off-season hype that the NBA does and that the NFL does.
Yeah, because for as long as the season is, the off season feels longer because it's a 3-month off season, and guys don't sign.
The last couple of years have made it disappointing, and this once again a reflection of the owners of the sport, not Rob Manfred, are slowly ruining baseball. But hey, that's neither here nor there because we're here to talk about what Dana Brown had to say, Joe, on his visit to the to the Buster Olney show.
The Scott Boras show would be very funny. All right, so this was from a couple days ago. So here is Dana Brown after he was asked about their plan in free agency surrounding Alex Bregman and potentially having to wait.
You have to continue to engage with Boras like we've been doing, multiple phone calls, conversations, trying to, move the thing along. And then you also have to keep in mind, like, look, if this doesn't happen, we're going to have to pivot. We're going to have to go somewhere else. We're going to have to make a move, whether it's through trade or whatever, or go out to free agent. So, you have to kind of work on both of those tracks with the main goal being you want Bregman back, right? You want, you know what Bregman is, you know what he means to this organization, and you'd like to have him back. And so that would be the priority. But even though you're working on the priority, it may not happen. So you also have to work on ideas and trades and maybe what else is going to be on the market at third base.
So in a nutshell, what he said there is we're in a difficult spot. We have to wait and see what Alex Bregman does with the deal that we offered him, which was 6 years, $156 million. I feel like they know that there's a very good chance he's not going to bite at it. And I don't think there's going to be an attempt to meet him in the middle. I talked about this morning on Fox 26 with Nate Griffin.
Looks very nice, Paul.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Some of my friends were calling me out because I didn't shave the stubble. I refuse to have just a mustache. I refuse to just do the mustache. I can't do it in good conscience. Anyway, though, to bring it back to the thing people actually care about, I have a hard time seeing this working out for the Astros. I think somebody's going to offer a little bit more than that. And the real question is going to become, how much more is it going to take? Probably not much more than that. And don't you think there's a lot of baseball teams out there that would be willing to offer this if they're in borderline contending, in a borderline contending place in their timeline? I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not a large contract. This isn't the Juan Soto market. This is maybe a third of the Juan Soto market, on like $200 million. That's what Bob Nightingale reported yesterday, right? That's what Alex Bregman wants, is at least $200 million. And the timing of it is what I think matters, because we've heard Dana Brown say that before, but that's right when he said, like, that's right when they met with Bregman, or when they offered it, based on the timeline of everything we have. This podcast is from 3 days ago.
He might have waited to do the interview until he had put that offer out there.
And you never know; it could be a taped interview, but and done before that. But the timing of it's interesting, and he keeps saying Bregman's the priority. So, honestly, I think you're going to know your fan base a little bit more with the way that Dana Brown's talking, and they're going to be not so down with Dana Brown. Because with George, it just kind of all played out. Same with Carlos Correa. But when Dana Brown's going out there and keeps repeating to everyone, Alex Bregman's our priority, we want him back. If there's not a follow-up deal offer, like you're saying, and like I agree with you, then I don't think the fan base will be down with Dana Brown. But will they have to wait? because of washed Scott Boras. Here's what Dana Brown said if the Juan Soto free agency affects their pursuit of Alex Bregman.
For us, we're not, so focused on Soto. We're more focused on Bregman. And if we can get, that deal done, that really helps us out because right now we got that hole at third base. So, but I don't think the Soto market is getting in. Maybe it's affecting some other market. I'm not sure, but in terms of Bregman, I think it's a different deal.
My biggest takeaway there is it sounds like they're not in on Juan Soto, which we kind of knew that.
Mm-hmm.
But he said they're not focused on Juan Soto, which makes me sad.
Yeah.
I just want them to meet with him. Give him a lowball offer at least. He won't take it. But at least tell your fan base, we made an offer to Juan Soto.
Tell him we did a little something.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that. I'm seeing the Red Sox do that. The Red Sox said, we made an offer to Juan Soto, and now they're saying we made a real offer to Juan Soto. Like, shut up. Like, cross the finish line. If you don't cross the finish line, I don't care. Lots of teams like to say that they're in the mix. We heard the Rays say they were in the mix. They don't even have a roof on their effing stadium.
Did you see their schedule for next year?
Yeah, I saw. I think it's 40-something of the first 60 games are going to be at home.
Yeah, and then they're on the road for 80% of the season the rest of the year because of the Florida heat.
Mm-hmm.
I know it gets hot in Florida, but they don't do that in California.
It's going to be a disaster.
I mean, there's minor league teams. There's a team in Vegas that plays outside.
If the Rays have a good season next year, it will be a miracle. I really feel that way. They're already in a pretty difficult division with an aggressive Boston and Toronto out there. I think Toronto's also in the sweepstakes for Juan Soto. At least they're telling us that. And of course, you got Baltimore and New York at the top of it. If they have a successful season this year, I will be stunned.
Yeah. So this year we're going to have a team playing in a minor league ballpark in Sacramento and a team playing in a spring training ballpark. At least one of them has a real excuse.
The spring training ballpark is also a minor league ballpark, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
I think the Tampa Yankees play there.
Gotcha.
At least they did when I was growing up. It's been a while. I kind of wish they were playing at Al Lang Field, which is right in downtown St. Pete. It's the tiniest ballpark, but it's right across the street from where my mom lives.
Oh, okay.
I love Al Lang Field.
Yeah, I'm curious. I hope this doesn't, because then we now this is a side tangent away from Dana Brown, but now there's reports that the deal has fallen through with their new stadium.
Yeah, of course it would. They're there's just not interest in the sport there. It's that simple. I understand that people always bitch and moan about the stadium location in the same way that people here bitch about the stadium locations. They still come to the games. They just show up late here.
Yeah, just takes just a little bit.
Right. It is difficult to drive from Tampa to St. Pete, especially where the stadium is in St. Pete. As someone who lived there for a while, but yeah, I don't think it's sustainable there. Anyway, sorry. Let's bring it back to Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana Brown? Joe, what else was Dana talking about?
Dana Brown was asked about Kyle Tucker's contract and how the Bregman stuff around it affects it. And he also makes it pretty clear who their priority is here.
Yeah, we have all of this going on. I did talk to Casey Close this offseason, but we definitely have priority. It's more about trying to get Bregman done right now and trying to, if we don't get him done, you have to fill that spot at third base. So we're dealing more with that as opposed to, trying to get something done with Tucker. Although we're not, walking away from that. We're just trying to, get our priorities straight. And so Bregman right now would be the priority.
That makes sense.
But it's not logical. You can't do two guys. You can't focus on two guys at once.
I'm with you there. You should be able to focus on all the contracts. But here's the thing. They're probably thinking about what? Arbitration more than they're thinking about with Tucker, more than they're thinking about the deal, because that's what you have to do in the short term.
Yeah. You got.
When is the arbitration deadline? I think they extended an offer, but of course the actual debate.
Yeah, I don't know when the
how
debate
much
is.
Tucker gets.
I think it's sometime after the new year.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't see why one can't be going on at the same time. And when that first clip we played, when they talked about having to pivot and have a contingent plan if Alex Bregman's not available, shouldn't part of that be trying to negotiate with Kyle Tucker at the same time of where, at least if Bregman's going to walk out the door, maybe we could try to lock up Kyle Tucker for the foreseeable future. But it just feels like this is going to be their plan again next year of offer Kyle Tucker a contract before as he hits free agency and not actually really negotiate anything in the meantime. I just think it's a flawed strategy, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not trying to sign guys more aggressively.
Well, they have contracts on the books that they can't get around. I get it why they're doing it. I'm not thrilled with it, but I think it's kind of understandable given Lance McCullers' contract is on the books. Jose Abreu's contract is on the books. Rafael Montero's contract is on the books. Ryan Presley's contract is on the books.
But even like with Tucker, so I think his arbitration number was like 19 million or something like that. So even if you sign him to a long-term contract and you just agreed to pay him $23 million, give him a little bit of bonus this year, and then the real raise kicks in for 2026, well then no matter what happens this offseason with Ryan Presley, the Presley contract is off the books, the Bregman contract is off the books, the Abreu contract and the Montero contract are all off the books. Like 4 of your most expensive deals are all gone into year 2 of Kyle Tucker's new contract.
But a guy who has 0 of Bregman's postseason moments, I guess you can make an argument because he had the home run in the World Series. You're going to be paying that guy north of $250 million, given all that he does: fielder, running the bases, his arm, his bat, defense. It's a lot.
No, it is. It's I mean, because of the age thing, I lean towards Tucker if I had to choose, because I don't think the postseason failures will be there forever. I mean, like we even saw like Aaron Judge has been terrible in the postseason, and then he figured it out.
Little things for the Texans won't be forever.
That's true. Or they could be.
I mean, you can go off of what you think someone will be, or you can go off of what you've seen.
Yeah.
And right now with Tucker, I'd rather go with what I've seen in the postseason because it's 3 years of this. No matter how good he is in the regular season. And of course, he missed a ton of time this past regular season as well, which I imagine also has probably pissed him off. I bet Tucker's pissed hearing that.
Yeah.
Just because I think he's already pissed at the Astros for the injury situation. More from Dana Brown, Joe George, on his interview with Buster Olney. Are you down with Dana Brown?
So at the time of this podcast, and this clip doesn't have anything to do with Yusei Kikuchi, but we know that he's no longer an Astro. So Dana Brown was asked about the oldest man on the roster last year, Justin Verlander.
JV has had an unbelievable career here in Houston. And so that guy, he takes the ball, of course he had an up and down year this year because he wasn't as healthy. But he's done so many good things here. And so, we've had conversations with his agent, and just to try to fill him out. And, so I could say that I don't know if there's been a lot of progress, but we're having conversations.
Not a lot of progress.
He's being respectful.
He's 100%. That's honestly when he was asked about Justin Verlander, I was like, I feel like we're gonna get a nothing burger. I actually think we got a little insight there.
That's you've broken up with somebody. We're still friends. You're not really friends.
Yeah, you're not. Justin Verlander's not gonna be back.
Yeah.
There was another clip too. I shouldn't think it was super relevant, but at the very end of it, he talked about because he was asked about Justin Verlander's impact on the clubhouse, and at the very end of it, Dana Brown said, "It will be interesting to see where he goes and how much he gets." That kind of feels also like a tell.
Interesting.
Why? Well, if you're talking about where he's going to go and what he's going to get, it sounds not like Houston.
Okay. So there's a deal on the table.
Or just he knows that they're not bringing him back, and he's curious to see how much money he'll get on the open market.
Okay.
Last one we got here.
Are you down with Dana Brown?
A little bit of a back and forth, or just a part of a question and answer from Dana Brown and Buster Olney. That I'm curious if it feels like maybe they tip their hand a little bit about a deal they could be working on, or just a specific team.
Give me a general manager that you'd love to talk to and and to barter with a little bit just because of his style.
Yeah, Jed Hoyer and I have been going back and forth a lot. He's pretty fun to talk to because he's more of a straight shooter like myself, and we can go back and forth. We've had a lot of good conversations, and it's enjoyable.
So Dana Brown has had a lot of good conversation with Cubs general manager Jed Hoyer. The Cubs, who are desperately trying to trade Cody Bellinger and are reportedly willing to eat some of his contract.
Okay.
A guy that can play center field, a guy that can play first base.
And a guy who has talked trash about the Houston Astros.
Yes. But I just found that interesting that he was asked the question that way of who do you like talking to? And then he acknowledges the amount of conversations that he's having with Jed Hoyer right now, in which they have made 0 trades with up to this point as his manager of the Astros.
Hoyer's in that Red Sox Yankees documentary on Netflix, by the way.
He is.
Prominently featured in that. I forgot that he was still with the Cubs because Theo Epstein, I guess, walked away. I don't want Bellinger. I don't want him.
I don't either.
I don't understand it. It actually fits. Makes sense. Nah, I don't want him.
I think it depends on that one more about the deal. He's owed $20 million the next 2 seasons each. So if you can make it so he can't opt into his contract next year and they eat like half the money, so you only get him for $10 million and he's your first baseman every day, that does sound intriguing.
Well, lots of things sound intriguing.
But, if Bregman's gone, you only have to ask Altuve's permission, I guess. Because I don't think Lance McCullers really deserves a say anymore.
Wow. The man who will bury himself in the H.
Yeah, but you got to pitch for the team to be able to veto who's on it.
He won a World Series with the Astros.
It's true.
And he was part of a second World Series with the Astros.
It's true.
He was there for both of those. People believe he wasn't. They're wrong.
He was.
They're wrong.
He sprayed champagne on me after the second one.
He did?
Yeah, he dumped champagne on my head.
Oh, you got champagne in the shower? Yeah. Or not in the shower, in the clubhouse?
Yeah.
The clubhouse? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got hit in the eye with some. I should have worn goggles.
My biggest mistake?
What?
My shoes.
Yeah?
Didn't think about the shoes.
You wear nice shoes?
Oh, yeah. They got ruined.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I had never done it before.
Well, you should have kept them and then put them on your mantle.
They smelled.
They eventually won't.
Yeah. I left them outside to try that, let them air dry from the champagne. Didn't work.
Oh, that's just going to let bugs get all over it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I handled it wrong on both ends. The beginning and the end.
Okay.
But that was cool. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, that was fun. I will admit I probably should have chosen a different wardrobe. I had a flannel shirt on and cowboy boots on. And I remember after all was done, walking down the street, I had a cigar, which I brought. Got to have your victory dance ready to go. And on top of that, then I found I forget where, but a street vendor right after I got under, I think, is it 59? Is that what the highway is at that point? Or has it changed? I forget. Maybe it's 288. I walked under it and I bought I think a Modelo, and I just walked down the street with a cigar and a Modelo.
Nice.
Like open container. I think it was the one day where Houston was kind of cool with the whole open container concept. Walked all the way down. I think I went to, at the time, Etro for a little bit because it was the only bar that did not have a huge line in it. It was the 80s bar that was there. Stayed there for a while. And then eventually I ended up at Bauhaus with an item that I was pursuing. And yeah, that was fun.
That was a fun night.
It was a fun night. The item was not fun that night.
Oh.
No, this is like a friend who just constantly keeps me around that I've cut out of my life multiple times. That
I think you've told me stories.
Way back in.
Yeah.
We're on good terms now.
Okay.
But yeah.
Not weaseling her way back in.
No, I didn't. I mean, she weasels her way in.
Yeah.
I don't get to weasel my way in.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just friends.
I'm down with what you're putting. With what you're saying.
Are you down with Paul Gallant being down bad?
No, I'm just.
Sounds like you're down with me being down
saying.
bad. Yeah,
I
I
just understand what you're saying.
I get it.
But yeah. I'm curious. Like, I just want this to be over already. I'll be honest. Like the Juan Soto one, where he talked about not having to wait for Bregman. I think he's right. That it's not directly correlated. I mean, like we saw Kikuchi get a good deal, but that's the pitching market. I just don't. I really, for the benefit of the Astros, I don't want to see them have to wait till February to try to make a decision on Alex Bregman. So that's why they should be a little more aggressive with this offer and try to get a little closer to $200 million.
I don't think they're going to.
I know, but just pay him.
You say it so.
They've got the money.
Just do it. It's simple. Just pay him
Well,
$200 million.
What's the worst part of it? The last 2 years of the deal, he's terrible.
It could be the last 3. It could be the last 4.
Yeah.
I mean, how many of the years of the Lance McCullers deal have been good?
But is it really okay? So is it that? So if you offer him 6 years,
So that's answer that question first.
Yeah.
How many? Again, different position, but how many of those years have been good
for McCullers?
Yeah,
1.
Yeah, like bleep happens.
Yeah.
And we have seen at the beginning of every single year for the last 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even know. Bregman struggles out of the gate. At what point is he going to struggle the whole year? This was his worst start. He was awful the first 2 months of the year.
It took a while,
and we were patient to a degree. I think we all said, like, he does start off slow, but good God, what's going on? Oh, here's another pop-up with a bases loaded situation, I like him. I want him to stick around. I think he's done a lot for this franchise. I think that he is a huge piece to have in your clubhouse, but the offer they gave, I think it's a fair one. I do. I just don't think he's going to think it's a fair one.
No, I think it's fair too. They're just, and there might be, we just haven't got any actual reports of this yet, of attempting to meet in the middle. Just, I don't believe in negotiating and trying to negotiate with a player that you actually, seriously want back and offering one deal and then not trying to find like the middle ground. And that's what happened with Correa. Was they offered a deal, it was too low, so he went and found his market, and it took him a while, but he got paid. He had to have a couple failed physicals on the way. But, same with Alex Bregman. Just if you want him back, you have to meet in the middle, and they keep saying he's a priority. So show us.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
That's true.
If he's bad a little bit. Do your job as a GM. There are teams that win with bad contracts. The Yankees, they haven't won a World Series, but it's, their Giancarlo Stanton contract hasn't been great, but they've worked around it and they've had pretty good success. Not to the success that they want, of course. It's not Stanton's fault for that, but you can work around a bad contract. And if once all these bad deals they currently have are off the books, if the one bad one's end up being Alex Bregman, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone going to be upset with the Astros if Jose Altuve is terrible his last 3 years?
No.
Exactly.
But I don't know if that's the case with Bregman.
You think it could be sooner?
I think with Bregman, I think the city feels differently about Altuve and Bregman. I think we love Altuve. I think we like Bregman a lot.
That's a fair way to put it.
Right. And I feel like with Altuve, you're never going to think twice about it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's going to be really awkward at the end when you think to yourself, can he still play second base? Right? That day will come. With Bregman, I think we've seen it a couple of times just the last couple of years. There's enough people that have been willing to move on from him that would never say the same thing about Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
So from a fan perspective, yes, I'd love to have him back in the short term, but do not get it twisted. If he struggles 2 to 3 years from now, people will come after that contract.
They will. They 100% will.
With Altuve, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. The other thing Dana Brown said that was of note at all, not worth audio playing, was he was asked by Buster Olney about Yordan Alvarez's position, what he's going to play going forward.
Oh, what did he say?
DH.
Okay. So that means you need
He
another
did not
outfielder.
even talk about, he said, we don't want him in the outfield.
Good.
Basically.
Yeah, you don't want him missing games.
So he's not going to play first base. They don't want him in left field. They want him to be priority DH.
I think the next question is now, all right, well, where does Yander Diaz play? And then on top of that, how do you manage that DH position if you find yourself in a situation where somebody's injured again? But anyway, he's Joe and Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got Anthony in for Sean behind the glass. Up next, we got the 10-minute drill. We had a Monday night football game between two brothers. And as we take a look around the NFL, I can't believe that Jerry Jones said this. Stick around. We had a Harbaugh Bowl in Monday Night Football last night. You had two AFC contenders who you could make an argument are better than the Houston Texans playing in said game. You had the Los Angeles Chargers playing in one of their first consequential games of the year. They've had a pretty light schedule. And you had the Baltimore Ravens, who are looking up at the Chiefs and the Bills and the Steelers in the AFC standings. And Baltimore won this game 30-23. They did it by running all over the Chargers. They showed some real balls. 4 minutes left in the second quarter. On their own 16, they went for it on fourth down. They got it, and they win 212 yards rushing by the Ravens with 2 touchdowns. Derrick Henry had 140 yards carrying, and Justice Hill had a 51-yard touchdown run.
They're good. They can run the ball so well, and Justin Herbert's just not they're just not letting him rip it like they used to. I mean, I know he had 36 attempts, but they clearly also want to run the ball. But when J.K. Dobbins got hurt, it made it much more difficult. Quentin Johnston, my God.
Their limitations have been exposed, and yeah, he really can't. That one's looking like a bust and a half. I mean, their best receiver is Ladd McConkey, you know, and I don't think anyone thought that would ever be the case for the Chargers. They need more help. I still look at the Chargers as a team that could ice the Texans because at the very least, the coaching there is better. But I don't think the final score was really a true indication of what we saw last night. The Ravens are in a tier above teams like the Chargers and teams like the Texans.
Totally agree. I don't think that the Chargers are in the Broncos. I guess they're in the Texans tier by default, unless there's 3 tiers in the AFC.
There's at least 2. You could make 3 if you want to, but I think Buffalo beating Kansas City brings in the fact that Kansas City has just been struggling to put teams away, puts them in the same category. There's Buffalo, Kansas City, and Baltimore, teams who have been there and done that to a degree. Obviously, Kansas City done it a little bit more. And then you've got the other teams. It really is a question of, do you have a third tier B, the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins?
I mean, I would say no, the way they're playing right now. They kind of fit to me in the same category as the teams right above them. I'm fine with putting them in the same tier as the Texans and the Chargers.
Bo Nix is a wild man. That super zoomed in slow motion of him jawing with a defender. I'd like playing with that guy.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that I'd like watching him as the starting quarterback for my team, but I would like playing for that guy.
Yeah, I feel like Broncos fans are in for a stressful experience in the Bo Nix era. It's going to be a lot of roller coastering.
They're used to it. They had Tebow.
That's true. Terrible quarterback play, but a lot of wins.
Tebow was not a terrible quarterback. Tebow won. Well, I mean, you don't know ball because you know what? Winning's all that matters, but you're a Bears fan, so why would you know?
That's a good point.
Sorry, that was mean. The
Super Bowl.
That Tebow stretch was amazing.
It's one of the most bizarre things.
You're probably just still mad that one of those games was against the Bears.
Yeah, that Marion
Barber fumble.
No, and he ran out of bounds.
Yeah, there were truly
acts
of God.
Things happening.
There were
to
acts
get
of
Tebow to the playoffs.
That Tebow run in 11 is one of the funniest moments like I could remember in NFL history.
Oh, it's like one of my favorite years in NFL history. It was so much fun because I loved Tim Tebow.
It's the NFL's Linsanity. None of it made any sense, and I loved it because I was a big Tim Tebow fan.
I would like when I was with Madden, start a franchise, draft Tim Tebow.
Oh yeah, I always had Tebow replace Tom Brady eventually. It's kind of sacrilegious, but it was more fun to play with Tebow than it was with Brady.
Yeah, because he could run.
So
and he wasn't as inaccurate in the video game.
Jerry Jones. He's opening his mouth again. Jerry Jones was on a 105.3 The Fan today. He was asked about head coach Mike McCarthy in the final year of his contract. The Cowboys are 4-7. They did just beat the Commanders barely yet on Sunday. When asked about bringing McCarthy back, said Jerry Jones, quote, "I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. Listen, Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach, a Super Bowl winning coach. Mike McCarthy's been there and done that. He's got great ideas. Bottom line is no place in my body language or anything else. Have you seen an indication about where we're going to be doing relative to this staff at the end of the year? We shouldn't. We got a lot of football left." So Jerry Jones, I think, still believes that the Cowboys can potentially be an 11-7 team at the end of the year?
I mean, they play the Giants, they play the Bengals, they play the Panthers, play the Buccaneers, the Eagles.
All of those teams are playing better except for the first one that you listed.
I
The
don't
Giants
know.
are the only dead team there.
If they had Dak Prescott, maybe.
Right. And that's not happening.
No, he's on injured reserve. He's done for the year. They're not winning 5 more games at least to get to 9-8 to try to squeeze into the. No way.
Here's what's tricky. I don't think Mike McCarthy is close to the top of people to blame for this year, much like I don't think he was to blame for the Packers' loss. But it's very clear this team will not play for him.
Yes.
So you have to move on from him because the players don't seem to buy in. But I don't know how many coaches these players will buy into because it feels like they have the wrong priorities.
100%. Yeah, when you lose a locker room, you have to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, there's no recovery from that.
It's a team of me's, and I think a lot of people jump to conclusions maybe with what Micah Parsons had said about Mike McCarthy, and I don't think that Micah Parsons was throwing McCarthy under the bus. I think he just put his foot in his mouth with some of the things that he said. I know he defended himself. He should have just said, "Yeah, I wasn't exactly thinking when I was talking there." I would have believed him.
Yeah,
but they're all seemingly focused on themselves. A lot of me, and that has been really a lot of the Dallas Cowboys since Jerry Jones took over. And hey, results in people talking about you all the time like we are right now, but it rarely results in wins.
And at some point, don't you want to win?
No. You never want to win.
Before you die?
I mean, I think Jerry does, but yeah, there's nothing that
does he?
Yeah.
Or does he just love being talked about all the time?
Who wouldn't want to win?
I think he just loves being the center of attention.
Of course he likes being the center of attention, but he still wants to win.
Yeah, I just don't think it crushes him when he's not winning. Because he's at least every time he turns on the television. Like he gets a pants tent every day he turns on.
But it's not like anyone's saying good things about him. They're constantly talking trash about him. He's a human being. At some point, like he can act all cocky and stuff, but like you've heard him this year on the radio. He's been a little sensy this year. The Jets had a bye week. You wouldn't know it. They can't even get a quiet bye week. So there was news that Aaron Rodgers might get benched from Diana Rossini. He might even get Daniel Jones released before the end of the year, and he also still wants to play next season. Meanwhile, Davante Adams is not enjoying, I think, the team that he was traded to. God, he's had a rough time when it comes to the places he's been traded to between Vegas and the Jets. I bet he wishes he was back in Green Bay.
Should have never left.
Someone retweeted Davante Adams saying, the Jets don't make him feel helpless and hopeless like the Raiders do. This person retweets it saying, I think he's a Raider fan. Shut up, you're a bitch, LOL, emotional ass dude. Davante Adams responded in the DMs. You wanted some attention, so I'm going to give you some. Go tend to your miserable life, F-boy. You wouldn't say bleep to my face like the rest of the clowns on here. Get my Schmenzer out your mouth and find purpose. Have a good day. Peace. He did say have a good day at the very end, so everything he said before that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
It's the opposite of when you say but, I don't mean to offend you, but, well, then everything after is offensive. When you say have a good day at the end, well, then have a good day.
I think Davante is right that he wouldn't say that to his face, but I also think that Davante, you can't give these people the wins that they're looking for.
People talking online on the internet, not saying things to your face? Of course not.
Look, the only way you can win online is by acting like you're above it.
Yep.
And Davante Adams should have acted like he's above it here. You gave this man validation. Like, people will get excited when they're blocked by someone.
Which I don't understand.
I used to be that guy.
Really?
I got blocked by Adam Schefter. I took it as a badge of honor.
What's the story behind that again?
I got blocked by Mike Freeman, who is one of those race bait writers.
Yeah.
With Adam Schefter, he tweeted out like, we've literally never seen anything happen like this before, talking about Aaron Rodgers in, I think, 2011. I was like, 2007 was like 5 years ago with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
It was me being like a territorial Patriots fan psycho online. So he blocked me for a little bit. But I used to be obsessed with the fact that I was blocked by him. But then I realized, like, why? Why do I care? why is this what I'm all about? But there's a lot of people out there who are like, yeah, I pissed that guy off. He blocked me.
I've noticed I'm just on Twitter so much less.
Yeah, I am too.
As of late.
I try to stay off it. I mean, I go on and I see all sorts of things, and I'm like, why am I on this?
It's kind of where I'm at.
Mike Tomlin, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, he got a contract extension to stay in Pittsburgh. Not surprising. What he's done with Pittsburgh this year in particular has been really impressive. 3 years, $48 million. Interesting that they actually revealed his contract details. You would have think that maybe it would be a little more, right? Like, I don't know. But Mike Tomlin, I think I'm worth $20 million a year. But hey, he gets the extension. He's staying in Pittsburgh for the next 3 years. He has the second best odds of being NFL Coach of the Year right now.
So fascinating how coaches can get extensions in the offseason and no one knows.
Yeah, coaching.
Like they don't make spectacles out of it.
It's a great point. No one knows what Bill Belichick made.
Yeah.
It kind of is disappointing. I am actually very curious to know, and I think it's because NFL owners are doing their own version of collusion here. And if they don't say what the contract details are, no one can actually ask for a reasonable salary. This is why, and I know people frown about this in the work setting. People should always talk about what their salaries are with coworkers. Now, I get it. You might get a little bit pissed off and jealous with them. In fact, you definitely will. But if you talk about what your salary is with somebody else and you're able to keep it so that there's no paper trail of that, that at the very least gives you a ground to stand on, perhaps, if you're asking for a raise. Now, you can't say, hey, this person told me I'm making this, but you know what's actually within the range to ask for. And if you're really ballsy, you can say, look at this person. I know this person's making more than me. What's the deal, yo?
Yeah, upper management might not agree with middle management, Joe, saying that it's a good thing to do that. But I don't know. I like to know what people are, making.
Yeah. What are you making? I'm making $5 an hour. I'm making $5 an hour. $5 an hour. I think I'm being paid below minimum wage, Joe.
$6 an hour.
You're making $6? Nice.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm kidding. I'm definitely kidding. I appreciate working here.
It's
The
okay.
views of Paul Gallant do not reflect the greater views of Gal Media.
I know I used to make $10 an hour. Not here.
I made $18 an hour at one radio station I worked where I hosted a show. And I also had to write on my timesheet that I worked 29 hours a week during this time period so that
Gonna go over 30.
they wouldn't have to give me insurance.
I'm familiar with that game. I played that game too.
Many people in Houston.
Probably at that same station.
Many people in Houston are familiar with that game. And then finding out that some of the people that were part-timers on the weekends were making more than me to do weekend shows, I wanted to kill someone. Anyway, that's life. Talk about your salaries with your teammates. Let the fun happen.
You gonna watch this Hard Knocks? The AFC North Hard Knocks?
AFC North Hard Knocks. I mean, if they're going to show Jameis Winston running in slow motion in the snow with the NFL Films music in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
The teams are all intriguing. They have the best storyline in the NFL for Hard Knocks you could ever have.
What's that?
Are they going to show behind the scenes about the collapse of Deshaun Watson?
No.
Then I don't care.
They won't care. They won't
then,
show.
I do not care.
They won't show any Browns. They will show Joe Burrow. They will show the Bengals. Hard Knocks.
They'll show Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Like the post.
It's going to be so much Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Hard Knocks used to really show you things and push the bounds of what sports documentaries could be. And then the NFL and the NFL owners got very hands-on with it.
And
it's not the same show anymore. I'm intrigued to a degree by it. It's a division instead of one team, so that means there should be more interesting storylines.
Yeah, because they should be able to pick and choose their stories.
But
right?
I don't think that Hard Knocks is for me. I think it's for people that maybe aren't as into the football as much as they're into the off-the-field stuff. So this might be something for, I don't know.
But because they don't show anything. And I think the worst thing that could have happened to Hard Knocks, honestly, was what happened with the Giants. That they're now the laughing stock of the NFL because all these clips of Joe Shane, telling Saquon Barkley, "Hey man, go test your market,"
and
then trying to be like, "Hey, you'll give us a chance, right?" And then now Saquon Barkley is rushing for 255 yards, is third in the MVP, and the Giants look like total clowns. So it probably has honestly just made Hard Knocks worse.
Yeah.
Or you can make your rookie quarterback look terrible on purpose, but just not let them swear. And you could also make that, editorial decision.
You could do that.
And that's what the Bears did.
That's what the Bears
They
did.
let them have a whole montage about how much Caleb Williams was struggling, which is fair and should be in there. I'm okay with that, but they can't swear.
They should have had flash.
No cussy.
They should have just done flashbacks the whole time to the 85 Bears. I would have watched that. I would have enjoyed that. Like, just say, like, remember, like every now and then they're just showing Caleb Williams sitting in the hallway. I wonder what it was like to play for the Bears back in the 80s. The 80s. The 80s. The 80s. The 80s. The 80s. And they show Jim McMahon like showing up, shotgunning a beer, with wearing his headband. He's Joe and Paul, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. I have a question. It feels like all of a sudden I'm being gaslit, and this time not by D'Amico Ryans when it comes to what we thought about the Houston Texans going into this year. I'll explain on the other side. Stay put.
You're back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
I feel like I'm being gaslit, but at least this time it's not by Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans.
Okay.
So I've noticed a couple of takes over the last few days that have to do with, I guess, a reset of what our actual expectations were going into the year. Because all of a sudden, people locally are saying, well, we never thought the Texans were Super Bowl contenders. Huh? Now, Super Bowl favorites? No.
No. Yeah.
Super Bowl contenders? Yes. So I saw Will Kunkel, I saw Sean Pendergast post this. This is a clip of Nick Caserio from this offseason, April 18th, talking about the expectations for the Texans going into this year.
Frankly, it's kind of laughable. I mean, it's so early. I mean, we haven't done anything. So what happened last year has no bearing on this year. So we're focused on right now. We're focused on the present. We're focused on improvement. And I think the players' focus is just on their attitude, their effort, and their commitment to being a good player. So outside of that, I mean, the rest of it is just a bunch of garbage. So we'll focus on just trying to improve and become a better team.
I mean, that's kind of GM speak, though, right?
It's GM speak.
Yeah.
And to a degree, he's right. The hype at that moment in time, post Stephon Diggs trade, was insane.
Yeah.
And I think all of us, at the very least, thought to ourselves, well, hey, I mean, they're going to have one of the most explosive offenses in the NFL. And it never really happened. And I know Nico Collins got hurt, but it never really happened to the extremes that some people were looking for. So I saw this post from Sean. And it's not like I disagree with the whole thing. I'm as disappointed as anybody with the recent Texans stretch, but the people who say the Texans set the expectations that it was Super Bowl or bust are just making bleep up. And here's where I push back on that, because Sean continues saying the Texans just made big moves. Well, if you make a move where you trade a second-round pick for Stephon Diggs and then you get rid of the rest of the contract, isn't that essentially going all in and telling everybody that you believe that you are a Super Bowl contender? And maybe it's extreme to say Super Bowl or bust, but I don't know. I feel like all of a sudden this week where some people are starting to try and move the goalposts as far as what the Texans had lined up for this year. And I'm a little confused by it. I thought for the most part, we all thought they were a contender. And again, that's not what Sean's saying. That's not what Will's saying by reposting that video, Will Kunkel from Fox 26. But don't get it twisted. We were going into this year thinking this team was a Super Bowl contender. Do not let people gaslight you into believing that this is very much exactly what we expected. Is it what we should have expected? Totally different conversation.
Sure.
But is it what we expected? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so like we did a video, not a single person on the station predicted the Texans to go to the Super Bowl. However, about half the station predicted them to go to the AFC Championship game. So you're a Super Bowl contender if we think you're going to go to the AFC Championship game. The Vegas odds early in the season told you that they were in that category. They were in the top 8. Now, does that mean you're going to break through? No, it doesn't mean that. But the roster was set up, and the belief was they were going to get better. And if you ask the Texans, and if they were, to be honest with you, they would say their expectation would be to do what? At least at minimum of what they did last year, which was win a playoff game and win the division. But they probably would think they're going to win 2 playoff games. Well, if you're going to win 2 playoff games, like, you're a Super Bowl contender. So I think it's a good point. Like, the Texans, for the most part, didn't actually say they're Super Bowl contenders. There was a couple guys, Nico Collins and Joe Mixon, who mentioned the word Super Bowl. But yeah, Nick Caserio and DeMeco didn't say it.
Super Bowl or bust. That was never said by anybody. But they made moves that felt like, but we think we're there. And that's why you make that move. So that's all I'm trying to say here. It is very frustrating with where the expectations were going into this year, where this team is right now. And I saw another post, I think it was from Nick Scurfield, who used to be Houston Texans beat reporter. Now he's doing a great job doing PR for all sorts of restaurants and brands around town, where he basically put out, I remember when a 7-5 record and 2-game lead in the division would make a Texans fan cry tears of joy. And he shows pictures of Lovie Smith and David Culley and Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien. And he is right.
Yeah, he is.
He is right. But I responded saying there was also a time where people were annoyed with the doesn't matter AFC South champs at 9-7. You know, like we've gotten big for our britches very often with this team, and I think that perhaps is the problem. We should never just get big for our britches at all when it comes to this
hope.
team.
People hope for more. Like they want more. They want more than 9-7.
Yeah,
they want more than the Cully and Lovie Smith era. And Nick's right. Like it would have been a great time. It was a miserable time doing this job, talking about the Texans when Davis Mills was your quarterback and David Culley and Lovie Smith were the coaches.
Correct.
It's not fun.
It wasn't. We didn't talk about them in 2022.
Yeah, we didn't really either. Like, we talked all Astros, which was fun. But like it was. But this is closer to the O'Brien era, and that's why I think people are annoyed. Is because it feels familiar.
It does feel familiar, even though the pieces are more likable.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
It feels familiar when it's the last thing any of us wanted.
Yep.
Was for it to feel familiar for the fans. No one wants that.
Nope. He's Joe and Paul, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around for hour number 3 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Third and final hour of the program, and joining us in studio, the one, the only, DJ BNMA. Sun's out, guns out. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm going to the gym after this.
Ugh!
Unlike you.
Whoa. I'm going to the gym after this, too. Why are you saying unlike me? What does that mean?
I don't know.
No, that felt like a shot. That felt like a shot.
Just felt like I took a shot at you?
Yes, did. It
Just
did.
like how you take shots at Bobby Slowik?
Hey.
They're deserved.
I take shots at everybody on the Texans now. I take shots at D'Amico. I take shots at CJ Stroud.
It's fair.
It is open season right now. So we all saw that loss on Sunday. A couple days removed. Are they going to be able to fix this?
Can they fix it?
What's most fixable? Let's start off with that. I guess anything's possible.
I
in
would
the
say
NFL.
in the second half, like just adjusting a little bit more instead of just trying to do the same thing you did in the first half. I say that's probably because they start out fine in the first half. Like they score points in the first half.
The beginning of that game on Sunday seemed like they were going to just run it up on Tennessee.
Yeah,
it was so easy.
And it's felt like that a lot of weeks. Bears week they put up 16 first half. Obviously, last week they put up 17 against the Lions. They put up 23. I think Cowboys they put up 20. The list kind of goes on and on and on of games, but they put up point. Green Bay I think they put up what 19,
Mm-hmm.
even when they were struggling. So it's usually the second half. So I'll say the one thing that is fixable is, just kind of have like I don't know if this is a real thing, but all right, these are our plays for the first half. Whatever works there, cool. These are our plays for the second half. That I know I know they're gonna counter and try to take some of these away. These are our counters for it. Cause you kind of, we saw it like even in the playoff game against the Ravens, like the Texans were blitzing the hell out of Lamar, and then the Ravens went to quick game and started running outside zone. You know what I'm saying? It was able to get on the edges and get Lamar on the edges, get the running backs on the edges, get the ball out quicker. And those small little adjustments, I think that's probably their best bet is to do that. I think that's the one fixable thing to do that.
Better adjustments as the game goes on.
Yeah.
So, but on the other side, we've seen since week 1, they can't stop the deep ball. And then now Jalen Petrie's at, it sounds like Jimmy Ward's going to move down, trying to kind of fill that gap here.
Sure.
Especially with Desmond, King's tweeting out, crying emojis and probably
Steven Nelson
not coming back,
tweeting as well.
Can they? So
I do find it interesting though that
Yeah.
guys leave here. Like there's at least at bare minimum 3 guys that have left here and left with a very sour taste.
Who's the other? Because it's Steven Nelson.
Grenard.
It's who's Kennard?
Grenard.
Jonathan Grenard.
Oh,
that's right.
He said he was disrespected.
That's right.
Yeah. So I kind of find that interesting.
That is interesting.
That 3 of key players for your defense last year all left feeling disrespected. And Blake Cashman got a super low ball offer from the Texans.
So is that more about Caserio or is it more about D'Amico?
So Caserio, I'm not gonna say he'll do what D'Amico says, but things that D'Amico wants, he's gonna. Cause he's that type of GM where I'm gonna get my coach what he needs and things of that nature.
Okay.
So that still starts from D'Amico.
So, but they can't stop the deep ball. Now you have another injury. Now we've given so much grief to Bobby Slowik about not adjusting.
Yeah.
So is it D'Amico? Is he not adjusting on the defense to why this keeps happening over and over again? Is this the players? And they're all a little bit different, right? Like we know the Kalen Bullock one, there's a real lack of effort on going after a Conquo on the game this weekend. But what is it?
I would say I feel like this year I don't want to use the word dumbed it down, but on the back end, they're less, I don't want to use the word creative, but it's a lot more simplistic on the back end. And they're kind of, because again, you got a rookie on the other side. You got 2 rookies in the secondary, and you got Petrie playing a new position. I'm not saying Petrie hasn't been in the league before, but he's still playing a new position. So it feels like on the first half, you can they'll have their success, but you kind of know what they're in, and then the second half you make your adjustments, and then you're able to exploit that because the defense hasn't been good in the second half either. I know we talk a lot about the offense, but defensively they haven't been that good either. I mean, regardless of how many picks they caught against Detroit, and how much the offense did nothing, they still gave up, what was that, 19 points in the second half alone.
Yep, that's true.
Last week, obviously they gave up 20 in the first half, but they allowed 10 points in the second half. That's still a lot of points, regardless of whatever reasons and things of that nature. I mean, the games go on and on. I mean, I think the Colts game, they gave up a bunch of points in the second half. It's like for me, what I call it, they play a lot of my guys are better than your guy coverages. It's kind of similar to what the Browns did last year with Jim Schwartz, where they ran a lot of man coverage up in your face, things of that nature. And then when they got to the playoffs, the Texans were able to exploit that. And I feel like teams, because the first half you kind of do get a little overwhelmed with Daniil and Will coming off the edge and the swarming and the speed. But in the second half, you kind of know what they're going to be, and you just need an extra second or buy extra time, and then you're able to exploit. Because again, the Jets put up 21 in the second half.
Mhm.
Like there's enough to where they rely so much on we're just going to out execute you, and I think that sometimes you need to out scheme guys too. And I felt like they out schemed people better last year than they do this year.
If that's the case, I mean, who do they have in the building that in the middle of the year can say, you know what, we have to do this better? This is what's really, I think, concerning about where they're at. You're 12 weeks into the year, and this loss is probably the worst of the season, just given who you played.
I think the Jets
Well,
one's worse.
fair. At least the Jets had somewhat of a pulse then, though. Clown show that they are. Lots of things that happened. The Titans hadn't scored over 20 points in a game
Since week 4.
Right. September 30th. And I heard on the national radio broadcast, it is their longest drought of such in 18 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're doing historic things. And yet, first half against the Titans, talk about the second half, but in the first half, yes, you had 7 sacks, but on every play, the Texans didn't get a sack. It felt like the Titans won.
Right. And like a lot of the sacks were more like Will just being Will. It wasn't like
Or Daniil Hunter being overwhelming.
Yeah, Daniil
They had
had
5
like
sacks.
one where he quickly beat, but the majority of them Will just didn't throw the ball away. It was doing the Will Levis stuff. I would say, Brian Callahan had a great game plan because a lot of their like explosives outside of the one of Ridley for C3, I think that was on third down, but a lot of their explosives were on early downs because they know the Texans are going to be either cover 4 or cover 3 to start out. And they can exploit it that way. And just find ways to exploit because it's very vanilla on the back end, like super, super vanilla on the back end in terms of what they're doing. And you can find ways to, because the long touchdown to the tight end, that was on first down. The touchdown to Westbrook, that was on first down. So like if you want to really have the Texans offense, I mean the defense, you attack them on early downs, like first down, because they're going to be something very simplistic, and they're going to leave their safeties kind of one-on-one in no man's land. And if you just need a few seconds, and you'll be able to get an explosive.
Where do they go from here? Like with this stuff? I mean, is any of this fixable this season?
I think on the defensive side, now that I would say you could probably do a little bit more. Probably just get a little more creative and not be as predictable on early downs. So defense isn't as much of an issue. I think offensively, those guys are losing confidence, right? It's just more like it's they're human. So like they know they're the Achilles heel. Every game they feel like if like everything gotta be perfect for them to be able to consistently move the ball throughout the entire game. Because they'll have spurts, but it's like they're a team that struggles with once the negative play happens, being able to overcome it because it's happened so much.
Yeah.
It's more like here we go again.
Yeah.
And the play and the drive is basically done. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of teams like when I was watching last night, the Chargers and Ravens, they had a negative play or they had like a holding penalty or something. They were able to. There are a few plays where drives where they're able to overcome that and get a first down.
And for this team, it's done.
Yeah, it's done.
When it happens, it's done.
Yeah. So I think like, they need the bye week, and I think the bye week needs to be focused more on like a psychological overhaul. Not even overhaul, but just reset.
Okay.
And working on the little details of stuff. But yeah, guys are pressing. Guys are tight. And until they get through that, they're gonna, it's not looking great.
I know what D'Amico Ryan says to us is not what he says to the players privately.
Yeah.
It felt like Sunday, though, just talking to some of the players after the game, was a game where they had that moment. You know that music video where Drake's with the guy and he points at the computer and the guy's like, "Oh, no, I didn't see that." It felt like with
That's Lil Yachty.
whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Those are the same people to me, okay? But you get the meme, right?
Yeah.
Do you get the meme?
I get the meme.
It felt like asking those questions about that. It felt like they were like, "Oh yeah, the little things. We got to clean those up." And to me, I'm like, "Yo, it's been 12 weeks."
Yeah.
And this has happened in just about every single game outside of maybe the Patriots game.
Yeah.
And I mean, it happened in the Cowboys game, but they finished. And that to me, it feels like there's a disconnect with that. And okay, like, hey, pat your players on the head, pat them on the back, compliment the good things that are happening over the course of a game. But I think anyone who's played football, when you're watching film, you don't need to have it brought up to you when you did something the right way. You knew.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they're not focusing on the things that they need to be not just fixing. They need to be angry and embarrassed about them.
I mean, to answer that, D'Amico went on like another radio, I think on 610. He was saying like he wants this one to sting.
Yes, he was on with John Harrison Vandermeer, right? And I watched that yesterday, and I was like, great, but couldn't have that happened a month ago?
Yeah, but I feel like it's the same. It's the same ordeal. In that aspect. I just feel like becoming a detail. I think it starts with coaching. If you're if either you're allowing or you're coaching it, and I think that they're not butting up enough. And I think a lot of it starts with the top. In that aspect, especially on offense, I think it just starts with the top. I think all the hoorah, get angry, all that's not going to change. The three games in 10-day stretch where that's gonna be like basically it's gonna make or break your season. You know what I'm saying? So,
the Dolphins are looking good again.
Yeah, duh.
Stop.
That's a bad matchup for them because
it does look like that.
Oh, you mean a team that has Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Devon Achane running down the field?
Tua's looking good again.
Yeah,
So,
not great.
They just got to figure out how to clean up their issues in the second half. I think first half they're fine. It's the second half. Because it's when I'll watch.
It's not the game.
I know. I'll watch.
It's been the entire season.
It's literally been the entire season.
The season. You're right.
I know. And it feel like every week we come in here and we talk about this.
Okay,
We do.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So let me
every
ask you this.
single week.
Well, earlier I said something and Paul challenged me on it. I was confident they're going to fire Bobby Slow.
No, they're not going to fire him.
Oh, boy.
You don't think that with how
who's
bad
Bobby gonna hire? Who's D'Amico gonna hire? Like, I think we all forget. Like, D'Amico's
Josh McDaniels would be a better hire than Bobby Slow.
He's never called plays, so no.
Nathaniel Hackett. Come on.
Like, who? I think we also forget. Like, D'Amico has only been a coach for 7 years, if that, something like that. Well, he was assistant coach for He came in 17.
He was an assistant coach.
He was assistant coach for 6 seasons.
Right.
He doesn't have a deep coaching tree.
You're right.
So who's
he
gonna
gonna
fire
fire?
him and then fire who? You elevate Gerard Johnson. All right, cool. You bring somebody else in. You're back to now. CJ is gonna have to learn not a whole new system, but it's not like Gerard has been in a bunch of Kyle Shanahan schemes and things of that nature.
And I would just say too, and I like what you've been doing with him and with Chancellor Johnson on Channel 2, but Pep Hamilton a couple of years ago, we were all like, oh man, let this guy be the offensive coordinator. And then he moves up and it just didn't work. And, okay, he didn't have CJ Stroud to work with.
Right.
Sometimes the guys that we think are going to fill in that void, they don't live up to the maybe outsized expectations we put on them.
Exactly. You got to at least let him, because he had a good year. He had a good year one.
You did, yeah.
The run game worked
at
times. And I think that, you just kind of have to run it back next year. I don't think you can fire him.
Yeah, because my only real pushback
is a bad idea.
Because my only pushback is the D'Amico not having the. I know he's only been a coach for 7 years, but he did. All these great coaches in the NFL were here in Houston. He does know the Kubiak tree pretty well.
Yeah, most of them are head coaches now.
No, I know, but there's guys guys
he probably
that know
knows
guys.
guy through a guy. I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying, but again, who do you think he's gonna get to replace Bobby? Right, he's gonna get another guy that runs this scheme. It's so I think where you got to start is get rid of the O-line coach.
Yep.
And so then you get rid of the O-line coach, you get a new O-line coach that's better, possibly, that can coach them the way that you want them to be coached. So then you can improve a lot of your interior offensive line issues. I think that, there's personnel issues, there's coaching issues, obviously. Obviously, Bobby falls into that, especially with the lack of detail. But Yeah, I don't think firing him is gonna do that much.
Is it more about the offensive line coach? Here's first question. This has nothing to do with Chris Strausser. It's more about why, when he had his one availability this year, was everyone putting their cameras away from his face? It felt like he was in witness protection. Go back and look at it. I saw this is from Sarge, Big Sarge Sports, and from Aaron Wilson. The interview that they did with Chris Strausser. I don't know why. It made me laugh. The cameras were either pointing at the ground.
Okay, they weren't supposed to record it and post it.
Oh, breaking the law. Breaking the
They
law.
weren't supposed to record it. You could record it, but you couldn't record with video.
Gotcha. Why not? Is he in witness protection?
I don't know. I mean, the Texans, that's what they asked.
Okay. Listen, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I'm just a question of curiosity.
Okay.
2, he's got to be gone though, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because 2 years, what does he have to hang his hat on through the first 2 years?
The offensive line is paid, but not because of him.
They were a better pass blocking offensive line last year, but they couldn't run block worth anything. And I mean, now
without Kenyon Green,
who
would have thought we'd miss him?
Yeah, I know, because Juice just ain't. I mean, he a young player, so I don't want to crush him. So,
but he's not a mauler. Like Green, to his credit, there's a reason Brian Baldinger got all on him after the first game that he played. He's like, yeah, this guy's a road grader when it comes to the run blocking. The problem is he's an absolute disaster in pass protection. It's a weird thing. He's a first round pick, so everyone's gonna view him as a bust. He gets drafted a little bit later. You'd be talking about he's a good run blocker.
Yeah. They miss him for sure.
It's crazy to think.
For sure in the run game. It's just Jarrett and Juice can't move people off the ball. That's the issue. They're fine in pass protection, but again, if you want to win when it matters, for his team to get where they want to get to, they're gonna have to be able to run the ball. And the way it's looking, I think down the stretch, the last 4 games, they all have good interior defensive lines. I think Miami and they have Calais Campbell and Zach Sealer. Zach had 10 sacks last year.
He's biggest in the league.
Campbell, I don't know how he's still playing.
I don't either. But he's so big. He's 6'9".
Yeah,
he's a giant.
Yeah, and then you have the Ravens who have Justin. I don't want to even try to pronounce his last name.
Matabuke.
He was all pro last year. The Chiefs have Chris Jones.
Oh God!
Then you're gonna see the Titans again.
Chris Jones is gonna kill
Jeffrey Simmons.
Yeah, and Sweat. So
damn, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so the run game could be a legitimate issue. I would say offensively, Bobby's probably gonna have to because one stat I saw that was actually kind of nasty, and I've defended Bobby, but they lead the league in second and long runs.
Yeah,
they lead the league.
They've shown a graphic every single week on the broadcast that shows something else about how they are such a team that struggles on first down and on second downs.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think it's both Will Kunkel and Landry Locker, on their tweets, the last 2 days have just listed all the depressing offensive stats.
For sure.
And we're at 12.
Yeah.
At least. And things that I wasn't aware of, but I definitely wasn't surprised by.
Yeah, I think if Bobby could find ways to go more quick game, move the pocket,
But they've tried that. Remember when they tried to do the quick game and then they end up getting they've done the quick game a couple of times and it hasn't worked.
Which game though?
They did it in this past one. Remember they got no huddle. Then what happened on second down? They ran into a wall.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about.
Oh, you mean quick passing game?
Yeah,
gotcha. My
yeah.
bad.
Not up tempo.
Okay.
The whole up tempo stuff is kind of at the end of the day, you still gotta.
Yeah, you gotta make the plays happen.
Yeah, that. Yeah. So I would say more quick game where CJ's hitting his back foot, 3-step drop, hitting back foot, getting the ball out. Because one thing that, again, I always reference back to this team because they run a very similar scheme, at least from a passing standpoint. Because Miami and Houston and San Fran, they all see the same type of coverages.
Mm-hmm.
But what Miami's done a good job of is finding ways to hit the underneath stuff. Because as well too is playing his average air yard per attempt is 5-ish, 5-6-ish, and they're just kind of dinking and dunking, picking you apart. So then teams have to go from too high to single high. And now you can. That's why he went ballistic against the Patriots because now the middle of the field is more open for them to be able to throw passes.
It was open.
Well, anyway, into those windows. So I think Bobby has to kind of not copy what they're doing. That's not what I'm saying, but find ways to have more quick game and more dink and ducks as an extension also of the run game. So now if you're in 2nd and 5, now you got 2 downs to get 5 yards.
Okay. How much of this is on CJ? Like, what do you?
So
regression, sophomore slump.
So I would say, if I had to put a percentage on like the whole entire offense stuff, so obviously 50% interior offensive line,
50% for them.
50% easily.
Wow.
Easily.
It makes sense.
Yeah, like I know, like we like to focus on Laramie and Titus, but they're doing their jobs like
for the most part. Titus had some rough reps on Sunday.
He had some rough reps, but I remember someone tried to criticize him on like the sack that CJ.
Yeah, CJ ran so far back. That was
like at that point, like that's on CJ, right? Like because Titus catches the guy, he gets driven back, but he catches him and holds him at that point, like But I would say Bobby, I put him around like 35 and CJ like 15. Because then CJ's quick.
15, that's a significant amount, even if it's not 35.
That's not that big. I mean, at the end of the day, he can't get 0.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Obviously, the turnovers have gone up. I would say last week was the first time I would say that now he wasn't seeing it well. Actually, I'll take that back because actually the 2 interceptions, like he was seeing it well. He just made miscommunication and he made a that was a questionable decision because that type of throw to Nico trying to get over the linebacker, it would have took like a perfect throw. Granted, the linebacker made a great catch, but that still would have took like a perfect type of
he said he had to put it a little bit higher. The first interception, and I know the broadcast broke this down in great detail, it was miscommunication. Stroud did say, though, I didn't see Mechie there, and that is one of those situations where I watched the replay, and again, you're seeing slow motion, and you're going to jump to conclusions that probably aren't reality, but I felt like he felt pressure that wasn't quite there on that play, and I am wondering if that is just a result of what's been going on all year.
Like I don't disagree there. He won't admit it, but there's a lot of times where he's leaving the pocket early.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, like he's human, like he's been getting beat the hell up throughout the entire season. So like I think at this point, like if like the first or second ain't there, he's just going into creation mode. Or sometimes, like last week he was kind of hitting his check down a little earlier than usual. And I would just say like right now he's just not playing in like a great rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not a great detailed rhythm, specifically in the second half. Because first half he's fine, right? Like it's just the second half that's when things kind of torpedo, and a lot of that again starts with like the play calling to an extent. And until that improves, it's gonna be another Tuesday. Well, they got a bye week next week, but it'll be another Tuesday, and we're gonna be like, yep, they're still in the same spot, But I think they'll win next week though.
Over under 2.5 wins the rest of the season.
Ooh, that's a good number.
I think they'll win this week. Tennessee won a toss up.
Oh God.
It's a divisional
He's
game.
taking the under.
It's a divisional game, man.
The line's only 5 this weekend.
It's a divisional game, and like
Well, it's
they
5.5
have the blueprint to slow down this offense. But I would say I'm gonna go over. I think they'll finish 10-7.
Thank you.
I think they'll win 2 out of 3 games. I don't know. They'll win at least one of those 3 games again in that 3-game stretch. Which one I don't know.
Okay.
But I think they'll beat. Tennessee and Jacksonville to end the season. Finish 10-7, and you limp into the playoffs, and we'll see what happens.
God, this is the most depressing 7-5 team ever. He is DJ Bieneme of ESPN covering the Houston Texans for the 4-letter network. Catch his work on Twitter at DJ Bieneme. DJ, always a pleasure, man.
Yep.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yep.
What do you do for Thanksgiving?
I'm actually probably gonna go to Pep's house.
Oh, look at you!
Yeah, I might.
What do
you mean might?
What's he cooking?
Yeah. Were you invited?
I don't know yet. Yeah, I was.
Then
but
go.
I was.
Gotta go. Go for a little bit.
I'm not against it.
What's favorite Thanksgiving food? Really quick.
My mom's mac and cheese. Yeah,
Okay.
my mom mac and cheese easily.
Okay.
I remember I went to my. I probably shouldn't have stayed there. But I went to my girlfriend's house for Thanksgiving last year at her mom's house.
Yep.
Her mom's turkey was very dry.
Oh, that's the worst, and you have to act like it isn't.
Oh my God.
You have to lie.
Oh my God.
But now you just threw under the bus on the radio.
I did.
Current girlfriend?
Yeah. Yep.
Good luck, bud.
Yep.
No. He's. I think you know what. Now it's gonna
It's
rise
okay.
up the chain.
You know what?
It's gonna be more.
We're a
be on it
sharing
next year.
show. Okay. On Friday, I talked about how mad my wife was at me for like 20 minutes.
That's understandable.
He is DJ Ben, my DJ. Always a pleasure. Thanks, man.
No problem.
Platt.
He's Joe and Paul. So normally 2:30 every single Tuesday, we go back in time and talk about everything that went down over the weekend in sports. But I wanted to get this one focused to the Houston Rockets, who play for the NBA Cup of Life tonight.
You care at all about the NBA Cup?
Yes.
They care. $500,000.
Everyone should care about the NBA Cup. The Rockets are not winning the NBA title this year. This is the closest thing that they can do to winning an NBA title. And they've gotten off to a pretty good start. But now they're going to play the team that was at least going into the playoffs, everyone's darling, the Minnesota Timberwolves, who, of course, didn't quite make it to the NBA Finals. They lose to the Dallas Mavericks. They're playing on a court tonight that is Nickelodeon slime green colored.
Oh, is it really?
It is hideous.
I was curious what their color would be.
But I like how hideous it is.
Oh, it literally is.
Yeah. It's like the Seahawks action green uniforms. I don't know if you've ever seen them wear those, but the Seahawks wear these like radioactive green unis, and that's what the court looks like. Before that, so very interesting weekend for the Rockets because Friday, the hype could not have been more. Everybody was all on the Rockets for how they won and what was said after they won in a 128-108 win over the Memphis Grizzlies. You had, I think, Bill Simmons giving them a shout out on the podcast saying, I take the Rockets seriously. I mean, Simmons is saying that, and a lot of people used to believe Simmons had an axe to grind with the Rockets. I think we've heard Ryan Russillo do the same. Kendrick Perkins tweeted this, the greater Houston area native. The Rockets have zero problems. These young boys want smoke, and they're well coached. I really like what I'm seeing from these young killers. Damn. Ime Udoka's approach was celebrated because Ime Udoka was asked by Danielle Lerner of the Chronicle why he thinks the Rockets have been one of the NBA's best teams in third quarters. Quote, cussing them out at halftime.
Love that.
You also had Reed Shepherd with the most ridiculous behind-the-back pass while going out of bounds that you're ever going to see. And Tari Eason is being talked about on the broadcast as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. And statistically, at the very least, there is a case to be made. Yeah. So Friday was great for the Rockets, who, by the way, also honored Andre Johnson before the game.
They did. That was very cool. The Tari Eason stuff, I love. He's going to need more minutes, though. You can't be a role player like that. You got to start. If you're going to be Defensive Player of the Year. That should be a rule. So you got to start playing him more, guys, if you want him to win that award. But yeah, things were very positive on Friday night. I like the Kendrick Perkins stuff. They are coached well for the most part. Like I like how hard they're coached and how they don't seem to cower from that. Because that was one of my questions when they hired Ime Udoka was, well, they didn't respond to Steven Silas being the nicest man on the planet. So how are they going to now respond to someone who's mean? And they've done a good job so far. Like, they don't shut down. They handle it well. They handle the yelling very effectively.
They do.
Which is good, like, because there's a lot of soft boys in the NBA.
They do. I like it. It's a change of pace. But here's the problem. So that happens on Friday. And then on Saturday, look, I'm not going to go so far as Ben DeBose did and said this is one of the most embarrassing losses of the 5 years. But some people believe that because they were 10-point favorites against the Hornets on Saturday and they lost.
Yeah.
And the Hornets are really bad. They're still missing pieces, right? They're not healthy.
No, they're not healthy.
Right.
And it's getting worse. So it's hard to keep track of because they just lost Grant Williams for the year. Look, it's a bad loss.
He would
now
Hornets now.
I think the
13.5-point favorites for that game.
The tweet from Ben was most embarrassing loss in over 5 years. As Houston sports as it gets. Didn't even play for a tying shot. Just a wild flailing heave hoping for a bailout. Disgraceful.
I kind of like it. He's holding them accountable. He's like the Ime Udoka of the local Rockets beat.
And then he said, I suspect minus 13.5. So they're 13.5-point favorites. Might be the biggest loss by favorite all season. Catastrophically bad. In NBA Cup play 5 days earlier, the Atlanta Hawks without Trae Young were 16-point underdogs against your Boston Celtics and won. So it's not the worst loss of the season.
Yeah, that was
so bad losses do happen. Now that's the closing game. Look, Saturday's a disaster. But this is too much roller coaster for me. Okay, the highs of Friday from the fan base, not from the team, but like Bill Simmons says we're top 5. Everyone's happy.
I like the accent.
And then it's the sky is falling and the world is ending like the next day. There's going to be roller coasters. It's the NBA, and the style of basketball in which these teams play, there is going to be major blowouts on both ends. It is part of the way it is played now. The Rockets should, in theory, avoid a lot of it because of the quality of defense that they play. It should not be an issue, but they're going to lose games they shouldn't. When you're shooting all these threes, teams are going to get blown out of the water. Jalen Green's bad, though. That's for sure. He's stinky.
He has had a very rough start to the year. I think you can say, hey, at least he's doing more. He's not doing well from a scoring perspective, but he does seem to be doing more of the other things he needs to. And I think that's a sign that Ime Udoka's coaching is working. To what you say, I agree. The up and down, I think people have to realize, much like where the Texans were last year, this is a young team, and the expectations are such where, yeah, you want to continue to see progress from where they were last year. But, I mean, to this point, they've made it. You could make a legitimate argument that they're a top 5 team in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
Hell, you could make an argument that they're a top 5 team in the league right now. And that's with Jalen Green struggling and with no real definitive great player. One of the more interesting things that happened in Saturday's game was when Fred VanVleet, the Rockets point guard, at the very end is frustrated. He's chirping with the referee, points at him, may have touched him, might not have touched him. He was ejected for that moment. I don't know if he is going to get a fine. I would imagine so. He's not going to get suspended.
I think he got a $50,000 fine.
I know that in the past, we have seen guys get a $50,000 fine. There was a moment where Kelly Oubre in March walked up to every single ref and said, "You're a bitch, you're a bitch, you're a bitch." Honestly, fantastic. The pointing and doing it as he did it. I think that's worth the $50,000 fine. I don't know if Fred VanVleet gets fined $50,000. He did not get his money's worth.
Yeah, he did get fined $50K.
He should have gone Kelly Oubre on that one.
Yeah. He said, "You suck." And then you bleeping suck.
Per Courtney Kirkland, VanVleet was ejected on one technical foul. This was the referee for the game. He was the crew chief for his vulgar language and pointing at all 3 officials. It does sound like soft boys.
That first video, though, I swear it looked like he touched the ref.
It does.
And I was like, oh, that's not. But they have angles that they can actually use.
Have you noticed that people are not really punishing the touching of refs? I mean, Shadur Sanders shoved a ref in the Kansas-Colorado game.
Yeah, because
I can understand Shadur doing that because that guy did take him out and he didn't get flagged for it. I'd be
he's
kind of
trying to get to the player.
Yeah, but he saw the ref right in front of him in that one. I don't know. I feel like we are letting violence against referees get off scot-free.
Yeah, it's and it's surprising because it's the one thing that typically was like the biggest no-no in sports was don't touch the refs. Like you can't let that happen. And if it happens, you're going to get suspended. You're going to be kicked out of games. And it does feel like we've kind of gotten away from that a little bit. I mean, but I kind of like it because there's clearly not intent there. Like you're not intending to hurt the referee. You're trying to. Now, if Fred VanVleet would have done it, there's no hurt, but the anger in which he would have been worthy of a suspension, but didn't touch him.
You can't touch this. Can't touch this.
Can't touch this.
I thought you were going to take it in a different direction.
No, that's all I got.
Okay, cool. So fun weekend for the Rockets. And also we heard that they are not in the star acquiring business as far as things go right now. This is from Salman Ali, who covers the Rockets for Red Nation Hoops. He read Mark Stein's Substack.
I like that.
Houston's trade interest in Kevin Durant has long been overstated. That's good. 2, the league has miscalculated Houston's appetite for a splashy move in general. The Rockets want to emphasize internal development above all else. I believe that is an Ime Udoka line of thinking, as opposed to a Rafael Stone raised under Daryl Morey in the same office as Daryl Morey kind of thought process. 3, Houston intends to prioritize timeline considerations as much as talent and fit when they do make a next major trade. I don't know what that means.
I think that might mean, well, you can't keep all these guys. Can't pay all of them.
So that means picking one or the other, Jalen Green
Yeah.
or Alperen Şengün. And right now,
Yeah.
you're picking Alperen Şengün.
Like realistically, it might be one or the other of a couple things. Like one of Jalen and Alpi, one of Jabari and Tari, one of Amen and Cam Whitmore, even though he's not really up here. Because like you're just not going to be able to pay all these guys, or you're going to be like the Milwaukee Bucks, who are now in this second apron.
Yep.
Now literally cannot make a trade with 80% of the NBA.
Explain the second apron.
So it's a hard salary cap. So if the Bucks are over this apron, this magical number that the NBA sets, the only trades that they can make is dollar for dollar to another team.
Gotcha.
So they can't dump out money. They have to bring back the exact same. It goes both ways. So they can't take $1 more. So you can't, like, that's why they're having a hard time even finding, reported a couple weeks ago that they were, someone reported that they had trades agreed to. They got to the finish line and got told, no, this does not work math-wise.
One of the players that they pursued, this is the fourth little detail from Mark Stein, the Rockets had real plans to pursue Donovan Mitchell before he signed his contract extension in Cleveland.
That bums me out. I was very pro Donovan Mitchell.
You were pro Donovan Mitchell.
Very pro Donovan.
You're not saying that sarcastically.
No, I think you were on vacation. No, Sean. I remember Sean and I posting. They did some social clips from
it's
it.
a good thing you're on. I was on vacation.
Yeah, we were very pro Donovan Mitchell when those rumors were heating up.
I
would have loved that for Houston.
I would take Mitchell over Jalen Green. I don't even think twice about it.
Yeah,
but yeah, not the biggest Donovan Mitchell guy. I mean, he's better than Jalen Brunson. I'm so glad Jalen Brunson's crashed back down to earth, and partly is due to the fact that everyone who follows the Knicks act like the Knicks are so iconic for basketball. Brunson was not that good.
I struggle with it because I really like Jalen. I've watched Jalen play basketball since he was a sophomore in high school, but I hate the Knicks. So I'm like kind of with you. We're seeing.
No, you should be with Brunson. I just feel like everyone put Brunson up in this like top 5 conversation last year, and I'm like, why? Because he's in New York.
Yeah, but he's also him and his dad said some not great things about my team. So,
well, yeah, because the Bulls blow, Joe.
I know they do. They're not good.
It's like the Georgetown coach Ed Cooley saying that Illinois is a bull bleep school yesterday. At a press
did he
conference.
really?
Yeah, he was talking about some of his players that transferred over there. I can't believe I'm jealous of the head coach of Georgetown. As a Syracuse fan, kill me now.
But you
with a shovel. Just
at least you got your football coach.
Bam. Yeah, our football coach is good.
He doesn't shower.
Got the passing yards leader, baby, because that's all that matters if you're a quarterback.
I heard that.
It's the passing yards. It's not if you throw 3 interceptions in one half that were returned for touchdowns. Passing yards.
He just dabbed on him.
What? Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. We got a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stick around. Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Garbage time, kid. Garbage. It seems Zion Williamson is a fatty boom batty. I thought he was in better shape this year. A unfortunate video was released of him seemingly in his own home. He is shirtless. And look, he's not fat, but for a basketball player, he's got a lot of pot belly going on.
Yeah, he got some moves too.
He is not remotely close to returning due to a hamstring injury per Shams Charania. Yeah.
I mean, we got to be close on one of the biggest busts of all time territory here, because it's an effort thing. It's a being in shape thing. I mean, I saw. Tim McMahon suggested that Pelicans cut him.
Man, I thought he was in better shape. That's what everyone was saying this offseason.
It's like
we're not even. Are we even a month fully into the NBA season?
He always shows up. It seems like in shape, and then when he actually gets there, it's like he falls out of shape so fast.
It's hard in New Orleans. I get it. There's a lot of good food. You got etouffee, you got beignets, you got so many good Creole classics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can go to BB's and get a lot of those. But po' boy at Mother's. You ever been to Mother's?
Yes. So good.
God,
it's my go-to.
I want to go back. I remember the first time that I went to New Orleans. Me and my buddies may or may not have, puffed.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was NBA All-Star weekend, and then we went to Mother's and we just ate so much food. Oh, anyway, sorry.
It's a good time.
What
would you trade for Zion?
Huh?
What would you trade for Zion?
Jalen Green.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like his market might be less than that right now.
Wouldn't work. But no, I mean, listen, at least Zion would have problems with the food here too. So
yeah,
honestly, now that I think about it,
it might be worse.
I don't think in fact, I'm sorry, Jalen Green. I'm not offering you. I'm taking it back.
Mm-hmm.
Use that as motivation, Jalen, to take that next step. Though he's doing the most he can.
Cam Whitmore.
Ty Washington. They still have him?
No.
Oh,
I don't think he's in the NBA anymore.
But Brado and Biased Houston told me he's part of the core 15.
Yeah.
All right, whatever. Kirk Herbstreit sure got over his dog quickly, huh?
Yeah, he's got the new dog.
He's got a new dog already and is creating havoc. So I understood him bringing the dog with him when the dog was dying, Ben. But the new dog, Peter, who is a cute dog, do you need to bring him everywhere?
I don't think so. But at this point, it's part of his brand.
Having a dog?
He's the dog guy.
Being the one person that's allowed to have a dog that's not a service dog must be nice.
I mean, he's a dog guy.
Yeah, he is. Does he need to bring the dog everywhere?
He wants to.
Okay. Again, everyone loves the dog.
I don't agree.
It's a golden retriever.
I love dogs.
I just feel like certain people get carte blanche to bring their animal with them all over the place, and this dog clearly has not been trained yet. Ben was well trained. This dog is the psycho.
Yeah, this dog
not a psycho. He's just
he's struggling. He's learning still.
Probably still has his nuts. So
yeah, that's a huge problem.
Anthony didn't like that.
I feel bad.
Yeah, listen, that's what happens.
It's got to happen to my cat this weekend.
Oh,
it's time.
He's a rambunctious fellow, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway,
see him.
Yeah,
see him later.
The Browns gave him a bag of treats for his dead dog too for Amazon Prime. I love dogs. I'm just saying it's like, oh, what the dead dogs would have these treats?
Mm.
Hey, sorry about your dog. Here's some treats.
It's for the new dog. Sorry for your loss.
I'm an a-hole. I'm sorry. The MVP production company has issued a statement that you cannot undermine the integrity of the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight. I thought we had forgotten about it altogether. MVP released a statement denying suggestions that the fight between Paul and a 58-year-old man lacked integrity. Quote, following the wide circulation of incorrect and baseless claims that undermine the integrity of the Paul Tyson event, most valuable promotions would like to set the record straight regarding the contractual agreements and the nature of the fight. Rigging a professional boxing match is a federal crime. It was a professional match, sanctioned by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations. Both fighters in good faith performed to the best of their abilities with the goal of winning the fight. There were no restrictions around each fighter. Each boxer was able to use his whole arsenal. Trash talk and speculation are common in sports, but suggesting anything other than full effort is not only naive, but an insult to the work they put into the craft and the sport itself. It's further illogical and inane that MVP, in the debut of a long, hopeful partnership with the world's biggest streamer, would even so much as consider such a perverse violation of the rules of competition. What a statement.
It's a very powerful statement.
Calm down.
Too bad, Paul said that he was, not throwing his punches the hardest because he felt bad.
He literally said that, and
Like
some bartender picked it up and posted it. Like,
yeah,
calm down, MVP. Everyone knows it was a joke. You got your bag. Just shut up so that no one tries to sue you.
Enjoy your bag. They got it. They'll probably get another one, and they are being sued. Class action lawsuit. So good luck.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Big thanks to Anthony and for Sean today. Thanks to DJ Biename. Thanks to our texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and anybody else. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.